Issei!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Made Harem with Hajimete no Gal Girls After Misunderstanding with Rias Movie. Before we start, please go support Draconarius23 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Hyoudou. Issei felt hurt. Rias Gremory, whom he loved, didn't care about his feelings. She and the rest of the Gremory entourage blamed him for not seeing what Rias felt for him, but they forgot something that was the fault of a girl who played with his pure feelings, a girl who killed him and made him think he was worthless. But not everything is bad, because despite that, he still has someone who loves him and will help him cope with this problem. But he will make a decision that will make his loved ones, and especially Rias, see their mistake in not helping him when he needed it most. Located in Volume 10, before the raiding game against Sekiryuutei. Prologue. Kuo, Japan. Kuo Academy. The cult club. In one of the rooms. Hyoudou Issei, the current Sekiryuutei and Rias Gremory's pawn, sat after arranging some decorations for the Academy festival. This boy is in his first year of studies and only a few months ago got involved in the supernatural. The first thing that happened to him being killed and insulted by his first girlfriend, the fallen angel Revan. She pretended to be his girlfriend for a week, during which he thought everything would be fine. But everything fell apart when she revealed herself to be a fallen angel, with a mission to kill him for having his partner Drag as his sacred gear. When he found out, he felt betrayed and deeply hurt. She played with him, a boy who, although a pervert, was willing to change if she asked him to. Issei has lost a lot in life, including his parents and grandparents. His parents, Goru and Miki Hyoudou, were renowned chefs who graduated from the prestigious Tatsuki Culinary Academy. They were among the best of their generation. They passed away when he was 7, a year after Irina left the country for Rome. He was raised by his grandparents, Hyoudou and Makoto Hyoudou. His grandparents were from the same generation as the director of Tatsuki, Zenzman Nakiri, who was a friend of his grandfather Hyoudou. His grandparents gave him everything and cared for him with great love. However, in the long run, due to his grandfather and an old man he met in the park one day when he went out alone, he became a pervert addicted to breasts. His grandmother scolded and punished him for his behavior, which was condoned by his grandmother, who was not spared the beatings his wife gave her. Both of them taught him the art of cooking, and Issei, he learned quickly from a young age. From the age of 9 until now, he was well instructed, although nowadays, by neglecting that and focusing his time on his perversions, he has gradually become rusty. When he turned 14, he lost his grandmother to an illness. And months later his grandfather died from the worst enemy a mortal possesses, old age. Issei was depressed but didn't give up, having promised his grandparents he would keep going. He had aunts and uncles, but they lived far away and he didn't want to burden anyone. He lived on the meager inheritance his parents had left him, residing in their house in Kuo, along with a small fortune they had left him as their only grandchild, having only been able to have Goru as their only child. Issei used his current perverted side as a mask to hide the pain he felt from losing his family. Although his parents owned several restaurants throughout Japan and in other parts of the world, Issei lived on what he needed. These restaurants were managed by several people his parents trusted. He received monthly updates on their performance, which were always good, as his parents' fame meant the restaurants were packed and successful. However, the advantage of not being involved in the food industry was that he was hidden from certain people who wanted to kidnap him and do terrible things to him. When he entered Kuo Academy, formerly an all-girls school, he came with his crazy idea of having a harem of beautiful girls, but when he met the wrong person, everything changed. Meeting Revan was the biggest mistake he could have made. Because of her, he was afraid to start a serious relationship with any of the girls he currently knows, especially with his mistress Rias, who he knows loves him, but who showed no interest in knowing what was going through his mind and his problems. He still hears Revan's voice in his mind telling him he's worthless, that he can't have a normal relationship because he'll only be used, that he'll be ridiculed, and other things that fill him with fear. But more painful than that is seeing that the person he loves and her fellow retinue members with whom he feels something almost the same as with Rias began to treat him with indifference after Lady Phoenix called to check on Ravel and made Issei promise to take care of the little blonde girl who didn't know what was happening with them. He felt sad, alone, but also angry that they had forgotten what happened with Revan, angry that they had forgotten the emotional damage she caused him. Although, of all the retinue members, only one didn't know and he let that slide, he wouldn't let himself feel like that anymore. He wouldn't let things continue like this. He would make a decision that might change his life. I don't understand why they forgot about that matter, Issei whispered to himself, sitting in a chair in the place looking down at the ground with a dejected expression. Issei-kun. A voice called from the half-open door. It was a girl with long black hair and purple eyes, with a figure equal to or larger than Akeno's. This girl was Rainer, a fallen angel under Penemu's command, whom she met during the Kakabial incident, along with her two other companions, Kalawiner and Midlet. This girl loved Issei despite his perversion and studied at the academy only to be near him. She had been seeking Issei out to spend time with him since the girls around him and his constant reports to Gregory left her with little time. But now that she was with him and seeing him depressed worried her greatly. She approached where Issei was sitting. "Issei-kun, are you alright? What happened?" she asked, concerned for her beloved brunette who looked at her with a distraught expression. Image wearing the Kuo Academy uniform. "Oh, Rei-chan, how are you?" "Me? I'm just finishing up fixing this haha I feel wonderful," Issei said, wanting to avoid worrying her too much. It would have been more believable if it weren't for his 100% fake smile, which she didn't buy. "Don't lie, I know when you do. Tell me what happened. Does something hurt? Did someone bother you? Were you punished for spying again? Tell me you know how much I care about you," Rainer said, making Issei smile. At least someone cares about my well-being, Issei thought, and knowing he couldn't avoid this conversation, he sighed resignedly. "Ah, well, I'll tell you why I'm like this, Rei-chan," Issei said. "I'm all ears, Ice-kun," Rainer said, sitting down next to Issei and taking his hand. Well, it all started a few hours ago, and so Issei began to narrate what had happened with Rias and the others, how she got angry without even telling him why, how they started ignoring him, how he found out why, and how he felt about it. "I know I'm an idiot, but they forgot what I went through, what happened because of Rivan, how she made me feel, and knowing that I'm afraid of being used, of not being loved in return. That makes me feel sad and angry at the same time. That's what happened, Rei-chan. I always want to understand them, I want to be close to them, to move forward with them, but that damn feeling she left in me prevents me from doing so, it makes me hold back, it makes me feel afraid," Issei said with tears in his eyes. "I don't want to feel that way again," Issei said, as he was affectionately hugged by the dark-haired girl. This surprised Issei. "Rei-chan?" Issei asked, astonished by what she had done. Rainer smiled gently at him. "Calm down, Ice-kun. I know what she did is unforgivable, playing with the pure heart of someone in love. I know you had the best intentions with her, but you know what? I love you," she said, surprising Issei greatly. "You're someone special. Your perversion is the least of it. It's what makes you who you are. When I first met you, I thought you were just another pervert, that all you cared about was your perversion and nothing else. But getting to know you better and seeing how you fight for those you care about, that and much more made me fall in love with you. I know Rias and the others like you. Well, Rias loves you, but if she doesn't see the damage you suffered, what you feel, or if she only cares about what she wants, she doesn't deserve your love. But I know that doesn't matter to you. Even so, don't just accept an apology so quickly. Besides, it's not just me and them who love you, right, girls?" Rainer asked, missing Issei. Just then, the bedroom door opened, revealing two girls. One was blue-haired with golden eyes and a stunning figure, wearing a teacher's uniform like the ones Rossweisse usually wore, but in a burgundy color. This was Kalawiner, teaching science. The other girl was a real shock. Issei knew she'd spent time with her when she was free, ever since the Kakabial incident, but she hadn't expected to see her here. Was she the student council president, Sauna Shitori, as humans know her, or Sona Citri, the heiress of the Citri family in the underworld? Both women stood before Issei and Rainer with complicated expressions on their faces. "You heard everything, right?" Rainer asked, and they both nodded. "Sona Kaichu, Kala, what are you doing here?" Issei asked, still stunned by both of them. Well, although he expected it from Kalawiner, he didn't expect it from Sona. That was something unexpected for him. She's wearing a burgundy teacher's uniform, just imagine her like that. "Don't expect Rias to forget what happened with that woman, Ice-kun," Sona said, approaching and sitting on Issei's other side. "I know she was angry with you, but she should at least have known why you're acting this way. But that's her problem, and I hope she understands that she was wrong to blame you for their relationship not progressing," Sona said seriously, then gently took Issei's free hand. "Answering your question, I wanted to know what happened since I didn't see you with Rias and the others. When I asked Rias about you, she just frowned and told me you were here. I was surprised by her response, but now I know why. But that doesn't justify how she treated you. I'm worried about you, I like you, and I'm jealous that you only see Rias with love," Sona declared seriously but blushing, leaving Issei stunned by her statement. "Spending time with you is what makes me happy. Your company and your personality attracted me, even before I knew you were reincarnated by Rias. I saw you sometimes when you passed by where I was. I thought you were cute, but when I discovered your perverted side, it bothered me. It bothered me to know you didn't see me that way. When I saw you with Rias for the first time, I felt so jealous. I wanted to be with you, and for you to be with me. I know it's late, but I want you to know you're not alone." I want you to know you can get over this. Forget that awful woman. Everyone is afraid of something, and I know your fear is being rejected, but I'm telling you now, I wouldn't reject you if you could be with me. I wouldn't speak ill of you, I wouldn't abandon you for anything. You're very special to me, just as you are to them, so don't worry about this, Ice-kun. I know that strength that drives you forward will give you the necessary push to forget that woman once and for all, Sona said, smiling sweetly at the surprised brunette. Issei was speechless. These girls were there for him, offering support so he could overcome Rivan. He was happy. He never thought they were in love with him. Being so focused on Rias and the others had made him neglect the other girls he'd spent time with. He felt incredibly stupid. He was hugged from behind, his head resting on a couple of comfortable pillows. Kalwerner, smiling gently, held him close. They're right, Ice. I know you feel betrayed by them. We won't speak ill of them. You have the right to be angry. They forgot something important, but that doesn't mean they have to be so angry with you. I love you just as much as Rainer does. I mean, just like Rainer, I thought you were just another pervert, but after spending time getting to know you as a person, I realized you're not just a pervert. You're sweet, someone who cares about his friends, someone who likes to see his friends happy, and that makes you special. When I found out what that damn Rivan did, I wanted to kill her. How dare she break your heart, throw away those pure feelings you had for her. But when I found out Rias killed her, I was relieved. I know you love Rias, and I can't tell you to stop. It's your heart that should choose, not others. Don't shut yourself off in that fear. You can trust us. We're here for you, and we always will be, just as we know that you'll be there for us, so have more confidence in yourself, because you can do many things, and even though there are several who think otherwise, there will be more who think that you can do a lot, so Ice, don't think that we will treat you badly or that they will, because we love you just the way you are, Kalwerner said, hugging Issei warmly. Issei was surprised. 3 girls he hadn't expected were helping him, comforting him, and making him erase those fears he had about starting a new relationship. They loved him. They had just helped him eliminate that woman who played with his feelings and made him think badly. They were there for him, and he would be there for them. End of song. I still love Butch no, Rias, but he forgot how I felt. I'm not a victim, but that's no reason for him to react like that. I was insensitive, but I was still afraid of messing things up. She thinks I don't love her, but it's the other way around. But it still hurts to see that he didn't even want to know how I felt. He forgot how Rivan played with my feelings I have for each of the girls, and although not so much for Sona and Kalwerner, I still want them closer to me now. I'm sorry, Rias, but I'll have to take some time, Issei thought. In the end, he would have to think about what to do now, but it was better to concentrate on the girls. He looked at them and smiled. Thank you, girls. You're the best, he said, and was hugged by the 3 smiling girls. You know I love you, I hope you'll give me a chance, Ice-kun, Rainer said. I know you don't feel the same way about me as I do, but I'll make you fall in love with me, Ice-kun, Sona said, smiling determinedly. Just like Sona-san, I'll make you fall in love with me, Ice, so get ready, Kalwerner said, kissing the left cheek of the now blushing but happy brunette. I'll try to reciprocate your feelings, girls, Issei said, smiling. At that moment, the door opened again, revealing Ravel looking for Issei. She was very worried after seeing how the others treated him, believing it was his fault. After finishing her duties, she looked for Issei to see how he was. Issei-sama, I finally found you. You have no idea how worried I was seeing how everyone else treated you. I know it was my fault and that's why I came to apologize, Ravel said, approaching Issei. But she took a closer look at him and felt jealous. Issei-sama, what are you doing? You know Ria-san will be angry, Ravel said, flustered. But when she got close enough, Rainer put her on Issei's lap. This made the Phoenix girl blush and she didn't know what to say. Stop yelling, we'd better tell you what happened, Rainer said. After an explanation, Ravel was crying while still sitting on Issei's lap, hugging him around the waist. Issei gently stroked her head and told her that she wasn't to blame for anything, that he was partly to blame, but he was, after all. She denied it, but he insisted, and they left it at that to avoid prolonging the conversation. So what will you do now, Ice-kun? Rainer asked, lying down to Issei's right. I don't know if Rias and the others are still like this, I'll have no choice but to take some time away from here, said Issei, surprising the 4 of them both by calling Rias by her name, but even more so by the latter. What do you mean you're leaving? Where will you go? Sona asked, worried and upset. Yeah, we barely confessed and you're already talking about leaving. You're mean, Ice, Kalwerner said, hugging Issei's back tighter. Is Ice-sama leaving? Asked Ravel's Sundir sadly. I have to, that way at least I'll deal with this a little. I know that sooner or later I'll have to talk to them again, but if they ignore me and continue like this with me, I'll have to go back home, said Issei, leaving the 4 of them puzzled by the idea of going back home. Home? Don't you live here, Ice-kun? Rainer asked, and Issei shook his head. I live here because I finished growing up here with my grandparents after my parents passed away. This saddened the four of them, especially Ravel, who hadn't known about this. My parents left the house where I spent my early years for me in Tokyo, and if the girls don't resolve anything, I'm afraid I'll have to leave. Maybe then they'll understand how I feel. I've always been there for them during this time, I've helped them a lot, but they haven't done anything for me. It might sound harsh, but it's the plain truth, and I won't always be the one to bear the entire burden of something that isn't entirely mine, Issei said seriously for the first time. The four girls were surprised by his seriousness. He's serious, they thought together. We can't change your mind, can we? Sona asked, and Issei shook his head. Ah, fine, we respect that, but on the condition that if you keep this up, you at least spend some time with us, Sona asked, blushing slightly. Actually, I was going to do that anyway, since I want to get to know you all better and see what happens, Issei said, which pleased Rainer, Kalwerner, and Sona. And you too, Ravel. Besides, you promised me a cake, so when you can, make me one and we'll eat it while we chat, Issei said, making the lowly blush, who just nodded. After that they spent time talking and laughing together. Issei had already forgotten that woman who caused him so much pain, and now, although he still loves Rias and has feelings for the other girls in her entourage, if things continued like this, he would have no option but to leave. He would feel uncomfortable being with them treating him like this, but there was nothing else to do. Time skip. -2 days later. The Grease floating city. Rating game day. It was the day. Issei felt uncomfortable around the girls who still didn't want to talk to him. They hadn't let him sleep in his room the last 2 days, and although it annoyed him, he let them be. He spent his time with Rainer, Kalwerner, Sona, Ravel, and Grace, Femme Gasper, who, despite telling Issei that, wanted to talk to him since she only felt comfortable outside her box with him. She apologized, but she didn't know what was wrong and only said what the girls wanted to hear. After Issei explained, she cried dramatically, making them all cry. From then on, they spent a lot of time together, although when they were with Rias and the others, she had to pretend so they wouldn't get mad at her, and Issei accepted that. Azazel saw this but didn't want to intervene. Couples problems, he thought. After being taken to the hotel where they would be staying, Razor arrived to talk for a while, and then he told Issei that Zersich was calling him to talk about something, which Issei would take advantage of to explain his current situation, and he agreed. Time skip. Aim rating. The moment had arrived. After the battles his companions had fought and Issei's feigned outburst of stupidity against Coriana and Refilus, whom he wanted to apologize to, Issei, now in his armor, stood before Sekiryuutei, who possessed Regulus. They were engaged in the greatest battle of their lives. Sekiryuutei gave it his all, and so did Issei, both landing powerful blows against their opponent. After the epic battle, where Sekiryuutei, despite losing, proved that effort surpasses any talent, Issei carried him to the infirmary. The Gremory entourage had won, and the girls formally congratulated Issei. While Rossweisse and Gladys did so normally, Rias and the rest were still angry with Issei, and though saddened, he accepted their congratulations with a forced smile. After the rating game. Nursing. Issei was with Sekiryuutei, who had been severely weakened after using all his strength against Issei's queen. Issei glanced at some of Sekiryuutei's entourage, his gaze lingering on a certain bishop to whom he wanted to apologize. Issei walked over to the puzzled Coriana and bowed. I'm sorry for the outburst I had during our fight, but I had to keep pretending to make it seem like I was okay. I'm also sorry for causing you the trouble of showing your beautiful body to everyone watching the fight. I'm truly sorry, and if there's anything I can do to remedy this problem, I'll gladly do it, Coriana-san, Issei apologized, leaving everyone on Sekiryuutei's team in shock, especially Coriana, who hadn't expected this from him. Well, no problem, but it's really not surprising that you apologized for that, I thought you were. She didn't finish, because Issei spoke. Pervert. Yes, I know. I got a bad reputation for doing something I shouldn't have, but the truth is, I'm not a pervert as such. Well, I'm like any other man. I see a beautiful girl and I admire her beauty. My grandmother taught me how to behave, but since my grandparents passed away, I decided to hide my sadness by pretending to be someone I'm not. Being a pervert distracted me from the truth that I'm alone, and honestly, that only brought me problems. So, I'm sorry for making you show your beautiful body to everyone who watched the game, Issei said, apologizing again. When Issei told them about his grandparents, they felt bad for him, but when he said he was alone, they thought that his parents were also gone. Coriana only blushed a little at the boy's concern. This surprised her since, aside from her entourage and her master, there were few boys who didn't look at her for her body, and this was something refreshing for her. Like I said, I don't mind. I accept your apology, so you don't need to do this anymore. But about asking for anything, maybe I'll take you up on that one day, Coriana said, and Issei just smiled. Wow, despite everything, he's nice when you get to know him, the blonde thought, and her friends saw this and smiled happily for her, since of all the boys Koreana had met, they were either perverts, just wanted to sleep with her, or were after the fame that the Sekiryuutei surname brought with it. Well, I hope we can meet again someday and have a more relaxed conversation, but I have to go, I have a lot to do, Issei said, bidding farewell to everyone. Ara? Is that a date I hear? He asked, trying to annoy Issei. Was I too obvious? Haha, of course, who wouldn't want to go out with someone as beautiful as you? But like I said, it would have to be another day. I hope you accept, haha, Issei said, smiling foolishly while scratching the back of his head. Koreana saw him and smiled. It would be interesting to get to know the Sekiryuutei the way he is. Okay, I'll wait until you're ready, Hyoudou-kun, Koreana said, winking. You can call me Ice or whatever you want, that's what my friends do, Issei said. I'll take you up on that then, Ice-kun, she said, and Issei smiled at that before looking at Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei-san, I enjoyed fighting you. I hope we can fight again in the future, but I think you have something important to do, so I'll take my leave, Issei said. Haha, that's fine, Issei, I'm also looking forward to the rematch, but as you say I have to go see my mother, so I wish you luck, goodbye, Sekiryuutei said goodbye to Issei as he left the infirmary. The entourage stayed chatting for a while, after which Sekiryuutei left the place heading towards his mother. Time skip. Hyoudou residence. Issei's room. Issei was finally in his room after Rias went to hers, so the brunette was lying on his bed with Rainer hugging him. Since he arrived after the raiding game, the girls had continued as usual, all except Gladys, who was inside her little box in Issei's room, and Rossweisse, who thought it was strange, but carried on with her own thing, since they still had work to do. Issei decided to put that aside and do what Rainer, Sona and Kalwerner did. Ignore them, or at least the equivalent of what they did. Issei thought about paying attention to them and seeing how far they would go. Love, Rainer called to Issei, who looked at her. You're still thinking about that, aren't you? She asked, and Issei let out a tired sigh. It can't be helped, although I think more about how it bothers me that they're pushing me away and ignoring me for something like this, but there they are. I already have things prepared if I have to leave, so there's no problem with that, just finish the remaining months of study and then go back home, Issei said, and Rainer became sad, which Issei noticed. You can come with me if you want, Ray-chan, no problem, Issei said, and she climbed on top of him and kissed him. They remained like that for 5 minutes until the air acted against them, separating them both who gazed at each other with love. Hearing that makes me happy, you know. But I'll be able to, she said, becoming sad. I was assigned to this area with the Citri and Gremory heiresses, since this is the Alliance's headquarters, but I can visit you whenever I can or stay with you to sleep, she said, receiving a short kiss from Issei. Although it's sad, I understand, so I'll welcome you with open arms, Sona, Kalwerner, and if you want to bring Gladys, you can. Anyway, I think this problem is going to drag on, and knowing how stubborn Rias can be, I don't think she'll realize that she's only pushing me further away from her. But she'll have to face her mistake sooner or later, and even if I forgive her at some point, it won't be as soon as she'd like, since she hurt me by only thinking about herself and not myself. Let's leave that and get some rest, because tomorrow will be tough with the festival, Issei said, and Rainer nodded. Good night, darling, Rainer said. Good night, my beautiful Detenshi, Issei said, turning off the light so they could both sleep. And so time passed. The festival was a success for the occult club, but even as the days passed, the girls refused to give in. Only Irina was the most sensible, and thanks to his teachings, she couldn't stay angry with him, since he was very important to her. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, and so the school year at Kuo came to an end. During this time, Issei strengthened his relationships with Sona, Rainer, Kalwerner, Ravel and Irina, the latter being blessed by Michael. The raiding games were postponed due to more pressing matters. Apparently, a terrorist group was rising from the shadows, and several renegades of different races were joining forces. According to the only 2 descendants of the ancient mass who sided with the current mass, this group consisted of demons dissatisfied with the war, who, along with other beings, formed a group to sow chaos and overthrow the current government or start a war. They weren't certain, but Sasha Beelzebub, a descendant of Beelzebub, believed that her foolish twin brother, Shalba, was involved, along with others. This suspicion was corroborated by Kateria Leviathan, a descendant of Leviathan, who was worried about her cousin Ingvald, who had been in a coma for 99 years due to a strange illness. Meanwhile, the current demon kings Zersich, Seraphol, Falbium and Ajuka are searching together for clues about Azazel, Shemhaza, Michael, and Aden. Meanwhile, Issei has had to dust off a cookbook he had stored in the attic, and a few weeks after the festival, he began training to rediscover the skills his grandparents instilled in him. Issei also trained with Valeria Lucifer, who gave him some pretty brutal beatings. He also visited Tannen to learn more about dragons and what they could do, since giving his arm to Dre gave him a small boost towards becoming a demon dragon. The old ex-dragon king gave him some advice and taught him some techniques a fire dragon could use. While training with Valeria, he also took the time to get to know her team. Kuroka was the clingy one, but she never crossed the line beyond teasing him. LaFay was the little one who talked to him about magic and other things. Arthur, the Siskin, was just as bad as Zersich and Serafal, but a good person. Biku was the Joker. They both played some good pranks on guys in the street and on Azazel when he tried to be too clever with his stupid inventions, like the time they crashed the Batman supercar that Azazel created. And last but not least, his rival and recent Valeria Lucifer, her friend, though oblivious like the typical clueless and dense guy, began to develop feelings for him after observing how he evolved in the short time he'd been involved in the supernatural world. This was especially true after an attack by unknown individuals now revealed to be the organization that's rising up on the day of the biblical factions meeting. She saw him fight to help his friends, and even more so after witnessing his earlier battle against Kakabiel, despite knowing he was likely to lose. And when Loki attacked and fought to seal the god of mischief using Thor's hammer, she became interested, unaware that this would produce a feeling she thought she would soon understand. Issei finally decided to leave Kuo and return home, though he felt bad about leaving Rias and the others. They had searched for him, treating him with indifference, so after Zersich did him the favor they had discussed during the raiding game against Saraerg, they went to Ajuka, who deactivated Issei's parts, making it impossible for Rias to find him. Although they could still function without Ria's consent, she wouldn't be able to know his whereabouts. Zersich was sad for her little sister, but she had to learn to see beyond her own feelings. She was happy, however, that Issei hadn't cancelled the marriage his parents had arranged between him and Rias. Although Issei was initially upset about not asking for her consent, he eventually calmed down and accepted the arrangement. He would have to speak with Ria's parents to ensure they didn't do something like this again without his knowledge or agreement. Issei was now progressing in his cooking method as he spent 5 hours a night locked in the kitchen that had been specially created for him. It was located between the second and third floors and no one had access except him or those he chose to let in, but no one else. For 6 months of pure effort, he made all the recipes he found in 7 cookbooks, learned new methods, and thanks to a notebook that belonged to his father, he was able to learn and develop his own methods, adapting his father's methods, of course. He only needed his grandparents' and mother's notebooks to learn even better, but he would do that when he found them in Tokyo. Issei had already taken an entrance exam for a school in Tokyo, where he achieved the highest score thanks to Sona's help and her strict teaching methods. He had everything ready for his trip and wouldn't tell Rias or the others anything. Zersich would tell them he was sending him on a mission that would last for a while, so they could think more clearly and perhaps discover why Issei wasn't developing romantic feelings for any of the girls. The day was the day, there was a month left until the start of classes, and now Issei was at the Kuo train station, along with Sona, Irina, Ravel, Rainer, Kalwerner, and although it was difficult, Gladys was also there holding back the impulse to enter her bat box. "Ah, it's time, a new beginning in my old home," that sounded strange, but it is what it is, said Issei and looked at the girls. "This is a see you later, since you can come visit me at my house whenever you want, girls, that way we won't be too far apart," said Issei. The first to approach was Rainer. "Honey, I'll be bored without you here, but knowing I got to sleep with you at least makes me happy." "It's expensive, but fair," Rainer said, kissing Issei. "I wish you luck there. I hope you get along with everyone you meet, but if you talk to another girl or are interested in one, I'll have to see her first to know if she's worthy," Rainer said, and Issei just felt a bead of sweat trickle down the back of his head. "Haha, of course, besides, I don't want to die soon for not talking to them," Issei said and thought. Rainer gave him another kiss and made way for Sona who was somewhat blushing. "Take care, pay attention in class, don't disrespect your teachers, be punctual, study hard, and don't go around doing anything crazy," Sona said, trying to be serious but failing because she was sad to be leaving Issei after months of dating him. She hugged him, and he hugged her back. "I'll be visiting you, not too often, but I'll do everything I can to be close to you. Text me when you can or call me, because hearing your voice will let me know you're okay, Ice-kun," Sona said, and Issei lifted her chin, gently taking her face in his hands and kissing her lovingly. She returned the kiss, hugging him around the neck. "Okay Sona, I'll do everything you say, and I'll also send you messages and call you, since I don't really like the idea of going far away from you either, but the circumstances warranted," said Issei. Sona gave him one last hug and stepped back so Kalwerner could approach. "Ice, I miss you so much. I love teasing you and kissing you, I love hugging you and being hugged back. I'll visit you like the others, but it won't be the same since I won't be with you most of the day. I'll manage, but I'm not promising anything," said the blue-haired girl, who hugged Issei tightly. "Take care, okay?" It won't be the same without you around, love, said Kalawiner, kissing Issei, who returned the gesture. Don't worry Kala, I also like to hug and kiss you, just like the others, so don't worry too much because I'll give you your time too, said Issei, kissing the blue-haired girl again. She happily pulled away and went to join the others, leaving Issei with Ravel, who looked sad, and Issei knew why. I already told you that what happened between Rias and me wasn't your fault. It was partly my fault for not knowing and seeing what she was saying, but also hers for misinterpreting everything. So smile, I don't like seeing you sad, Issei said, stroking Ravel's head, who blushed and hugged Issei. I know, Sama, but I'm not sad about that. It's because I won't be able to see you often at school. I would have liked to be near you more, but it seems that won't be possible, Ravel said. Issei stroked the girl's head as he hugged her. I said you can visit me, so don't get like that. You can come with Sona or Rainer when they visit me, or even by yourself. Just make sure you bring one of those delicious desserts you make. You know I like them a lot, Issei said, and Ravel smiled. Yes, Sama, I will bring you the most delicious desserts for you to enjoy, she said proudly, and Issei stroked her head while smiling. Haha, I know you'll do it Ravel-chan said Issei, then Ravel made way for the reincarnated angel and the Danfiro. Darling, I know it's not my place to tell you, but I hope you'll forgive the girls when they realize what they did. I won't say anything since they caused this, but I hope you'll forgive them, Irina said, and Issei hugged her. You're too good, Irina. I'll forgive them, but it won't be easy. The damage is done, and they'll understand that they're the reason I'm leaving. But don't worry, I don't hate them. I just don't feel comfortable around them in the current situation, so stay calm, Issei said, gently kissing the brunette with pigtails, who reciprocated. Okay, darling, I know you're a kind-hearted person, she said happily, letting Gladys say goodbye to her senpai. If you're wondering who she is, her name is Mina Teeps from the anime manga Dance and the Vampire Bund, so she'll be the femme gasper to avoid confusion. Aye senpai, take care and have a good trip, please don't forget me, said the blonde sadly as she was hugged by Issei, making her blush. CC senpai she said. I would never forget my lovely cowhide, so don't worry, I'll be in close contact with you. So don't be sad and smile, because I like you more when you smile, Gladys-chan, Issei said, making the little girl blush even more, but she smiled and hugged her senpai tightly. After that, Issei formally said goodbye to his sweethearts and his little cowhide, then boarded the train to Tokyo to begin his journey. Once inside the train, he took his seat near the window, looked out and saw the girls waving goodbye with beautiful smiles. He waved goodbye smiling as the train began to move. Ah, who would have thought I'd ever go home? Issei thought, looking out the window at the moving landscape. Your whole life still surprises me, mate, that's a big change, Drake said. There are many things you don't know about my partner, but I'll tell you, after all, we're together until death, Issei said, smiling. You're right about that, partner. I want to know the story behind your mask, because I can tell you that many would be surprised to learn about it, Drake said. You're right, well it all started like this, and so Issei began to tell his life story to his partner who listened attentively to everything Issei said. A decision that will help him change, a decision that will allow him to meet more people, and a decision that will distance him from his romantic troubles. Issei will now return to the place where he grew up, a nostalgic place that brings back memories. He will study in a place where many things will happen, even though he hasn't yet submitted his application to Tatsuki. But he'll manage somehow. For now, he'll get used to his new home after a 10-year absence. Now, Issei will experience love through a cruel joke, but love comes to you in the most unexpected ways. Issei will take his new path, a path that both his parents and grandparents wanted him to take, the path to becoming the greatest chef of his generation and the strongest Sekiryuutei, but all that will be seen at another time. Russia, Moscow. Red Square. On the cold streets of Red Square, a tall, beautiful young woman stood. She had long blonde hair, large blue eyes, and fair skin. With a full bust and a curvaceous figure, she possessed a very alluring physique, dressed in high-end fashionable clothes that accentuated her shape. 20-year-old Irina Jalavi, the daughter of a man who had served as the Hyoudou family's best bodyguard until his death 11 years prior, was strolling peacefully when she received a call from someone she knew. Hello. She answered the cell phone. How are you, Irina? I called to tell you something that will really catch your attention, said the voice of an older man. And that would be it? She asked, bored, thinking it was something else pointless. Well you'll have to follow in your father's footsteps, if you know what I mean, said the voice, confusing Irina. The beautiful woman began to think about what he meant by that until she remembered what her father did for a living, whom she had met when she was 10 years old. Don't tell me that, she said. Yes, he'll be attending a high school in Tokyo. Your job will be to make sure nothing happens to him. You'll work there as an English teacher. You have to introduce yourself to him, though I think you already know each other, right? After all, your father and Goro got along very well when they were both alive, the man said, with a touch of nostalgia in his voice. Yes, we were very close, until I had to move in with mom. I didn't keep in touch with him after that, but this time it won't be like that, and I'll do everything I can to be by his side for whatever it takes, Irina said with determination, and the man on the phone laughed at that. Just don't do anything she doesn't want, haha, the man teased, making the woman blush. As if I would do that, you old idiot. I yelled at the old man, who laughed again before calming down. Yes, his classes start in a month, so you have to introduce yourself to him a week before and tell him your job. Take care of him, Irina. That's the last thing that makes me think of them. I don't want anything to happen to the boy, after all, he didn't come to study at my academy, haha, the man said, and the woman just huffed. HMPH, I would do it even if you didn't tell me, after all, it's very important to me, and I won't let him be alone, not anymore, Irina said, prompting the man to say goodbye and hang up. After the call, Irina Jalavi looked at her phone screen, seeing her reflection, then looked up at the blue sky and sighed. I'm sorry I couldn't see you before, Ice-kun, but I promise I'll be by your side from now on, Irina said as she headed towards her apartment to pack her things. A trip to Japan was coming up and she had work assigned. Yes, Issei met more people than you think, and she's just one of the few girls he lived with after Irina, Shido, left the country, but that's a story for another time. End of prologue. Chapter 1 A New Beginning, Reunions, and Will I Get a Girlfriend? Chapter 1. Hours later. Tokyo. Station. Issei had already arrived in Tokyo, his birthplace and where he lived for a few years. He remembers little of this place, but the good thing is that he had his home address. Issei left the station and looked at the city. I'm back home, Issei said to himself, watching the people crowding the streets. What time is it? He asked, checking his phone to see it was 11:30 a.m. No wonder the streets are so crowded, Issei said, and went to find a taxi. He grabbed his suitcase and left. He found a taxi, gave the driver the address, and off they went. On the way. They were on a peaceful journey, Issei looking at how much there was in the city since the last time he was here with his grandparents, and that was 4 years ago. I saw food stalls that weren't there before, a few cafes, an ice cream shop, and a large arcade. Issei was carefully observing the new and old things. The driver noticed what Issei was doing and decided to start a small conversation. New in town, son? Asked the man, who appeared to be about 40 years old. Something like that, but it would be more accurate to say I'm returning after a long time, Issei said. Oh, so you used to live here? The man asked. Yes, I lived here with my parents a long time ago, Issei said, looking at one of his parents' restaurants, which seemed to be full. The way you're talking, something must have happened, the man said. Yes, they passed away when I was 7 years old. I've lived with my grandparents ever since, Issei said, still looking out the window. It must have been tough, the man said. Yes, but I handled it well. My grandparents are great people, and they taught me and took good care of me, Issei said, and the man nodded in agreement. You know, I lost my wife 14 years ago. I've taken care of our son ever since. He's studying abroad now. You remind me a lot of him, the man said when they arrived at the address Issei had given. Well, young man, we're here, the man said, and Issei paid and got out with his suitcase. I wish you luck, kid. Take care, the man said. You too, Issei said, and the driver nodded and left. He was a nice man, Issei said, then looked at the house that brought back old memories. Home sweet home, Issei said, looking at the house that had belonged to his parents. Well, it's best to go in, Issei said, taking out his house keys and opening the door as an image flashed into his mind. The following will be flashback sequences, it just occurred to me, haha. Equals 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 equals. The Chibi Issei is seen running through the hallways of his house. He had just returned from playing with his two friends. Aka-san, Otu-san. I'm back. Said the little 7-year-old Issei, entering the kitchen where his parents were. Bara. Welcome Ice-chan, said Mickey while cooking dinner. Oh, Ice, how was your game with Ranko-chan and Maiko-chan? Goro asked his son while ruffling his hair. Great, we played tag and hide and seek all afternoon. Said Issei, then approached where his mother was chopping vegetables like a pro. Issei, like any little kid, was amazed by it. Awesome, you're awesome, Aka-san, said Issei, and his mother laughed. Your father is great too, Ice-chan, and one day you will be too, said his mother, stroking his head. Now go take a bath and then come downstairs, dinner will be ready soon. Yes, Aka-san, Issei said, and quickly went upstairs to take a bath. equals 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 equals. Remembering that, Issei shed a tear, walked up the stairs and entered one of the rooms, entering the one that belonged to him, seeing that there was a bed and a bookcase. It's great that I had the house furnished, Issei said, putting his suitcase on the floor. With a magic circle, he conjured up 6 more suitcases and boxes full of manga and figurines. Yes, learning this was useful so I didn't have to carry all this, he said, leaving the things there and going downstairs to the living room. Going downstairs I see a flat-screen television, a DVD player, a stereo, a home theater system, and 3 video game consoles that Azazel gave me along with several current games. Who would have thought that the sensei would be so attached to games and so terrible at them at the same time? Oh well, he'll just invent and blow things up, Issei said, checking the most important place for him. The kitchen. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Issei recalled a scene that happened just one day before the accident. Equals 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 equals. The chibi Issei is seen next to Mickey, who is preparing her specialty, curry. Issei was sitting at the dining table painting a picture of himself, his mother and his father, a child's drawing, when he smelled the delicious aroma of the curry as his mother lifted the lid. "Aka-san, you cook so well?" asked chibi Issei, putting his crayons aside and looking at his mother, who smiled at him lovingly. "Well, as I was saying," she said, letting the curry finish and sitting down in the chair next to her son, "well, one cooks better when there is someone to cook for," his mother explained to a confused Issei. "Like what?" "Just like when dad cooks for people at the restaurant," Issei asked, and Mickey smiled. "Well, that would be one answer, but what I'm saying is completely different, darling," she said, and Issei became even more confused. "I don't understand," he said, making a face that would have made Ria's nose bleed at the sight of chibi Issei like that. His mother hugged him with the affection only a mother can give. "When you grow up you'll understand, darling, when you grow up you'll understand," said Mickey, still hugging her son. "You know, Aka-san," Issei said, and his mother looked at him. "When I grow up, I want to be just like you, the best cook in the world," Issei said with a big smile that made his mother smile with affection and tenderness upon hearing him say that. "I know you'll do it, Ice-chan, I know you'll do it," said Mickey, stroking her son's head. Then the day continued its course, his father arrived home and told him what he had said to his mother. Goro picked him up in his arms, telling him that he could do anything he set his mind to, and both mother and father promised to be there to see him achieve his goal. It's a shame the accident happened the next day. They wouldn't get to see their son fulfill the promise he made to them, nor would they fulfill the promise they made to him. But even though they're not with him now, he carries them in his heart because loved ones don't die if we don't forget them. For him, both his parents and grandparents live on in his heart and mind, and wherever they are, he would make them proud. Equals 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 equals. Issei stood there in the doorway, staring at that memory as if it were an old movie. Tears streamed down his face as he remembered it. He wiped his tears and went into the kitchen, seeing that it was the same one he had, only repaired and with utensils in their places. Issei looked at the refrigerator and it was full of food for a month. To be honest, since he changed into a demon dragon, his appetite had also grown, and this would only last 12 days at most. "Alright, it's time to start practicing," Issei said. He would be practicing more since March was the registration period at Totsuki and classes started on the 1st. So he had to start improving his cooking, visiting restaurants and meeting the staff, and avoiding a certain large-breasted woman, since it wasn't the right time yet. He also needed to buy his supplies and other things, as well as go out and explore the neighborhood to see how much it had changed. He had a lot to do, and according to Azazel, he and Zersich had something planned with Issei ever since they found out he could cook. He was busy as hell. I'll make a note here. According to my research in Japan, classes start on April 1st and run until the end of June, followed by summer vacation, as I understand it. Classes resume in mid-September and continue until the end of December, when winter break begins. Then, classes start in early January and end in late March, leading into spring break, and so on. I'll arrange for Issei to attend important events at Totsuki, such as the Friendship and Understanding Camp, the autumn election, the carriage competition will be there, but it will be more of a mastermind fusion where Issei and Sama completely outclass their opponent's courage, the Moon Festival, and so forth. Issei will interact with the Shokugeki no Soma girls I'll have prepared. He'll be at Totsuki temporarily until he stays while Arena's father takes over Senza Mondono's position. Issei will have to stay to avoid losing his entry. Without further ado, I hope you understand that I'll try to make this as consistent as possible. Ah, and damn it, I hope this doesn't take up too much of my time, Issei said to himself. Well, if things get out of hand, I'll get on with it, he said and began his duty. Time skip. 2 weeks later. Issei had already gotten used to being back in Tokyo. He would go out from time to buy ingredients and take a walk around the place. Issei got along well with the neighbors who didn't know him, and those who did welcomed him well by saying how big he was, the usual. The strange thing is that he hasn't run into any of his friends. Maybe they don't live here anymore, he thought. Issei was leaving the arcade after finishing a few Smash Bros matches with some good guys. He walked calmly until he bought a soda, I won't say the brand since I'm not getting paid XD, from a vending machine and walked to the park a few blocks from his house. Issei sat on one of the benches, watching several people come and go. He took out his phone and started checking Facebook, finding messages from Rainer, Kalwerner, Sona, Irina, and Gladys. Rainer and Kalwerner's messages were quite hexy to him, which put a smile on his face. Just then, a soccer ball rolled to his feet. He got up from the bench, put his phone away, and looked at the ball, noticing 3 children watching him. Hey, Nai-chan, can you pass us the ball please? Asked one who had red hair and brown skin. Next to him were a blonde and a brown one with glasses, all 3 of them about 7 years old. Sure, said Issei, and with his feet he lifted the ball and passed it quickly, surprising the children who watched in amazement. Whoa, that was incredible, said the blonde. Yes, hey, play with us, Nai-chan, and teach us how to do that, please, said the brunette. Issei, for his part, thought and decided to play with them. After all, he had nothing better to do, and besides, playing soccer with Saji, Mitsuda, and Motohama led him to become something good. Well, why not? Said Issei and went over to play with the children, who excitedly accepted. Unbeknownst to him, he was being observed by a trio of adult women who initially looked at the brunette with surprise, but then recognized him because he resembled their father when he was young. Isn't that little Ice? Asked a red-haired woman who was large-bodied for her 36 years. Well, it seems he's grown a lot and become more handsome, said a dark brown woman with glasses who was beautiful for her 35 years. Icon has changed since then, but do you think he'll remember us? Asked a light brown-haired woman with a large build, just like the others for her 36 years. Who are they? Well, it's simple. The trio of women were friends of Issei's mother since high school. They, along with Miki, were very close. Miki helped them when they suffered because of their now ex-partners. First up is Megumi Morisaki. 36 years old, a single mother, she is the tough one of the group. She, along with the others, was one of Miki Hyoudu's best friends. She sometimes took care of Issei when he was little. She loves the brunette very much and it hurt her to see how he suffered the death of his parents and she was saddened to learn that he left the city to live with his grandparents. She divorced her husband after he cheated on her with a coworker. She works as a teacher in a preschool and although her ex-husband sends her a good amount of alimony, she still enjoys her job. Next up is Anna Akudera, 36 years old, just like Megumi. A single mother like Megumi, but for different reasons, her husband left her when she was pregnant with their son. She felt sad and angry with him, but thanks to the support of her friends, she was able to overcome it. Calm, kind, and somewhat seductive, she also looked after Issei from time to time and grew very fond of him. Like Megumi, she was affected by the deaths of both Miki and Goru, as she was friends with the couple, though more so with Miki. She also felt very sad for Issei, and when he left, she felt a void that, like the others, left her heartbroken. She works as an elementary school teacher and has managed to raise her son well, without needing her stupid ex-husband. And last but not least, Meiko Suzumoto, 35 years old. Of the 3, she lost her husband 5 years ago to an illness inherited from her family. She was devastated and has cared for her son ever since. She and the others looked after Issei, though more so than the other 2, as she was very attached to the little brunette. She always spoiled him. It hurt to learn of Miki and Goru's deaths, but she felt even sadder for Issei, who was left without parents at such a young age. However, she was relieved to learn that his paternal grandparents would take care of him. Although Issei's passing left her with a void that grew with the loss of her husband, her little boy still brings her joy, as he is her ray of sunshine. Now that the 3 of them saw Issei older and changed, they liked what they saw, although Megumi and Anna were the ones who paid the most attention to Issei, who was happily playing with his children. Meiko was another since she blushed when she saw the new Issei, but she had to calm down, since she was barely seeing him after 10 years, and that was the first thing she thought about how handsome her best friend's son had become. I think her Meiko, it's only been 10 years, although now that I think about it, maybe not, Megumi said, causing a bead of sweat to form on her friends' faces. Haha, well we won't know if we don't talk to him, Anna said, and Megumi and Meiko nodded in agreement. But Issei and the children. The four of them played by passing the ball to each other, and of course Issei did one or two tricks he had learned. The children were delighted with this and wanted to learn from Issei, since it was clear that he knew his stuff. "Guys, it's time to go," called a female voice that sounded strangely familiar to Issei. "Hi," said the three. "See you later, Nai-chan," said the three as they left, and Issei nodded, and when Issei looked where they called him from he saw three very beautiful women. "They're as big as Vanillana-sama's," Issei thought, looking at each woman's assets. "Damn, you still haven't changed a bit, buddy," Drake said, and Issei said nothing. "Wait, I think I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't remember where," Issei thought, not noticing the three women approaching where he was standing. "It's been so long since we last saw each other, I can't," Mako said, smiling warmly at Issei, who looked at her strangely. "See, I don't think he remembers us," Megumi said. Mom, it's not his fault, Megumi, Ice-kun has been gone for 10 years, and it's normal," Anna said. "Hayaka-san, do you know him?" the little retard asked Megumi. "Yes, but it seems he doesn't remember those who took care of him when he was little, isn't that right, Chibi Ice?" Megumi said, and those words were a clarification for Issei, who remembered those beautiful women who were his mother's friends. "Megumi-san, Anna-san, Mako-san, is that you? Sorry for not remembering you, I have a really bad memory, haha, you've really changed, you've become more beautiful than I remember," said Issei, and they felt elongated, although Mako blushed while putting a hand on her cheek. Thank you for the compliment, Ice-kun," Anna said. "But tell us, when did you return?" she asked. "Yes, Ice, it's good to know you're back," Megumi said with a smile. "Well, about 2 weeks ago, I decided to study here because I had some problems in Kuo and decided to return to my parents' house and finish my studies here," Issei told them. "What kind of problems, Ai-kun?" Mako asked. "Some of the ones I don't want to talk about yet, I want to forget them, I'm sorry," Issei said. "No, sorry to ask, but changing the subject, it seems you got along well with our children," Mako said, smiling. "Huh? Are these your children? Wow, it's a small world, but yes, they are very nice," said Issei, looking at the smiling boys. "Well, let us introduce them," Megumi said, placing her son in front of her. "This is Kotaro, and he's 7 years old." She introduced Kotaro. "Nice to meet you, Nai-chan," Kotaro said with a big smile. "My name is Issei, Hyoudou Issei, but you can call me Ice, guys," Issei said to the children, who smiled. "Of course, Ice Nai-chan," Kotaro said. "Well," Anna said, placing her son in front of her. "This is Shmata, and he's 6 years old," Anna introduced her son. "Pleased to meet you, Ice Nai-san," Shmata said, and Issei smiled. "Well," Mako said, placing her son in front of her, "this is Hyoudou, and he's 8 years old." "Nice to meet you, Ice Nai. I hope we get along well from now on," Hyoudou said, and Issei smiled at him. "Nice to meet you, guys. As you can see, your mothers took care of me when I was little. Now, whenever you need anything, I'm willing to help you, since your mothers were very good to me, and that's why I love them. So, I'll take care of you when I can, and you can come over to my house to play video games, haha," said Issei, and the children smiled and hugged him. Meanwhile, the mothers, blushing slightly, Megumi and Anna, and openly, Mako, smiled, knowing that Issei loved them very much, and were happy about it without knowing why. After that, they spent some time talking, and Issei treated the mothers and children to ice cream, which they happily accepted. They talked about what had happened over the years, and the women laughed about the things Issei had gone through before becoming a reincarnated demon. They were saddened to learn that Issei's grandparents had died 3 years prior. They hugged him, though unconsciously, or perhaps not, who knows. They placed Issei's face between their large breasts, which embarrassed Issei a little since he wasn't used to older women. Then they agreed to visit each other, and the women gave him the address of their apartment complex if he ever wanted to come and visit. After that, they went home with a promise to see each other again, and the children said goodbye to their new Nai-san. Issei returned home and watched some television. "Wow, I didn't think I'd ever see them again," Issei said to himself as Drake's gem appeared on his left arm. "Wow, mate, you kept those well hidden, huh?" Drake joked. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Issei asked, not understanding. "You're going to deny that you're not attracted to them, I mean, you always wanted an older woman in your harem, so why not them? I mean, it's obvious they're interested in you, plus they're single and their children like you have a very good chance with any of them," Drake said, and Issei looked at him strangely because of that. "What?" Drake asked. "Nothing, it's just that it seems strange to me that you're helping me with something like this. I mean, I know I want a harem and all, and I don't deny that I've been interested in them since I was little, but it's weird that you're encouraging me to make them fall in love," Issei said. "Well, I mean, you've changed for the better, and I was also surprised by how nice you really are, leaving the perverted side aside, so I thought, what's wrong with helping him with his conquests?" And so I thought I'd tell you who's really interested in you and who isn't so you don't suffer any disappointment, Drake said, and Issei smiled at that. You're great, friend, you're great, said Issei. I know, I already know that, mate, said Drake. And so the hours passed, with Issei playing MK11 for a while, until he prepared dinner and went to sleep. Time skip. -1 week later. A week had passed since Issei encountered the trio of mothers, who visited him frequently to spend time with him after work. They brought their children, whom Issei liked. He always had a way with kids. Issei would cook for the women, who experienced a level 4 culinary orgasm, since he didn't want to kill them. They joked that if he grew up, one of them would marry him, and Issei thought they were just joking. If only he knew that same week, he also learned where they lived, even though they were just a few blocks from his house. They were charmed by Issei, and although they heard from him that he had acted like a pervert, it didn't bother them. A certain woman with light brown hair might have wished he would be perverted with her, but they also liked that Issei got along well with the children and thought he would be a great father. Today was his first outing in the city this week. Meiko, Anna, and Megumi were at their jobs, so I decided to take advantage of the opportunity and see what I could accomplish today, since there was no less than a week left before the start of my second year and I needed to figure out what to do. I had already taken the Totsuki entrance exam. My godfather, Senzaman, evaluated me personally, and the old man was proud of Issei. Now all that's left is to submit weekly reports until the training camp, and according to the old man, Issei will be staying at the Polar Star, where his parents once stayed with the best of the best years ago. Issei was walking through the city streets looking for entertainment and decided to try something to eat, and that was the beginning of his little journey through the city. He ate at a fast food stand where the food was good, then went on a trip to buy video games, teleporting to a secluded spot near Akihabara where he bought several video games and manga he wanted to read. Afterward, he returned to the city and went to lunch at one of his restaurants. It was his, it's an inheritance, right? Some of the employees recognized him and served him quickly, though Issei told them to relax since he was there as a customer, and they calmed down. Then he went to play for an hour at the arcade and finally visited a park in a high part of the city with a great view of the sunset. Another fun day, Issei said to himself. You're making good use of your time, buddy. You didn't do that before, and that makes me happy, Drake said, and Issei just smiled. Issei turned around to go home for dinner when he bumped into someone who years ago was shy and calm. Ice? Asked a girl in front of Issei, a girl who, if it weren't for her hair and glasses, he wouldn't recognize at all. Mei-chan, is that you? Issei asked, impressed by the stunning woman his childhood friend had become. Imagine her in formal clothes, like a white sweater that clings to her body and a ruffled miniskirt that goes down to mid-thigh and her boots or something like that. Maiko Shiraki, one of Issei's childhood friends, was shy and somewhat timid. This was due to being bullied by some girls for being more developed than them in the chest area. Out of envy, they made her think that large breasts were a hindrance. But when she met Issei, who attended the same elementary school, Issei and her other childhood friend made her see that she was beautiful just as she was and to ignore what they said. Issei and her other friend even taught them a lesson, sometimes through physical violence, about not messing with her. From then on, Maiko gradually changed into what she is today. A woman proud of her voluptuous figure, serious, strict, and who has rejected several men who now have their eyes on her, since she only has one person in her heart and the only one to whom she will show a side of herself that only a few people know. Issei. Maiko exclaimed, overjoyed to see Issei again after 10 years. She recognized him instantly, and so she did something that made Issei blush slightly, since she was now a bit taller than him. She tucked Issei's face between her ample chest, which literally surpassed Ria's and Akeno's. You have no idea how happy I am to see you back, Maiko said, happy to be close to Issei and able to hug him. Issei returned the hug, embracing her slender waist and smiling. Likewise Mei-chan, I'm happy to see you again, said Issei. They spent a few minutes hugging, enjoying each other's touch, until they decided to separate and look for somewhere to sit. They came to some swings and both sat down. You've changed, Mei-chan, you look more beautiful than I remember, Issei complimented, and she lowered her gaze, slightly blushing but happy. Yes, I decided to stop being weak. I wish you and Ranko had helped me accept myself as I am. I decided to change my attitude after you left, which, by the way, made me sad to learn about your parents and that you left too, Maiko said, and Issei lowered his head. He hadn't been able to say a proper goodbye to his friends and had lost all contact with them because of it. I spent some time with Ranko, and thanks to her, my attitude began to change. No one bothered me anymore. I started exercising, and I can tell you I'm strong, haha, she said with a gentle smile, looking at Issei, who smiled at that. Thanks to you and Ranko, I am who I am now. And although I thank her, I thank you even more because you were my friend when no one else would be. For that and much more, thank you, Ice, Maiko said with a beautiful smile that made Issei blush. You don't have to thank me, Mei-chan. I did it with pleasure. I was worried about you, so don't thank me at all, because I'll be by your side when you need me most, Issei said, and she smiled at that. You came back to stay, right Ice? She asked, and Issei nodded, looking somewhat sad, which worried her. What happened in Kuo? She asked. Many things, my grandparents died 3 years ago, Issei said, and Maiko got up from the swing and pulled him into a hug. Oh, I didn't know. You must have been very sad, Ice. I wish I could have been there for you when it happened, Maiko said, hugging Issei, which he accepted. It was comforting to have someone's hug sometimes. I know you and Ranko would have been there with me, but that's over now, and I still hold you in my heart, Issei said, having already separated from her. They both began walking away from the place while talking. After that, I had some problems in the city, and months ago I decided to leave the city and come back, Issei explained, and she looked at him. It must have been very big problems if you decided to return to Ice, Maiko said. Well, I can only tell you that I felt uncomfortable staying there, and although there were people who are important to me in Kuo, the circumstances I was living in months ago made me return, but look on the bright side, we met again, Mei-chan, Issei said, and she smiled. Yes, that's good, Maiko said, then asked an important question. So that means you'll be studying here, right? She asked, wanting to know where Issei was going to study. Issei felt a pang of relief. Yes, I will attend Yoshikazu High School, that's the name of the school according to the manga. I will be in my 2nd year, said Issei, and Maiko smiled, knowing that they would now be together at the same school. That means Ranko and I will be your senpais, Maiko said, and Issei looked at her. Will you go there? Issei asked. Yes, I'll be in 3rd year, and I'm also the vice president of the student council, she said with her eyes closed and a proud smile. Oh, you have accomplished a lot in this time, Mei-chan, I'm very happy for you, haha, said Issei, and she smiled. They reached an intersection where they had to separate since they lived in opposite directions. Well, I'm going this way, Maiko said, pointing to her left. She looked at Issei, hugged him, and kissed him on the cheek, something that would have made anyone think they were a couple, not that Maiko or Issei cared about that idea. See you later. Oh, and by the way, let's exchange numbers, Maiko said, taking out her phone. After doing so, she hugged Issei again. See you, Ice, she said. Yes, Mei-chan, see you later and have a good night, said Issei, and she nodded and left. Wow, she's really become very beautiful, said Issei and continued on his way. With Maiko. The silver-haired girl smiled. Issei was back. She knew she had competition, since Ranko and other girls who knew Issei were in love with him. She wouldn't mind sharing, but she wouldn't make it easy for him either. After all, she knew Issei wasn't human. How? Simple. Maiko's father was a supernatural being. That's how she learned many things, and if she wasn't mistaken, Issei left Kuo because of something related to the Gremory girls he shared a house with. She would investigate what, but for now, she had to take advantage of the fact that Ranko hadn't seen Issei and score some points with the brunette to beat him. She'd let him join in later, but first, she would use the opportunity. Ice, you don't know how much I love you, the girl smiled sensually as she returned home. She lived alone because her parents worked abroad. Time skip. Days later. Monday. Yoshizaku High School. -7 a.m. It was already his first day of classes. Issei was walking through the hallways looking for his classroom after the opening ceremony. He had been seeing Maiko while the 3 mothers were working in the morning. Issei was now slowly recovering that relationship he had with Maiko from when they were children. He invited her to walk, eat ice cream, see a movie, and so on. She was delighted with that and hadn't told Ranko anything so she could continue enjoying being with Issei. Issei and Maiko were very close, and now they were even closer after the ceremony, where he met the student council president Katohayashi Iris. She looked serious, very serious. Her demeanor reminded him of Sona. He glanced at Maiko, who, upon seeing him, smiled quickly before returning to her serious expression. Issei was happy to see what she had become. Now Issei was looking for classroom 2A, where he would be studying. Issei walked on and in one classroom he saw a beautiful, busty Redeed, but he didn't see her face. Then he passed by a curvy brunette with a serious expression, wearing the typical teacher's uniform. Further down one of the hallways, he saw a blue-haired girl wearing the same uniform as the brunette, but with a calmer expression. After several minutes, he arrived back at the classroom. He slid the door open and, upon entering, received everyone's attention. Some girls gave him affectionate looks. He glanced at his future classmates, his attention lingering on a few. At the back of the room stood a pretty blonde with blue eyes who looked at him, but when their eyes met, she looked away, blushing slightly. She was with 2 other girls, but then his gaze fell upon a group of 4 boys who were looking at him. His attention was drawn to a Redeed who also stared at him. They exchanged a serious look before smiling. This puzzled the other 3 boys who were with the Redeed. "Hello Ice-kun, it's been so long since we last saw each other," said the Redeed, Hashiba Junichi, Issei's friend for about 5 years. Junichi studied at the same school as him. Junichi approached and gave him a brotherly hug. "Likewise Junichi, it was 5 years haha," said Issei. "Hey Junichi, do you know that guy?" asked a blue-haired boy with glasses, drawing the attention of the two. "Ah, yes, he's an old friend. We studied together in high school years ago," Junichi explained. "Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, but you can call me Ice," Issei introduced himself. "Nice to meet you too Ice, I'm Shinpei Sakamoto," the boy introduced himself. "Nice to meet you Ice, I'm Kigo Ishida," said the blonde man. "Nice to meet you Hyoudou-kun, I'm Minoru Kabeikawa," introduced the pleasant but lolicon chubby boy. "Nice to meet you guys too, I hope we can get along haha," said Issei. "So what are you doing?" Issei asked, watching as Shinpei smiled evilly, pulling out a magazine that Issei recognized instantly. "I shouldn't have asked," Issei thought. "You're so lucky with your friends, buddy, hahaha," Drake laughed, and Issei didn't say anything because he was absolutely right. Issei left his backpack on the empty seat in front of Junichi and stood facing the group. "So, you haven't answered me at all, what are you doing?" Issei asked, and Shinpei looked at him. "We ruined the atmosphere," Shinpei replied, and Issei didn't understand. "What?" Issei asked, not understanding anything. "Look around you and you'll understand," Shinpei said, and Issei obeyed and looked at many couples. "Now you understand, you're supposed to come to school to learn, damn it," the blue-haired boy shouted angrily. "But can't you just ignore it? I mean, it's not like it matters what the others do after all," Issei said, and Shinpei looked at him. "Are you on their side?" he asked, looking at Issei, who shook his head. "No," but he didn't finish because the blue-haired boy interrupted him. "Then let us be," she said, returning to her healthy reading. "Ah, why am I even trying?" Issei said, and Junichi put a hand on his shoulder. "Leave them alone, Ice-kun, they've always been like that," Junichi said, and Issei just nodded. When he looked again, Shinpei put one of his magazines in front of him. "Here, it's for you," he said, and Issei unconsciously took it. "Wait, why are you giving me something like that?" Issei asked, and Shinpei shrugged. Issei was about to complain, but a voice stopped him. "Hello, are you there?" said the female voice, making Issei turn to see who had called him, finding himself face to face with a blonde beauty with pink tips. "You're kind of in my way, don't you think?" she asked, looking at Issei. "Huh? Yes, sorry, you can come in," Issei said, still holding the magazine, and letting her pass. She walked by but noticed the magazine in Issei's hands and looked at him with disgust. Issei realized this and knew why she was looking at him like that. "Do you know that things like that should be in your house for when I'm alone?" the blonde said, but Issei didn't flinch. "You know you should get to know someone before judging them, right? Besides, just because I have this in my hand doesn't mean it's mine, right?" Issei asked, and she looked at him, impressed that he hadn't stayed silent. "Well, miss, you go on your way. You have nothing more to do here," Issei said, and the blonde, somewhat annoyed, left. The boys looked at Issei, impressed by this, and Issei noticed. "What?" Issei asked. "No, it's just, wow, we thought you'd stay quiet, but no, you're impressive Ice-kun," said Junichi. Yeah, I know how amazing I can be, oh by the way," Issei said and slammed the magazine into Shinpei's face, "because of you I almost created a stupid misunderstanding, don't ever give me something like that again," Issei said, making an angry face. Issei continued talking a little with the boys. "I swear to God I wrote Issei instead of boys here hahaha," while being watched by the green-eyed blonde and the blue-eyed blonde. But both blondes. The two blondes, who are great friends by the way, looked at Issei and laughed a little at what he did to Shinpei. "Hey, Yukana-kai, don't you think the new student is interesting?" asked the blue-eyed blonde. To be honest, if Galko-chan didn't stay silent when I asked him about that magazine, I was angry about what he said, but he's right, I shouldn't judge anyone without even knowing them," said the blonde with pink tips named Yukana to the blonde named Galko, who nodded. "Putting that aside, don't you think it's kind of cute?" Galko asked, blushing slightly as Issei laughed with the boys. Yukana saw Issei smile. "Yes, you're right," said Yukana with a smile. And so the teacher entered and the presentations began alongside the classes. Time skip. Lunchtime. It was lunchtime and Issei was alone on some benches in front of the courts, eating the lovely bento that Meiko had prepared for him. Meiko-san cooks deliciously, said Issei, savoring the lunch his mother had lovingly prepared for him. Issei was eating peacefully when he noticed the blue-haired teacher a few benches away. She teaches math. Her name is Awashika Miss Yuzu, if I am not mistaken, and she's strict in class, but calm when she's not teaching. Issei watched her for a moment and she noticed it, and upon seeing Issei she smiled gently at him and Issei did the same and they both went back to what they were doing. Time skip. Room 2A. -2:50 p.m., 14:50. Alright, since class is almost over, I'll assign the homework for next time, said the history teacher. She's a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a very strong personality. Her name is Kuris Katsuko. She's very strict but kind, as she cares about her students. She wrote down the homework for the next class and decided to end the session. Alright, I expect the homework to be submitted on time and I won't accept any excuses, she said. The bell rang, which cheered the students up. Alright, take care on your way home. See you Thursday, she said and left the classroom, giving Issei one last look as he was putting his things away. He's cute, she thought with a smile and left. I know many hate it, but understand this won't be NTR, so don't be influenced by what happened in the original work, which by the way gave me eye cancer, and I had to get an implant, now I have bionic eyes. Wow, she is beautiful, Issei thought, but strict, he sighed. That's just how that Citri girl is, and you don't complain, go ahead and deny it, Drake told him, and Issei couldn't find an answer to that. Issei walked out calmly when the four boys stopped him, and that surprised him. Ice-kun, there's something they want to tell you, but let it be known that I disagreed with them, Junichi said, and that surprised Issei. And that's it? Issei asked, having a bad feeling about this. Well, Shinpei began, hoping she wouldn't get angry. So, you guys played some kind of lottery about who should ask Yukano-yame out, right? Issei asked, his eyebrow twitching. Yes, said Shinpei and Kigo. They also put my name there, and most importantly, I was the one who came out winner, am I correct? Issei asked again. Yes, you're right, Shinpei said. Junichi strangely walked away as he noticed Issei was angry. Also, I have to go there where she is in a few minutes. Issei asked, and they nodded. If you hurry, you'll catch her, since I saw her passing by the shoe lockers with her friends, Shinpei said. Issei was trying not to hit him, but he calmed down and decided to fix the problem. Ah, why bother with you guys, Issei said, letting out a sigh of resignation. I'd better go and fix this, Issei said, and they saw him. But why are you going? That's not your responsibility. After all, they got you into this without your consent, said Junichi, and Issei, who was already walking, looked at them over his shoulder. It's because it's what a real man does, Issei said, and they didn't say anything, and so Issei went to meet them, which would begin his crazy new life. Behind the school. Issei had arrived at the meeting point, which was behind the school. Ah, I hope everything goes well or else, Issei said, looking at the orange sky. Or else nothing, better say that if those fallen angels and Citri find out you're looking for girls without their permission, they'll beat you up first and then grape you before giving you permission, Drake said, and Issei thought of something. You're sick, Drake, but the grape thing doesn't sound so bad, after all, according to you, I could dominate them, right? Issei thought, and Drake just laughed at that. His partner changed a lot. Ah, you are, said a female voice that turned out to be Yukano-yame, who was impressed that Issei was the one who sent her the letter. Yes, hello, I'm Hyoudou, Issei, nice to meet you, said Issei, extending his hand, which she accepted. Yukano-yame, she introduced herself. So you're the secret admirer, huh? She asked, intrigued, then smiled. Seriously, you like me so much you wrote this letter? Are you that desperate for a girlfriend? She tried to tease him, but Issei looked at her seriously and she hadn't expected that reaction from him. Honestly, I wasn't the one who wrote the letter, nor am I desperate. You may be beautiful, but I didn't send you this letter on my own merit, Issei said seriously, and she was surprised, although she felt bad about what he said. So if it wasn't you, who was it? She asked, intrigued. Do you remember the guys I was with? He asked, and she nodded. Well, it was them. I came here to clear up the misunderstanding, since there are several steps to going out with a girl, and these guys missed the boat in the end, Issei said, and she looked at him. Oh, you sound like a relationship expert. So tell me, how would you ask me out then? She said, leaning forward slightly, trying to get him to look at her large breasts, but she couldn't because Issei was looking her in the eyes. Wow, so he doesn't fall for it easily. That could be interesting, she said, as she was testing what a friend of hers, who is a senpai, told her to do to see which guys are perverts and which aren't. Well, first I'd become your friend, Issei began, drawing Yukana's attention. Then I'd treat you well so you'd see me as a potential partner. We'd go out from time to time, and I'd treat you like a queen. Then, when I saw there was a result, I'd start getting closer to you romantically, and when I saw that everything was ready, I'd ask you to be my girlfriend, Issei said casually, and she looked at him, genuinely surprised. And what if that didn't work? She asked, and Issei looked at her. I would find a way to win your love. I always say you have to find the best way for a woman to fall in love with a man, and vice versa, Issei said, remembering how his current girlfriends told him how they fell in love with him. Yukana didn't know what to do. This boy in front of her was incredibly interesting, and to say he was not just cute but downright handsome. She knew that most handsome boys were all looks and no heart, but Issei, to her, had both. She felt very attracted to him, as if something or someone had arranged for them to meet, and she was enjoying it. Well, like I said, I don't want to upset you with this bad joke from these guys. Don't worry, I won't say anything about today, so you can relax. We'll pretend nothing happened and go back to how things were before. Maybe we can be friends in the future. So, I'll leave you now, Yame-san, Issei said, walking past Yukana, who stopped him. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Issei asked, intrigued. You know, I wouldn't mind going out with you, she said, pulling Issei against the school wall and bringing her face close to his. Looking into his eyes, their green and honey-colored eyes met, and she smiled. I really liked what you said recently about relationships, although some relationships start like that because of a bad joke and work out, she said, surprising Issei by showing him where she was going with this. Besides, I like you a little, and I found you interesting when I met you this morning. So, what do you say? Do you want to go out with me and be boyfriend and girlfriend? That way we can see if we're compatible. Something tells me it'll be fun being with you, Yukana said, smiling beautifully, and Issei looked at her. Are you sure about this? I don't want to force you into anything, as you might be disappointed in the future, Issei warned, since he would have to tell her about himself and what he truly was, and he didn't want to erase her memory by revealing the supernatural. So, are you sure? I don't want you to force yourself into something you might not want later, Issei said seriously, and Yukana was surprised but smiled. Yes, I'm sure, so tell me, do you want to go out with me, Hyoudou Issei-kun? She asked, and Issei let out a sigh of resignation. I'll have to tell Rainer and the girls about this today, Issei thought and looked at Yukana. Okay, we'll go out, but call me Ice. I don't really like formalities, Issei said. Okay Ice, you can call me Yukana, she said, smiling. Okay, Yukana-chan, Issei said, and she smiled. And so the beginning of a relationship takes place in this new stage of Issei's life, without knowing that he would soon meet and reunite with old friends and acquaintances. Today Issei felt that he was truly starting his new life in Tokyo, and that it would be fun. End of chapter 1. Harem 1 definitive. Okay, this is the first definitive harem, no more changes or anything, this will be the harem I'll focus on before Shakugeki no Soma, the MILFs one. Woohoo. Degrees anyway, this is the first harem and now to focus on the story, see you later, Draco out. Hajimete no Gal. 1 Yukana Yame. 2 Ranko Hanju. 3 Shizune Fujinoki Nin. 4 Yui Kashi. 5 Kashi Yuki, who won't be a boy for those who know and follow the manga. 6 Kotohei Ashi Iris, only those who read the manga know who she is. Ashit Galko-chan. 7 Galko Uhara, thanks for that full name. And Satsukai's Hitsu. 8 Arena Jalavic position. English teacher. Cleavage. 9 Ichin Issei position. Art teacher. Unsweet. 10 Kuriskatsuko position. History teacher. I know you hate her, but that's how it is, so deal with it. Also, in a future fic I'll be using a certain girl similar to Aika who's an nymphomaniac. It's an Odom fic, so don't be surprised. I'm crazy, my psychologist Harley told me, so don't expect anything less from me. Yes. 11 Awashika Misuzu position. Mathematics teacher. Prison school. 12 Maiko Shiraki 4th childhood friend position. Vice president of the student council. Akusama Wamoto Yariman. 13 Megumi Morisaki. 14 Anna Akudera. 15 Meiko Suzumoto. Chapter 2 A Crazy Day, Karaoke and more. Chapter 2. The next day on my way to school. Issei was walking calmly toward school after what happened yesterday and getting a girlfriend without even putting in much effort, although very strange it was still true. Issei had talked with Rainer and the others who were at his house after he arrived home. It was good that Megumi, Anna and Meiko were busy since that way they didn't ask about the girls, it's not the time to explain things yet. She still remembers the conversation they had last night. Flashback. Yesterday. -6:30 p.m., 1830. Hyoudou residence. Issei was watching television. He had only returned home an hour ago after stopping at the arcade to play for a while and buy some games he wanted. Now, Issei was watching a TV series, none other than Dragon Ball Heroes. He was peacefully watching the series when some magic circles appeared near him and he already knew who they were. How convenient, I was going to call them after watching the program, Issei said to Rainer, who quickly sat down to his right. Rainer, Kalwerner and Sona arrived home. What did you want to talk about, Ice-kun? Sona asked, sitting down to his left. Ice, what is it, did something happen? Kalwerner asked, sitting down to her right as Rainer sat on her lap. Wait, does some woman have anything to do with this, Ice? Rainer said, looking at Issei, who just smiled nervously. Well, Issei began to recount the events of the day in detail. First, how he met a duo who would be like the Mitsuda and Motohama of here, despite Issei's two friends ceasing to be perverts, along with how he met Yukana in a not very common way, then the rest. The three of them listened and were impressed by Issei's luck in meeting people, but the most amazing thing was that his boyfriend got a girl without even asking. That was on another level. This was awesome. It's good to know you were going to tell us about this girl, Yukana, right? But don't you think it's unfair to her to know who you really are? Sona asked. Yes, Ice-kun, you should tell him, although thinking about it, you should take some time for that since you never know what might happen, Rainer said. I agree with Ray, first you need to spend some time with her and get to know each other, so that when you see the right moment you can talk to her about the supernatural, Kalwerner said. That's what I thought too. After all, this strange relationship started with a bad joke the guys played on me. First, I'll get to know Yukana to see how far things go and if we can get along, Issei said. They nodded in agreement, since it would be odd after only a few hours of starting a relationship. Anyway, what's been happening lately? We've been talking about nothing but each other these past few days, Issei asked the girls, who looked at each other. Well, according to Gladys and Irina, Zenobia has been depressed since you left. When they told her why you were acting that way about Ria's feelings, she told herself she was stupid and useless for not considering the feelings of the father of her future children. Also, Ria's has been serious for a month now, since whenever they ask about you, she walks away without saying anything. The Kendo, well, she's the same as Ria's, and Asia is the same as them, but very upset about you leaving, Sona declared, and Issei thought about that. Well, Zenobia didn't know anything about what happened, and I'd like to talk to her, but not now. The others seem to still be angry, and I don't intend to do anything about it. I've been very lenient about letting Rias get angry with me about various things, so if she continues to be stubborn, I won't talk to her until I know that what she did was childish and selfish of her, only thinking of herself, Issei said seriously. Sona, Rainer and Kalwerner didn't say anything since Issei had every right in the world to be angry with Rias and her attitude towards him. Anyway, let's leave that aside. So, you don't want dinner? I'll cook for you. He didn't finish because he was dragged into the kitchen by the three of them. Haha, Irina will get jealous when she finds out we ate Ice-kun's food, said Rainer. Kalwerner was the same, and Sona thought that Rias was missing out on a lot by still being upset with Issei, but now was the time to take advantage. They had a good evening talking about their days, with Sona having a difficult time because there were several boys bothering her and girls and so on, Rainer and Kalwerner coldly rejecting several boys who confessed to them and so on, until they went to sleep altogether. End of flashback. Present. They really took it well, that's why I love them, Issei whispered to himself as he continued on his way to school. He walked calmly, listening to music on his phone, while watching people go to work or attend to other matters, including several students from other schools or from his own. Hey, Ice-kun. Greeted Aridid walking alongside his new friends who had regretful looks, while only Shinpei and Kigo, since Minoru had nothing to do with it. Good morning Ice-kun, how are you? Junichi asked his friend. Good, and you? Issei asked. Well, haha, said Junichi. Yes, very good since I got to see the elementary school girls walking to their schools, haha said Minoru as if it was the most normal thing in the world. This guy has issues, Issei thought. Some serious problems, Drake said. You know, Ice, we're sorry to have gotten you into this mess yesterday, haha, Shinpei apologized, and Kigo nodded. It must have been difficult to be rejected by that girl, Kigo said. Issei looked at them with a blank expression. Not really, Issei said. Now, you don't have to lie to make yourself feel better, so don't worry just because that girl rejected you, Shinpei said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Issei didn't say anything. Yes, Kigo said beside him, we're here for you, we're friends and friends don't abandon each other. Junichi and Minoru stayed out of it. The truth is, I didn't reject myself, Issei declared, but they didn't believe him. Don't lie, we know a girl like her wouldn't accept, but don't worry, there are plenty of fish in the sea, and you can choose any girl you want, Shinpei said in his prophetic mode. Yes, so cheer up, it's not the end of the world just because she rejected you, Kigo said, patting him on the back in a comforting way. You know what, believe what you want, Issei said. Just then, his phone rang, and he looked at a WhatsApp message from Yukana. It's true, we exchanged numbers yesterday before going home, Issei thought, unlocking his phone and opening WhatsApp. He found a selfie of her. Oh, wow, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, Issei thought, sending her, you look beautiful without realizing that Shinpei and Kigo had seen it. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. Issei saw this. Hey, you have to respect other people's privacy, Issei said, but they were still shocked by what they'd seen. What happened? Junichi asked, seeing both boys frozen in place. No see Daiho Issei. Traitor. They both said, pointing at Issei, who looked at him strangely. And why is that? Issei asked. We thought it was a lie that you didn't reject me, arg. You're so lucky, you traitor. Shinpei said angrily. Issei looked at him like he was an idiot. But wasn't it your idea in the first place? What are you complaining about? Issei asked. We never thought he'd accept, damn it. Shinpei shouted. Let's go before we catch the usual stuff, Kigo said, and so they left. Who can understand you guys? Issei said, watching them leave. I'm sorry Ice-kun, see you later, Junichi said goodbye. Yes, see you later, Issei said when he was alone. Ah, these guys are so confusing, Issei said when someone arrived behind him. Hello was a smiling Yukana who greeted Issei, he saw her and smiled a little. Hi, how are you? Issei asked, and she smiled. Okay, thanks for asking, she said, walking beside him and then looking at him. You really like the selfie I sent you, right? She asked, smiling. Well, I'm not going to lie, you looked beautiful in the photo, Issei said, smiling as he took a water bottle out of his bag. Thanks, I didn't use a filter or anything, you know. She said. Natural beauty is always better, and you are beautiful just the way you are, Issei said without looking at her and not noticing the blush she had. Issei took a sip of water from the bottle and Yukana saw him. It's hot, can I have some of your water? She asked and Issei handed her the bottle. Thank you, she said, taking a sip from the bottle. This is an indirect kiss, right? Issei thought. Does it matter? Drake asked. Not really, Issei said. Thank you, Ice, Yukana said, handing him the bottle. You're welcome, Yukana, Issei said as the bottle fell and was run over by a passing truck. Oh, shoot, Issei said, watching the bottle fly far away. Did you see that? It was like boom, boom, hahaha it was fun Yukana laughed and Issei couldn't help but laugh at that. Yes, haha, we'd better go now or we'll be late said Issei. Yes, let's go she said, taking Issei's hand and intertwining their fingers. Issei looked at her. And you say you're not serious, haha, Drake said. It's still too early, it's best to wait for the right moment, Issei said, following Yukana. Time skip. School. Issei and Yukana had arrived. She separated from him as she went with her friends. She went ahead and he changed his shoes when someone arrived. Phew, it's good that my sister woke me up early, said a girl's voice. Issei looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yukana's blonde friend. She looked at him and smiled. Hello, good morning greeted the blue-eyed blonde. Good morning, Issei replied to the greeting. You're with me, right? In class. Nice to meet you, I'm Uehara Galko, but just call me Galko, the girl introduced herself. I do Issei, but call me Ice, Galko, Issei greeted her. It seems you don't usually come to class early, Issei said, and she laughed nervously while changing her shoes. No, because I always stay up late watching TV, haha, she said, remembering the movie she watched the night before. Haha, sometimes the same thing happens to me said Issei. Galko approached him so that they both started walking to class. Oh, then I'm not the only one haha, although I came early today because my sister woke me up, said Galko. So she doesn't always wake you up, Issei said, and she shook her head. She's a model and isn't always home, plus she's studying at university, but she still helps me out however she can, Galko said. She's a good sister, Issei said. Yes, it's the best, Galko said. They chatted as they walked to their classroom, discovering their shared interests, though Galko was drawn to various things due to her inquisitive nature. Issei found that despite her seemingly proud demeanor, she was quite the opposite, proving to be incredibly kind. She is Yukana's best friend, having known her for 2 years since Galko moved there. They spend most of their time together, and when they're not, Galko is usually at home watching movies or anime. The good girl, they became friends quickly. They arrived at Glace, and Issei said goodbye to Galko who, smiling, went to where her friend was. Yukana saw them impressed but remembered how sociable Galko is. Yukana smiled at Issei and he returned the smile. Issei looked where Junichi and the others were, staring blankly at Shinpei and Kigo's stony expressions. Junichi was laughing uncomfortably and Minoru just smiled at him, giving him a thumbs up. Issei let out a tired sigh and went to sit down. Time skip. -12 p.m. Lunchtime. It was lunchtime and Issei looked at the bento that Rainer, along with Kalawiner and Sona, had prepared for him. I expected it from Rainer and Kalawiner, but not from Sona, he thought, still impressed by that. If she heard you say that, she'd hit you, Drake said. Yeah, but I know how to calm her down, Issei thought, and Drake laughed at that. Issei looked at the boys, but they quickly left, leaving him alone. Damn, these guys are really something, Issei said, seeing that only Junichi was left. I'm sorry Ice-kun, that's just how they are, please excuse them, Junichi said, smiling nervously. Don't worry, I would have done the same thing they did before, Issei said. Junichi got up and left, leaving Issei behind. Issei knew he couldn't leave the others. After all, he was the most level-headed of the group. Ah, now I have to eat alone, Issei said, getting up from his seat and leaving. He was unaware that Yukana and Galco, who were eating with their friends, had noticed him. "Yu-chan, isn't he your boyfriend?" Galco whispered to Yukana, who blushed. "Why yes, why do you ask?" Yukana asked. "Aren't you going to eat with him?" Galco asked. Her two other friends weren't paying attention as they were talking amongst themselves. "You're right," Yukana said, getting up, but she looked at Galco. "Would you come with me?" "I'm a little nervous," Yukana said, and Galco smiled. Yes, said Galco. "Sorry girls, we're going outside. See you later." Both friends nodded. And so Galco and Yukana went out to look for Issei. Issei was eating in the same place as yesterday, and apparently Washika Misuzu was eating in the same place. She saw him and he saw her. "Do you like to eat in a quiet place, sensei?" Issei asked, tasting some of what his girlfriends had prepared. "Yes, I don't usually eat near many people," Misuzu said. I didn't expect that, you seem more like a sociable person," Issei said, and she smiled as she shook her head. "I only have a few friends, and the only friends I have here are teachers Sayaka and Kitsuko," Misuzu said. "The art and history teachers." "Well, I expected that," Issei said, remembering the voluptuous Riti teacher and the strict but well-built brunette, both attractive if he was honest. "Well," Misuzu said, getting up from her seat. "It was nice chatting with you, Hyoudou-kun. See you in class." "Yes, Awashika-sensei, see you later," said Issei, and the blue-haired girl smiled as she calmly left. "She's beautiful," Issei thought. "Not only girls your own age, you also want to pick up your teachers, buddy, you certainly have big dreams with that harem, haha," Drake said, and Issei did not respond. Issei thought it through. Living here was great and he was more relaxed. He was training to improve his cooking, which was working out. He reunited with old friends and acquaintances, and the trio of mothers was attentive to him, although Meiko was the most attentive, though he didn't dislike it. After all, the three of them were beautiful despite their age. Issei was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Yukana approaching alone. Apparently, Galco had thrown her in to be alone with him. The blue-eyed blonde had gone to see some friends from other grades, and so a nervous Yukana had to go to Issei. She saw that Issei had finished his large meal and was now sitting looking at the sky. "Hi," she greeted, sitting down next to Issei, very close to him. Issei saw her and nodded. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing really, just admiring the sky," Issei said, not bothered by Yukana's approach to him. "Oh? That's strange," she said, now very close to Issei, who just raised an eyebrow at the word strange. "Why is it strange?" Issei asked. "Normally, boys our age do other things, like goof around or be perverts, or maybe do nothing productive, or just read," Yukana said, resting her head on Issei's shoulder. "Well, I decided to change because, believe it or not, I was doing at least two of the things you mentioned," Issei said, and she looked at him. What were you doing?" she asked, interested, but Issei poked her nose while shaking his head. "It's a secret," Issei said, smiling, and she just pouted while blushing a little. "Boo-hoo, it's not fair, we won't be able to get to know each other better this way," she complained, crossing her arms, and Issei smiled. "Has anyone ever told you that you look cute when you blush?" Issei asked, his right arm around her shoulders. Yukana just blushed without answering, so she looked for something to change the subject. "You know," Yukana said, resting her head back on Issei's shoulder. He looked at her. "I've always thought guys don't get too attached to pictures of their girlfriend," she said, smiling and remembering the message Issei had sent that morning in response to her photo. "But I see you do, Ice," she said, meeting Issei's eyes. Issei smiled and put his arm around her shoulders, and she let him. She liked this new feeling. "Well, I'm just saying what I see, and the photo you sent me represents what I said. You're beautiful, Yukana," Issei said, looking at her, and she smiled while he blushed a little. They remained in comfortable silence and still embraced. Yukana thought it was very comfortable to be like this, and Issei thought so too. Maybe it wouldn't be bad if she were one of his girlfriends, although he shouldn't trust her yet. Yukana saw Issei turn his gaze towards her, and she thought of something. "Hey," I said Yukana. Issei murmured. "Do you want us to kiss?" she asked, blushing at the thought. Issei, for his part, hadn't expected that so soon. "Didn't you see it coming?" Drake mocked, and Issei simply ignored him. Issei looked at her for a moment, trying to think of a way out of the situation, and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "You know," Issei said, holding her close, then gently taking her chin in his left hand, making her blush. "It's still too soon for that, Yukana. We only started dating today, and I don't want to rush things. And as much as I want to kiss you, I'm saving that moment for a special occasion, to treasure it, our treasure." Issei's words left Yukana speechless, and Drake could only manage one thing to say to his partner. Noseborn, what a charmer, Drake said as applause erupted, perhaps from the former holders who were also speechless, having not expected such behavior from Issei. Issei decided to ignore the commotion and focused on Yukana, who simply sighed and blushed. Well, the blonde with green eyes didn't know what to say. That's it, buddy, make her fall in love with you, Drake said, and Issei ignored him again. Well, but if you want you can give me a kiss, she said blushing, and Issei did the most sensible thing. Okay, I'll give you a kiss, Issei said, moving closer to her. Yukana simply closed her eyes as she prepared to receive her first kiss. Her heart was racing, and she was nervous, but she wouldn't reject Issei. Issei leaned in and gently kissed her right cheek, surprising and making her blush. He moved closer to her ear and whispered, all in good time, my dear. He stepped back and stood up, carrying the empty bento boxes in his left hand and extending his right hand to his girlfriend. Let's go. Classes will start soon, Issei said. She looked at him, still blushing, but smiled and took his hand. Yes, let's go, she said. So they walked hand in hand, talking for a while. Almost unnoticed, a small shadow watched them from a distance. Ani, you came back but didn't come to see me. You're mean, especially when you're holding hands with another girl. You'll see, the girl said, turning to go to her classroom. But she wasn't the only one hiding and watching the couple. In another corner, a taller shadow glared at them with pure jealousy, especially at Yukana for holding Issei's hand. Ice-kun, first you don't talk to me and now this, what a great friend you turned out to be, but this won't stay like this, I'll fight for you, you'll see, said the girl in question as she looked for her return to class. Time skip. Departure time. -3:30 p.m., 15:30. Classes had already ended and Issei was putting away his things. His friends apologized for leaving him alone and started talking for a while teacher Miss Yuzu went out to attend to something. They talked about karaoke and something related to rules between couples that ended in hex. Issei just looked at them with a poker face and decided to just nod at what they were saying while he heard Drake's laughter inside. Now art class with the hexy teacher Issei Aka had finished. She sometimes gave him glances that he noticed but chose to ignore as he felt a chill whenever he caught her looking at him. Drake's laughter didn't help matters. Although the teacher was good at art, she taught them very professional drawing methods. Then there was what happened during his father's visit to Kuo Academy when an old acquaintance of his mother's came to see him. He'd never run that fast that day, though, as she chased him all over the academy trying to do things to him. Just remembering it made him uncomfortable. It wasn't that he was a coward or a wimp, but he was incredibly shy when a woman was bothering him, especially one as beautiful as Ori Sendaora, one of the heads of Hubby Food Cooperative. She and her twin sister were devoted admirers of their mother. When they met 5-year-old Issei, they almost kidnapped him more than once, but nothing their mother's killer spoon couldn't fix. However, when Ori appeared in the academy surprised and delighted him. She told him his sister couldn't make it because of work, though it was better that she was alone, since the two of them would be unstoppable. But getting back to the point, Issei used modeling clay and, with his now somewhat more skilled hands, created a sculpture of his parents. This surprised everyone and attracted even more attention from Sayaka. Galco congratulated Issei, as did Yukana, along with his friends. And so the class ended with Issei now famous as the master sculptor. Jinichi and the others went off to wander around for a while. Issei told them he had to go home early to prepare dinner, even if it was just an excuse to get home and play on the PC. Issei left the classroom with a fixed direction towards his house, walking calmly when someone called him. Ice. Was Yukana's voice as she came out of the room and approached him. It's good that I caught up with you, you're free, right? She asked. Yes. Issei replied and she smiled even more. Then come with me for a while, she said, grabbing Issei's arm and dragging him along. Where are we going? Issei asked, letting himself be led along. Just follow me, Yukana said, smiling. And so they both left the school heading in an unknown direction, at least for Issei, since she already knew where to go. Time skip. In front of karaoke. They had arrived in front of the karaoke bar. Issei looked at Yukana, puzzled, and sought an explanation, but she only dragged him inside. Issei simply let her go, saw that she had asked for time for the karaoke, and so they walked to the room they had requested to sing. I'm so grateful you came, Ice. I was really looking forward to going to karaoke, but I couldn't come with my friends, she said. Yes, said Issei, not very convinced. I really wanted to come with my friends, Yukana complained. Issei stopped and looked at her with a blank expression. I'm leaving, I'm nobody's second choice, Issei said offended, turning away, but Yukana nervously stopped him. No, sorry, I didn't mean that. The truth is, I wanted to invite you, but I didn't know how, so I just dragged you here without saying anything. I'm sorry, she said, embarrassed that Issei had misunderstood things. Just don't do that again, Issei said, and she smiled. Okay, you go ahead, I'll go buy some drinks, Yukana said, and Issei nodded and went to the room. Issei sat on the sofa and picked up the tablet to choose music. He saw some songs he would sing along to, and while he was choosing, Yukana came in. I'm back, wow, you're already choosing, haha, well she said, putting the drinks on the small table. Yes, I'll only sing a little, Issei said. Well, I guess I'll have to sit on that sofa in the back, she said, looking at the sofa to Issei's right. Compromise, she said, passing people with Issei and placing her two wonders in front of him. Relax, mate, think about the Bible, Drake said. Ah, this room is small, Yukana said. Okay, now I have a choice, she said, already seated next to Issei, choosing what to sing. Well, I'll sing first, said Issei, taking the microphone and standing up, pressing play on the track. Yukana was amazed. For some strange reason, she understood the song and loved it. She blushed as she listened to the lyrics. Issei, for his part, sighed and smiled contentedly. He sat down and let Yukana sing. It's your turn, Issei said, and she nodded to sing. She had a beautiful voice, and Issei had to admit that. After 4 minutes, she finished singing and sat down next to him. You sing beautifully, Yukana, Issei said, and she smiled, blushing. You're not far behind, she said. Issei decided to keep singing and put on a song he liked. Yukana was still amazed. Issei sang well, although he had 1 or 2 mistakes, he still sang well. Wow, you still surprise me, Ice, Yukana said, looking at Issei. Haha, it's not that big of a deal, Issei said sheepishly. Okay, now for the next one, said the blonde with emerald eyes, searching for a song. She found a suitable one. Here it is, she said, standing up and looking at Issei. Would you like to join me? She asked. Issei looked at her, and she showed him the song she had chosen. Issei smiled. Sure, said Issei, and they both prepared to start singing. And so they sang for a long time, both having a lot of fun. Yukana was happy, and so was Issei. They spent the rest of the hour singing in a happy atmosphere they had created together, and that was good. Time skip. 45 minutes later. Outside the karaoke. An hour had already passed and it was time to leave. It was fun spending time with you, Ice. I was really surprised by how you sang. I hope we can do this again sometime, Yukana said, smiling. It might be possible, only if you don't do the same thing again to bring me here, Issei said, and she pouted. Hey, I already apologized and told you it was a misunderstanding, she said, and Issei hugged her, making her blush. I know, I just wanted to tease you, but I would like to go out with you again like this, Yukana, Issei said, and she smiled. Well, I'm glad, she said, smiling. They walked for a while when Yukana's phone rang and she had to answer it. Huh? Hello, Ma-kun. She replied, sounding cheerful. Issei noticed this but gave her space. She talked for a while, then hung up and looked at Issei. Shall we go? She asked. Yes, said Issei, and so they both walked away in silence, not an awkward silence, but a peaceful one, until it was time to go their separate ways, where Yukana said goodbye to Issei and he to her. Time skip. Hi to residence. -5:25 p.m., 17:25. Issei was cooking and he was angry, he had been playing Dark Souls until just a few minutes ago, and well, like anyone else he failed completely, and now he has to buy another controller for the Play 4. Play Dark Souls, they said, it's fun, they said, you learn fast, they said damn Mitsuda and Motohama, and their game recommendations, now I have to buy another controller for the Play, said Issei, finishing making the food when the doorbell rang. Come on, mate, it's not that big of a deal, Drake said. You say that because you don't play it, Issei retorted, and Drake thought he was right. Issei went to greet the visitor, and when he opened the door, he was surprised to see Maiko standing in his doorway, still wearing her school uniform. Oh, Maiko, how are you? It seems the council takes up a lot of time, doesn't it? Come in, Issei said, inviting her inside. Thank you, and you're right, but I really enjoy being on the council, Maiko said, smiling. They both went inside the house. Maiko looked around, and the house seemed almost the same as when she used to visit Issei as a child. It's hardly changed at all. It brings back old memories, she said, remembering when they used to play hide and seek and other games. Yes, I like it just the way it is, it makes me feel more at home, Issei said, looking at Maiko. Dinner is ready, if you want you can join me, Issei offered, and she smiled. Okay, since you're offering it, I'd also like to try your food, she said, smiling, and Issei nodded. Well, if you'll allow me, miss, I'll be your host tonight. Let me show you to your table, Issei said jokingly, and she let out a soft smile. Wow, who would have thought the tough vice president of the student council had such a beautiful laugh? Issei said, and she blushed slightly. Well, only a few people, including you, know this side of me, she said. Issei led her to the dining room and, like a gentleman, pulled out her chair and then helped her sit at the table. "Oh, thank you, Ice-kun, you really do a great job," she said, smiling. "When it's a beautiful lady like you, I must be a gentleman," Issei said, bowing jokingly. Then Issei served the food, imagined something delicious, and sat down next to Maiko. When she tasted a bite of what Issei had made, she experienced a level 6 culinary orgasm, meaning that Issei had improved his cooking skills in a short amount of time. "Wow, just wow, although it doesn't surprise me much, I mean your parents were great cooks, it's more than obvious that their son was going to be as talented as them," Maiko praised, and Issei smiled. "Thank you for that, and yes, I've been training to improve my cooking. I'll follow in my parents' footsteps and become the best cook in Japan. I owe it all to them," Issei said, and Maiko placed her right hand on Issei's left and gave it a comforting squeeze. "Thank you, Maiko," Issei said. "I'll always help you, Ice-kun, you can count on me for anything," she said, but then she became serious and squeezed Issei's hand tighter. "But you know, I realized something that involves you and a girl," Maiko said threateningly, which made Issei freeze. "It's at this moment that you realized something, you're screwed," Drake mocked. "I swear I'll find Tiamat and have her beat you up," Issei threatened. "Ah, you think she'll do anything to me while I'm in here? Better yet, when you see her, seduce her and maybe that way she'll let me explain that I was going to give her her treasure, but that damn god and those other idiots turned me into a sacred gear," Drake said, and Issei didn't say anything. "So, Ice-kun, do you have something to tell me?" Maiko asked, squeezing Issei's hand tighter. He had to speak or else he would be castrated. "Damn, she's really strong, stronger than a normal human. Besides, if I didn't know her like I do, I'd say she's jealous, although I don't think so," Issei thought, but only Drake's laughter could be heard in his mind. Well, that's happening here." At a Russian airport, Irina Jelavic was waiting for her flight to Japan. Russia. Irina was sitting waiting for her flight to Japan. She had already been told that her job as an English teacher at Yoshizaku was secure. Now all she had to do was find Issei and ask him to let her live at his house so they could be closer and maybe even share some love. "Haha, we'll be together soon, Ice-kun. Haha, I promise I won't leave again. After all, Irina Jelavic won't let my future husband be alone, even though it'll be difficult with the whole teacher and student thing, but it doesn't matter as long as Ice-kun secretly loves me. Just imagining it excites me so much, I can't wait to see him," she thought when the flight to Japan was called. "Ah, finally I'm close to my beloved Ice-kun," said Issei's future bodyguard and stalker lover. He, for his part, felt a chilling sensation but let it pass to calm the wild beast before him. Another day in Issei's life is added to the calendar, now what will happen in the future? Well, we'll have to see what happens. Tatsuki Culinary Academy. Room of. In one of the rooms of the female block of Tatsuki, the 10th seat of the Elite 10, Irina Nakiri was thinking about something or rather someone while holding a letter. "Ice, is what Grandpa said true, that you'll come here?" Irina thought, sitting near her bedroom window gazing at the night sky. "I hope it's true, I want to see you again," she thought, remembering Chibi Issei smiling at her. She wasn't the only one, though, as she also remembered her cousin Alice, who was always clinging to Issei. "Ugh, just remembering that makes me angry, but you'll see, Alice, you won't be staying with Ice," Irina told herself, before finishing her homework and going to sleep. Yes, Issei was just starting out in this little story that will be big in the long run. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 Discovery, Invitation and Appointment. Chapter 3. The next day. -7:45 a.m. Issei walked toward school, thinking about what happened with Maiko. He had to spill the beans to her, but he hadn't expected what she told him. And to think that Maiko ended up being half demon, Issei thought, remembering last night's conversation. Be grateful you're alright now, because he was really upset when you spilled the beans, buddy, Drake said to his partner, who just let out a sigh. The conversation yesterday was very revealing, to be honest. Flashback. Previous night. Hyoudou residence. Living room. Issei and Maiko were sitting on the living room sofa. Maiko was looking seriously at Issei, a great sea of jealousy consuming her, since she wanted to beat Ranko to be with Issei, but then this girl came along, and now she was Issei's girlfriend. She had to know how it all ended up like this, and also ask why Issei decided to come back here. "So, Ice-kun, what do you have to say about this? You've barely started school and you already have a girlfriend. Now answer me," demanded the gray-haired girl, looking seriously at the brunette, who let out a sigh. "Alright, first I'm going to tell you the most absurd story you'll ever hear, so listen carefully, Maiko-chan, because this is 100% true," Issei said. Maiko nodded, and Issei decided to tell her about how he got a girlfriend thanks to a badly done prank by his new friends. Maiko looked into Issei's eyes, thinking he was just lying, but when she saw how serious he became, she couldn't help but look stunned. "Are you serious? I can't believe it, I can't believe you managed to get a girlfriend like that, it's unheard of," Maiko said, looking at Issei. Believe it or not, that's how things are, but it's not like we're in a kissing relationship and all that so soon. We only started dating today and went to karaoke, then I walked her home for a while longer until we each went our separate ways, Issei said to a still incredulous Maiko, who just let out a sigh of resignation. Well, now I want to know something, Ice-kun, Maiko said, looking at Issei and crossing her legs. Issei noticed this, as it was inevitable with Maiko's short skirt. She smiled at this but decided to speak. Ice-kun, why did you come back here? From what I heard, you had a good life in Kuo despite being alone there. Tell me, what was your reason for coming back? Maiko asked, looking at Issei. Issei, for his part, had expected this question from her, but he wasn't ready to tell her yet, much less about the supernatural. But that's something I can't talk about, Maiko-chan, not now, Issei said, trying to avoid answering, but Maiko wouldn't back down. She moved closer to Issei and gently placed her hand on his. Maiko-chan, Issei said, seeing this. Ice-kun, I know you don't want to tell me about this because it involves the supernatural, right? Maiko asked, shocking Issei. How did she know about the supernatural? Judging by your face, you're surprised, aren't you? The truth is, my father is a low-ranking demon in the underworld and lives here. He married my mother, who is human since something happened, and now she's half demon. The thing is, I'm half demon, and I hide it thanks to this, Maiko said, showing a gold necklace with inscriptions on it. This necklace works to suppress my demonic half, leaving only my human essence to avoid problems. I knew you weren't human months ago when I saw you in a video my father showed you, the fight you had against Razor Phoenix a while back. I saw your battle against a Belair, and I was really surprised by that fight, so you don't have to worry about the supernatural. I've known about it for years, she said. Issei was still processing what she told him. He didn't believe his childhood friend was half demon. Well, I really wasn't expecting this, Issei said, making Maiko laugh a little. But since you know exactly who I am, well, it's difficult to talk about because even though it doesn't hurt, it makes me very uncomfortable. But since it's you, I'll tell you. This, Maiko-chan, is why I decided to come back here, and so Issei began to recount his beginnings in the supernatural world, his death, his reincarnation, his life as a Gremory member, and what happened before the confrontation with Sekiryuutei. Then he described his last months at Kuo Academy, where he was ignored by the girls, except for those he was close to, but also how his current girlfriends helped him cope with that problem, and finally, his decision to return to his origins and start anew. And that's how I came here. The truth is, it was a difficult decision because I didn't want to leave Rainer and the girls alone, but they supported me in everything, and so here I am now, Maiko-chan, Issei said. Maiko was silent. First, she was annoyed with that fallen angel Revan for killing Issei, then she was relieved to see that he lived thanks to Rias Gremory, but she was annoyed with the Redeed for getting upset with Issei over something silly. But now Issei is here and now she could talk to him about her feelings. Ice-kun, Maiko began. Issei looked at her and she hugged him affectionately. You've been through a lot of crazy things in this short time you've been alive as a supernatural being, especially being the Sekiryuutei. But you know what? It bothers me to know that they got upset with you over something silly. What was your fault for being distrustful of relationships like that? I mean, they killed you on the first date, playing with your heart. It's normal that you felt reluctant to be in a relationship for fear of them doing the same to you. But oh well, they bring it on themselves. But you know what else? It bothers me to know that you have several girls as girlfriends, and Maiko said, then grabbed Issei's cheeks tightly and made him look at her. Don't try anything with me. I've liked you for a long time, and you don't know how sad I felt not being near you and seeing you leave. I was thinking of dropping out of high school and going to Kuo University to see you again. I always wondered about you, and I wasn't satisfied with just those messages, and besides, I wanted to see you. I wanted to go to your house for Christmas, but I couldn't. But now that I have you here, I'll do what I've had to do for a long time, Maiko said, kissing Issei, a kiss she had longed for years. Ever since she met Issei, he had treated her well, he was very good to her, and she liked that and still likes it about him. She loves him and wouldn't let this opportunity slip away for anything in the world. Issei, for his part, was beyond stunned. He never thought, or perhaps he never did, that Maiko wanted anything with him. Issei always thought of her as a potential girl for his harem back when he still wanted a harem to satisfy his sexual urges. But even so, he thought of her that way, and still does. Along with others, she was one of his first friends. She was always there for him in many ways, and to say he didn't like her was like saying Rias was blonde, a complete lie. So he returned the kiss she gave him with the same love and passion she radiated. Gently, Issei lay back on the couch with Maiko on top of him. He wrapped his arms around her waist and she placed them around his neck. Issei felt her large breasts against him. They were big, almost as big as Akeno's. They continued kissing for several minutes, a very wet tongue-filled kiss that completely captivated them, both feeling each other's love, a love that only girls like Irina knew how to give, a childhood love. After about 7 minutes of passionate kissing, they ran out of breath and separated, their mouths still touching. They were both still in the same position, Issei lying on the couch with Maiko on top of him, both looking at each other with a slight blush, but also smiles. Ice-kun, I know you're with that girl, but I imagine you're planning something to talk to her about all this, right? Maiko asked, resting her head on Issei's chest. He hugged her waist with one hand and gently stroked her head with the other. Well, I was thinking about seeing how far I could go with her. I plan to tell her, especially once I see that this might work, and if not, well, I'd have to erase her memory with this, Issei said, showing her a pen-like device. Maiko looked at him strangely. I know it's weird, but Azazel-sensei liked men in black, so he created this memory eraser. It only affects humans, but he told me not to use it carelessly, as it could cause a severe coma if overused, Issei explained, putting the device away. Maiko nodded and then kissed Issei again before getting up. Well, you've told me everything, and I'm satisfied. I know you'll ask me to refrain from many things for the time being while you're with Yukana-yame, but that doesn't mean I can't kiss you, you know. So I'll be here to receive my kisses, Ice-kun, Maiko said with a beautiful smile. Issei kissed her again. Then he walked her to the door, where she left to go home. Then flashback. Present. Day. School classroom. -11:30 a.m. It was free period since the literature teacher had caught a cold. When Issei arrived at school, he met up with his friends and told them about going to karaoke. As usual, Shinpei and Kigo talked about traders who have girlfriends and stuff. Junichi apologized to Issei for their behavior and Minoru was being his usual lolicon self. Typical school stuff. Later, he ran into Galco and chatted with her about a show that airs at night. She'd been late to class that day because she'd been watching it. He also exchanged a few words with Yukana. Now Issei was, it's worth mentioning that he was given tickets to see any movie of his choice. He would go with Yukana, although he would invite her later. Shinpei could be very nice when he got over his silly anger. Well, Issei was sitting at his desk while listening to music. In front of him were Yukana along with 2 other of her friends talking. Issei looked at her out of the corner of his eye, but let it go. It was interesting to watch videos of that girl named Boa on the broadcasts, all without knowing that Yukana looked at him and pouted when she saw him ignoring her. At that moment, a wild Galco appeared and sat down at the desk in front of Issei. Hello, Ice-kun. Galco called, and Issei, noticing her, took off his headphones to listen to her. What were you watching? She asked. Come on, sit here, Issei said, pointing to the empty desk in the back, as the owner was with his group of friends elsewhere since lunchtime was approaching. Galco quickly sat down behind him and leaned over his shoulder to look at him. Here, put this on, he said, handing her one of the earbuds so they could both listen. She did as he said and put it on. Issei pressed play and showed the video of the girl in question. Why, I've seen that girl before, her live streams are really interesting, said Galco, pressing her cheek against Issei's as they watched the video together much to Yukana's annoyance, who felt a wave of jealousy seeing her friend so close to her boyfriend. Issei and Galco watched the video, observed by a dark-haired girl who had wanted to talk to Issei for a while, but hadn't found the opportunity, either because of his friends or because of Yukana or Galco. Just as Yukana was about to go and get Issei away, some boys from the soccer club approached them to talk, but Yukana ignored the conversation, distracted by Issei and Galco's closeness. And so time passed. Remember that this is about the manga, and in the manga, there is about a week's difference between chapters 6 and 7. Issei went to class, talked with his friends, his girlfriend, and then ate lunch, either alone, with Mizusu, who was opening up to him, or with his girlfriend, who was very close to him, which he didn't mind. He kissed Maiko, hung out with the mothers and their children, becoming closer to them, and then talked with Kashiya Yui, with whom he spent about 2 hours discussing what had happened. He also saw Sayaka giving him looks that sent shivers down his spine. Yes, a lot had happened, and today was Friday, the Friday when Issei would invite his girlfriend to the movies, since he had forgotten the tickets and found them in a drawer of his dresser. Yes, he was very absent-minded. It was Friday and Issei was alone in the classroom. I say alone because the boys were wandering around. Galco was asleep in her seat because she had told him about an interesting movie she saw. Issei thought about going, but he saw how some boys approached Yukana and company. They were from the soccer team, and he decided to listen to what they were saying. What are you talking about, ladies? Asked a blonde boy with I'm handsome smile, looking at the trio of girls who glanced at him, though Yukana seemed disinterested since she wanted to go to Issei after talking with her friends. They chatted for a while, with Yukana just on autopilot, eager to end it. Oh yeah, we don't have training on Sunday, let's do something. Said one of the boys. Oh, really? So, what should we do? One of Yukana's friends asked. Issei looked at this with interest. If she chose to go out with him, he didn't mind. After all, they hadn't made any plans, and she could do whatever she wanted and go out with whomever she wanted. She could even invite Maiko to the movies. Oh, I don't know, maybe, and so Yukana, speaking automatically, continued the conversation. Issei knew she was going out with him, so he took out his phone and started watching videos and didn't hear what followed in the conversation. Ah, yes, Yukana, you have a boyfriend, right? Her friend asked, and Yukana, upon hearing the word boyfriend, reacted and looked in the direction of Issei and remembered what she had said. She saw Issei watching videos on his phone and then thought about maybe talking to him after class. Ah, who cares, let's go anyway, said the blonde guy with a I don't care who the boyfriend is. Look, this guy doesn't know anything yet XD. Of course, Yukana didn't like that and decided to speak up. Oh, you know, I remembered I'm supposed to go out with my boyfriend on Saturday and Sunday, so I can't, said Yukana. The blonde boy didn't want to give in since he wanted to be with Yukana, no matter who her boyfriend was. Come on, don't be like that, just tell him you can't and that's it, let's all have some fun, what do you say? Said the blonde, much to Yukana's annoyance, who dismissed the idea since she didn't want to make a scene with these clowns. No, it's no, thank you for inviting us, but my boyfriend is very important to me, said Yukana. Her friends looked at her and smiled because that boy definitely had Yukana wrapped around his little finger, of course, without even knowing it. DCH, too bad, well let's go guys, said the blonde boy, already seeing that he couldn't win anything, so the boys left disappointed at not getting anything. After class. Issei was walking alongside the boys chatting about nonsense until Shinpei brought up the topic of tickets. So, Ice, have you invited your girlfriend to the movies yet? Shinpei asked, and the boys looked at this with interest. Well, the truth is no, but don't worry, it seems he already has plans for Sunday. I'll use them another day, Issei said calmly, and Shinpei looked at him strangely. Well, they're not yours after all, you can do whatever you want with them, Shinpei said. They walked until someone called Issei. Just then, the brunette received a message from Yukana saying she was looking for him. Issei read it and then put his phone away. Eyes, I have something to do, see you on Monday, Issei said, waving goodbye. Yes, see you on Monday, bye. They all said, and Issei nodded and went to find Yukana. Issei went to the classroom where Yukana was and found her saying goodbye to her friends. Issei, you're here already. Well, you left quickly and I was looking for you, Yukana said, smiling as she approached Issei and hugged his left arm. Do you want to go to karaoke with me again? We haven't gone lately, Yukana asked, then pouted, which made Issei smile. Well, it's still early, let's go, said Issei, and so the couple left for the karaoke bar. Time skip. -5:45 p.m., 17:45. Issei and Yukana were walking towards the station as Issei was accompanying her to catch the train. I had a lot of fun, I like these moments, spending time with you is so much fun, Ice, Yukana said, smiling and holding Issei's hand. Well, I like spending time with you too, Yukana, Issei said, and she smiled. Issei spotted a crepe stand. Look, let's get some crepes, he said, inviting Yukana, who smiled and followed him. After buying some crepes, they walked toward the station, still holding hands and enjoying their crepes. They were chatting a bit when suddenly Yukana's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that there was a message. Oh, sorry Ice, it's a message from a friend, Yukana said, and Issei let her. Then she replied with a smile and put her phone away, continuing to hold Issei's hand. Okay, shall we go? Yukana asked, and Issei nodded. When they were about to arrive at the station, Issei remembered the tickets and stopped Yukana. Ice? She asked. I just remembered something, haha, look, Issei said, pulling out the 2 movie tickets. I have these movie tickets. I was wondering if you'd like to go to the movies this Sunday, if you don't have anything to do, of course, Issei said as Yukana excitedly took his hands. Of course I have nothing to do on Sunday, you tell me where we're meeting and what time, so I can be ready on time. Yukana said excitedly. Issei smiled at this because it meant that she really wanted to be with him. Haha, she's excited about this, Issei said. You're kidding, this is my first time asking me out, so obviously I'm excited, Yukana said, then heard the train approaching. Oh, the train's arriving. Text me the details. See you Sunday, Ice, Yukana said, quickly giving him a kiss on the cheek. She blushed slightly but smiled and ran off. See you Sunday. She called as she left. Issei, meanwhile, held on to where Yukana had kissed him, stunned by the unexpected kiss. Alright mate, let's go home, stop looking like a fool, you've kissed women before, so come on, you promised those women you'd teach them some of your recipes, Drake said, pulling him out of his daze. Yes, I'd better go, I'll send Yukana the details of the date later, Issei said, leaving the place and walking home, finishing his crepe. Time skip. -7 p.m., 1900 hours. Hi to residents. How was the food? Issei asked Megumi, Meiko, and Anna, who were with their children, who had big happy smiles on their childish faces. Delicious, Nai-chan. The trio of little ones shouted together. That brought a smile to Issei's face as he looked at their mothers, who were smiling warmly. Haha, I'm glad you like it guys, do you like it too? Issei asked a trio of mothers who smiled at him. Of course, Icon, your food is always good, Meiko said, smiling warmly at Issei. That's right, Ice, you really do prove to be Miki-chan's son, your cooking is almost as good as hers or Goru-san's, Megumi said, smiling. Haha, you could be a great husband, Ice-kun. Tell me, don't you want to marry me? Anna asked jokingly. What? Will Ice Nai-chan become my Otu-san? Oka-san? The little boy asked his mother, who smiled. Anna? What are you saying, Icon? Don't pay any attention to him, he was just joking, wasn't he Anna? Meiko asked, sounding annoyed and a little jealous, but Anna smiled. Who knows? I mean, Ice-kun is handsome and attentive, a good cook, and he likes children. And not to burden him, but I wouldn't mind being with him, Anna said. Megumi and Meiko froze. Did Anna really mean that? Issei, for his part, almost choked on his food. Drake was in stitches, along with the previous boosted gear wielders. Issei hadn't expected that declaration, not so soon. Haha, I'm flattered that you think that about me, Anna-san. For a beautiful woman to say that to me is something that truly pleases me. And I'm not saying that Meiko-san or Megumi-san aren't attractive, I mean they are, but I'm not ready to get married. I mean, I'm still in school and all, so I'll have to decline your offer for the time being, Issei said. Anna looked at him with some disappointment in her eyes, but then she was happy that Issei saw her as attractive. Megumi and Meiko were no exception, although Meiko was the happiest of all. What a shame, but don't think the offer has been abandoned, Ice-kun, Anna said. Anna? Megumi and Meiko shouted, making Anna laugh. The children didn't understand anything and continued eating the delicious food Issei had made. Wow, buddy, you've got a good chance with that woman. I didn't hear a trace of lies or jokes in her voice, haha. If Hyoudou Issei messes with his mother's friends, she'd hit you and then support you if that happened, and your father would probably say, ooh, my son is quite the man, how proud I am haha, Drake said to Issei, who smiled. The dinner continued amidst Anna's insinuations, much to the annoyance of Meiko and Megumi, though more so Meiko. Then Issei set up the video games for the children, who started playing Halo and such. Issei chatted with the mothers about their days and other matters until 9 o'clock, when he accompanied them to their homes, much to the delight of the trio of mothers. As he left, he was rewarded with kisses on the cheek from the three mothers, although the one Anna gave him was very close to his lips. Thus Issei returned home where he found Rainer, Kalwarner and Sona, along with Meiko who saw them. So you're Ice-kun's girlfriends, huh? Meiko asked as Mama Rainer approached. Who are you? Rainer asked, looking seriously at Meiko. Meiko Shiraki, Ice-kun's childhood friend, half-demon, and I want to be another one of Ice-kun's girlfriends, the girl said without hesitation. This shocked the three of them, who looked at Issei demanding an explanation. Issei let out a sigh of resignation. This will be a long night, Issei said resignedly. Sunday. In front of the station. -9 a.m. A day and a few hours have passed since the abrupt encounter between his three girlfriends and Meiko. After a long explanation and a conversation between the girls and Meiko, it was decided that Meiko would be accepted as Issei's girlfriend. Issei was left with a "what happened?" look on his face. Then the four girls fell asleep next to Issei, leaving Meiko in a precarious position since both Sona and Rainer were on her sides, Kalwarner on her chest, and Meiko well, close to mini Issei, which made him nervous. But sleep overtook him and he slept like a rock. The next day he told them about his date with Yukana and everything else. He spent time with them, and Irina and Gladys arrived for a visit along with Zenobia, who rushed to Issei to apologize for following the girls without even knowing what had happened. Issei forgave her, even though there was nothing to forgive, but since Zenobia and his knightly pride wouldn't let him rest, he accepted the apology from the blue-haired girl with the green streak. However, she immediately offered to make children as a token of her apology. The girls were against this for obvious reasons, and then they all spent time together with Meiko, who felt happy. Now Issei was waiting for Yukana in front of the station, he left a few minutes early. Are you nervous, mate? Drake asked. No, my friend, I'm just a little anxious, that's all. I want this date to go well, Issei told Drake. Don't worry about it, you always go out with your girls, so going out with her will be easy. Besides, it's obvious she's not the type to go to glamorous places. She just wants to have fun with you, since her reaction when you invited her was so positive, Drake said to his friend, who smiled. Just as he was about to reply, his date arrived, dressed impeccably. Sorry for the delay, Yukana apologized to Issei, who looked her up and down. She noticed this and smiled. So how do I look? She asked. Issei studied her closely and looked into her eyes. Well, you look beautiful, those clothes suit you very well, and I'm lucky to see you dressed like that, Issei said, making Yukana happy and causing the blonde to blush. She approached and hugged his left arm, giving Issei a beautiful smile. You look good too, Ice, Yukana complimented the brunette, pulling him by the arm. Shall we go? She asked, and Issei nodded. Sure, let's go, said the brunette as they both went to the first place, the movie theater where they would see Spider-Man Far From Home, a movie which I haven't seen and maybe won't see since for me having seen Endgame was enough. Time skip. After watching the movie, which they did in seats for couples where Yukana leaned on Issei's shoulder the entire time, Yukana asked to go to the arcade. There they played the House of the Dead 3, and it goes without saying that Yukana was an expert at that game, managing to defeat Wheel of Fate. After completing THOTD4 and defeating the world, we arrive at the next situation. When you go to an arcade, you should always go into a photo booth, Yukana said, having led Issei to the area where the booths were located. Issei looked around, distracted for a few seconds, and then he realized. Yes, well Yukana. Where are you? Issei asked, realizing he'd lost sight of his partner. Some girls were giving him strange looks, but the brunette decided to ignore them and went to look for Yukana. Issei wandered around for a few minutes before being surprised by whoever he was looking for. There you are. I thought you'd followed me, but you vanished into thin air. Come on, let's take a picture, Yukana said, taking Issei's hand. He let her lead him. They both entered one of the empty booths, and Yukana set everything up for the photo. Okay, all done, she said, approaching Issei. The first pose is the machine spoke. It's about to start, Yukana said, hugging Issei's arm. The kissing pose was what the machine said. Lol, with these instructions, Yukana laughed. What's up with that pose? Issei thought. Don't ask, just enjoy it, haha said Drag, but Issei didn't say anything. I think we should take a normal picture, don't you think? Issei said. Ooh, that's boring, let's do it, the kissing picture, Yukana said with a cute blush, surprising Issei. Do you really want to do it here? I mean, it'll be our first kiss as a couple, shouldn't it be somewhere special? Issei said. I wouldn't mind doing it, besides, what better way to remember our first kiss as a couple than a photo, so let's do it, Ice, Yukana said, smiling beautifully at Issei, who returned the gesture. Ready in 3. Alright, if that's what you want, so be it, Yukana, Issei said. Do, the machine said as they slowly approached each other, gazing into each other's eyes. Issei wrapped his arms around Yukana's waist, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and flash. A kiss that showed the affection they felt for each other during their time together. They stayed like that for a few minutes until they separated, and with smiles on their faces, they continued taking pictures. Time skip. They had already left the arcade and were now holding hands as they walked to the train station. I had a lot of fun today, Ice, thank you for inviting me, Yukana said, happy about today's events. We should have had a real date already, since going to karaoke only counts as being together after school, Issei said, and she hugged him. Haha, you're right about that, Ice, she said. And so they continued talking about a few things while people watched them, some envying how cute they looked together, or that Issei was with a beauty like Yukana, all the way to the station. Well, thanks again for today, Ice. I hope this can happen again, said Yukana. Yes, this will be the first of several dates, Yukana, I assure you of that, Issei said. Haha, yes, I know, Yukana said, smiling as the train pulled into the station. Oh, the train's here. See you Monday, Ice, Yukana said, waving goodbye, but not before, oh yeah, I almost forgot, the blonde said, giving Issei a kiss before pulling away. See you for the rest of the day, haha, she said, boarding the train and leaving Issei speechless. Wow, she sure knows how to leave you speechless, Drag said. Shut up Drag, let's go back, I have to make dinner for the girls, said Issei, leaving the station. And so ends another chapter in the life of Hyoudou Issei. After a pleasant date with Yukana, Issei was spotted by someone he knows very well, someone who will be a bombshell in this relationship. Oh, so Icon came back and hasn't visited me or even bothered to call me. Well, he'll see that he won't get away with this without being punished, or he'll stop calling me Ranko Hanju, said Ranko, who was on the other side of the street where Issei had passed. Yes, crazy things will happen to Issei now. Well, I start teaching tomorrow, haha. I have to buy a beautiful outfit to dazzle Ice-kun, haha, said Irina Jalavi as she entered a clothing store at the same time that Issei passed by her without noticing. Starting tomorrow, Issei will experience some crazy things with this woman as his teacher and bodyguard, although he doesn't really need it, but that's a story for another chapter. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 Bodyguard, Minor Fight and Home Visit. Chapter 4. Time skip. -1 week later. A week had passed since Issei and Yukana's date. They'd been hanging out after school, going to places like the arcade, karaoke, and even getting ice cream at a nearby park. Everything had been going well, though Issei had also been talking to Galko, Yui, Ms. Yuzu when he ate lunch alone, and Ms. Sayaka when he needed drawing advice. He also talked to Ms. Aya when he didn't understand anything in history class, and so on. However, something that happened the day after their date caused him some problems. "Come on, Ice-kun, you need to eat more," said a hexy blonde with the role of an English teacher and Issei's bodyguard. She smiled as she watched Issei eat what she prepared for him. Issei was eating with a drop of sweat running down the back of his head. Rainer, Kalwarner, and Sona were also with him, since Irina, DXD, and Gladys didn't ask to come because of school-related issues. "Seriously, Irina, you don't have to do this all the time. I can cook perfectly well for everyone," Issei said to the blonde. No, as your bodyguard I have to make sure you eat well and everything," Irina Jelavic said smilingly, then frowned at the trio of Issei's girlfriends. "Although it still bothers me to know that you are Ice-kun's girlfriends and that I'm not one of them yet," she thought jealously. "HMPH, those are the privileges of being a supernatural being and being my love's first girlfriend," Rainer said with a self-satisfied smile. Kalwarner nodded, and Sona, slightly blushing, just adjusted her glasses. "But Ice-kun is right, you should let him cook. He has an important event in the summer and he shouldn't stop practicing in the kitchen," Sona said. "Oh, that's right, you're going to Totsuki for the camp thing. Sorry, I won't do it again," the blonde said to Issei, who shook his head. "I'm not complaining about your food, you cook well, but I can make my own food and cook for you guys. Besides, you said that 2 days ago and you still ended up doing it again," Issei said, and she was embarrassed by that. "To understand why this situation is happening now, we have to go back a week to the day after the appointment." Flashback. 1 week earlier. Monday. It was Monday, 10 a.m. to be exact. It was a beautiful day outside. The birds were singing, the flowers were blooming, and on days like today. "So your sister borrowed your uniform, you say?" Issei asked while chatting with Galko, who nodded. "Yes, but I don't know what he wanted her for, to be honest," said the blonde with blue eyes innocently. In the distance, Yukana watched this with some jealousy, but she wouldn't do anything since, besides being with her friends, she couldn't tell her best friend to stay away from her boyfriend. "Ah, you're so innocent, Galko-chan, I'd better not tell you what I wanted your uniform for." "Well, it must be for something," Issei thought and said to the blonde who nodded. "But you know, putting that aside, last night I saw an exciting movie on TV, it was American, it was called XXX Return of Xander Cage. I had already seen the others, but this one was great," said the blonde, remembering the movie she watched. "Oh, I saw that movie too, it was great," Issei said, smiling, and the blonde girl smiled back. "Right," she said happily. Just then, the classroom door opened, revealing their brunette teacher, who was in charge of their class. "Alright, everyone to your seats," Aya said sternly, entering with a blonde woman whom Issei recognized. "Well, as you know, Mr. Yusaki, your English teacher, moved to another city and had to leave the school, so today I've brought you your new English teacher," Aya said, gesturing for the blonde woman to take her seat. "I have a bad feeling about all this," Issei thought, looking at the blonde who smiled at him as they made eye contact. "Alright, I'll leave her with you. Behave yourselves and I don't want any trouble," Aya said seriously, smiling at Issei as she left, leaving the blonde behind. "Well, hello guys, from today I will be your English teacher, my name is Irina Jelavic and I hope we get along well," the blonde woman introduced herself, winking at Issei. "Whoa, she is a complete beauty," Shinpei murmured to Issei, who was standing behind him. "You're right, she's very beautiful, and those breasts," Kigo said, looking at Irina's breasts. "Ah, you'd better stop that or we'll get into trouble," Junichi said to the two of them. Minoru nodded, as he didn't like being scolded. "You shut up," Shinpei said. "These kids never change," Issei thought, then saw Irina smile at him. "Something tells me old Senzum has something to do with this, though I'm not complaining since it's been a while since I've seen her," Issei thought, just as the old director sneezed in Totsuki. "Yes, a beautiful day, the birds sing, the flowers bloom, and on days like this Issei are united with his old friend." Then flashback. After that, Irina went to Issei's house, waiting for him to return from his date with Yukana so they could talk. That same day, the three mothers arrived, having left their children with babysitters since Issei had promised to teach them to cook better. Although it was Anna who suggested it, Meiko and Megumi ended up asking for babysitters, especially Meiko, who wanted to spend more time with Issei lately. There were a few explanations, and then he introduced her to Rainer and told her about his secret. Rainer took it well, as she had met a demon a long time ago because her father traveled with her a lot. Now she lives next door but spends most of her time at Issei's house. "So," Sona said, looking at Issei, "Ice-kun, have you already planned to tell that girl Yukana about your secret with the supernatural?" She asked Issei, who finished swallowing his food and put on a thoughtful face. It's not the right time yet, but I'll talk to her, and if it doesn't work out, even though it hurts, I'll need your help to erase all traces of a relationship between her and me from everyone who saw us together, Issei said, sounding a little sad because he really liked Yukana. The girls looked at Issei as Kalwerner put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, darling, everything will be alright, you'll see, Kalwerner said, and Issei let out a tired sigh. I hope so, he said, continuing to eat. Putting that aside, will you try talking to Rias? Sona asked, and Issei gave her a strange look. She hasn't been herself lately, nor have Akeno and Asia. Zenobia and Irina don't know what to do to help Asia, since she hasn't smiled since you left the house, and Rossweisse can't help much either. According to Tsubaki, Kiba told her that the atmosphere in that house isn't the same after a month of you coming here. He's worried about them. Even Gladys doesn't know what to do, so I think you should talk to them, Sona explained. Ah, and I thought they were still angry, but how come they didn't realize it before? Issei asked. They seem to know how to pretend well, Rainer said, causing Issei to let out another sigh. I will not now, but in the future, yes. First, I have to resolve my problem with Yukana, and then I'll see how to talk to Rias and the others, Issei said, and they all nodded, although Irina didn't say anything, since it had nothing to do with her. The next day. Tuesday. It was time for PE. Issei was in his uniform with his friends, though several girls were eyeing him, since his clothes were a bit tight, because he was also training with Tannen to improve his strength and learn more about dragons. Issei saw his friends looking at the girls, or more specifically, at their bodies, at least Shinpei and Kigo were, since Junichi was talking to Issei and Minoru. Well, he's Minoru. The girls have to run in PE today. Running is a wonderful thing, Shinpei said, crying comically. Right, Ice. He shouted, putting an arm around Issei's shoulder. Calm down please, or the teacher will tell us off, said Issei, pulling Shinpei aside. Don't be modest, after all you have a girlfriend and everything, so you can introduce us to some of your girlfriend's friends, and you know, Kigo said, and Issei looked at him. I don't know anything about what you're talking about, Issei said. You guys stop bothering us, we already got in trouble last week for your stuff, and I don't want to store the PE equipment in the storeroom, Junichi said, but Shinpei and Kigo ignored him. Speaking of the devil, there's your girlfriend running, Shinpei pointed out, and Issei looked where his finger was pointing. There was Yukana, running around in a hoodie zipped all the way up, so no one would look at her. Yukana, isn't it hot? Asked the blonde's friend, who answered with a Meliodas-like expression. Well, the boys' stares are annoying, she said as she continued running. Yes, they're annoying, the girl said. Issei looked at everything normally until Shinpei, with an evil gleam in his glasses, noticed. You know, Issei, the way they are now, you'll probably be able to touch those breasts that are hidden under that sweatshirt, the blue-haired boy said to the brown-haired boy. Hey, don't give Shinpei ideas like that, let Ice-kun handle things as he sees fit, Junichi said. Shut up, you don't have a girlfriend, so you can't have an opinion, Shinpei said. Hey, don't be like that with Junichi, besides, he's right, I'm not desperate to go around touching boobs, said Issei, but the last word was heard by the teacher who was there to guide them through some exercises. So, talking about boobs, huh? The teacher said angrily, startling Issei, who turned around to look at his friends, but they were gone. Damn traitors. Issei thought indignantly, while Drake laughed inwardly. Well, Hyoudou, you'll have extra work to do, said the teacher, crossing her arms. Time skip. Sports warehouse. And that's it, Issei said, putting away another of the boxes he'd been forced to move as punishment. He stood up and looked behind him at the many boxes that still needed moving. Damn it, those idiots will pay for this. Besides, there are so many boxes, I have so much to clean up, Issei complained, starting to carry another box. Hey you, less talk and more work. Said the teacher's voice, startling Issei, who turned around to find Yukana smiling. Ah, it's just you, Issei said, and she smiled. But putting that aside, why are you here? Issei asked, intrigued. Well, I saw they left you doing everything, so I came to help you, she said as she lifted one of the boxes, then looked at Issei and smiled at him. If I help you, we'll finish quickly, right? She asked. You're right, thanks, said Issei. They remained like that until Issei looked where Yukana was and, seeing. Wow, that looks great, but what am I saying, I have to keep going, he thought, blushing slightly as he arranged another box. Ice, by the way, why did they let you do this? Yukana asked, looking at her boyfriend who let out a sigh. It was all Shinpei's fault and his stupidity, Yuji-sensei heard me and well I ended up getting punished, Issei said, and she laughed a little. I'm glad to know that at least my misfortunes make you laugh, Issei joked. I'm sorry, but your friends always end up getting you into trouble. Last week you were left after school cleaning the classroom even though it wasn't your turn and Aya-sensei was watching you, said Yukana. That time I felt like she was staring at me, but I'm not complaining, he thought, remembering when Aya looked at him as if she wanted to eat him. Thank you for waiting for me that time, Issei said, and she smiled with a slight blush. Well, I'm your girlfriend and as such I have to wait for you, Yukana said, and Issei smiled. They continued cleaning and moving boxes when Yukana couldn't stand the heat anymore and decided to unzip her sweatshirt. It's so hot in here, said the blonde, unzipping her fly. It's even hotter without this. Oh, I don't want to exercise anymore, she complained, blowing on herself with her hand. It always surprises me to know that her breasts are almost the same as Ria's, Issei thought, surreptitiously glancing at his blonde girlfriend's large breasts. Oh, this mat is perfect, I hear her say, seeing that she threw herself down on one of the mats that were there. Weihi. Ah, it's so cool, it feels good, said the blonde, relaxing. I don't think it's a good idea for you to lie down there, Yukana, Issei said. Come on, you can do the rest yourself, just wake me up when you're done, okay? She said, and Issei sighed while smiling softly. Okay, rest, Issei said, continuing with his work. Issei continued cleaning and saw his girlfriend breathing softly, implying that she was dozing. Issei approached her, seeing that she was so defenseless before him. He had already finished cleaning so he had to wake her up to go to the next class. Issei approached her and kissed her cheek. Come on, wake up, sleeping beauty, it's time to go to the next class, said Issei, and Yukana woke up with a blush and a smile. Okay, let's go, she said, and so they both left the place. Time skip. After school. Issei and Yukana left class, they were walking, while Yukana told him some things that Ma-kun had talked to her about. Issei only felt it since he was still present, wondering how to talk to Rias and the others after so long, but he was brought back to reality by Yukana who took his hand. Hey Ice, are you okay? You seem distracted, she said. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something, don't worry, Issei said. Ah, okay, alright Yukana, it's now or never, let's see if what she said happens. Yukana thought, hey, come with me, let's make a stop at the park, Yukana said, leading Issei. Huh? Okay, Issei said, letting himself be carried away. They arrived at the park, but Yukana took Issei into the restrooms there. So, what exactly are we doing here? Issei asked Yukana, who was closing the bathroom door. Well, I've noticed for a while now that you look at my breasts sometimes, she said. Damn, he caught me. Issei thought. Well, if you want to touch them it doesn't bother me at all, Ice. Let's see if you can resist the temptation, she thought, making a mistake, thinking that Issei would tolerate her trying him like that. It sounds tempting and all, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea, Issei said. Come on, I know you want to touch them, come on, do it, Yukana said. Ah, okay, but let it be known that you're the one who wanted it, Issei said seriously, and as she said, he touched her breasts. Wow, they are soft, Issei thought, gently caressing both. Issei stopped touching them, thinking something was wrong, and realized it when he saw Yukana's face. She looked unwell. I really thought you weren't going to do it, she said, annoyed. But it didn't feel bad at all, she thought. Oh, now you're acting offended. Issei said, now annoyed, which surprised Yukana since she hadn't seen Issei like this before. But I thought you weren't going to, she said, but was interrupted. Do it? I did it because you wanted me to, and even though I liked what I felt, I knew something was wrong. Look, if this is some kind of test, I'm warning you now that it went very badly. Now I'm leaving. I hate being subjected to stupid tests, Issei said irritably, opening the bathroom door, but Yukana stopped him by grabbing his uniform sleeve. Now what? Issei asked, still annoyed. I hope you don't leave, I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd be upset, Yukana said, but Issei pulled his hand away from hers. Well, you thought wrong, Yukana, very wrong, said Issei, leaving Yukana alone, who became sad and shed some tears. What have I done? She asked sadly. It's all her fault. I shouldn't have listened to her, she said, remembering her conversation with Ma-kun. Yukana sadly went home with an empty feeling. I feel strange without Ice by my side, she told herself, remembering that Issei almost always dropped her off a few blocks from her house, but today wasn't going to be one of those days. With Issei. The chestnut-haired man was annoyed. How could she even think of giving him such a stupid test? He really didn't know what Yukana was thinking. Weren't you a little harsh with her? Drake asked Issei, who let out a sigh. No, she brought it on herself trying to test me like that. I'm not the Issei who lets a girl tell him what to do anymore. That died months ago. Does she think that just because I'm a guy and have a girlfriend, I wanted to be touching her breasts all the time? I'm not like that, not now, Issei thought. Well, it's your business, Drake said, and Issei didn't say anything. Hi to residence. Night. Then mix it for 3 minutes and the sauce will be perfect, Issei said, teaching the mothers to cook like chefs. The three of them had great experience, which helped them learn quickly. It really was a good idea to ask you for help with this cooking learning thing, Ice-kun, Anna said, smiling at the brunette. Yes, Ice, thank you for taking the trouble to help us, Megumi said gratefully. You don't have to thank me, after all I like helping you, you've done a lot for me, Issei said as Mako gently hugged him. Mako-san. He said, somewhat surprised. You're sweet, Icon, but you need to learn that we help you from the heart and without expecting anything in return. We appreciate it because even though you're busy with your own things, you take the time to spend time with us and help us. Nobody would do that, but you still do, and we like that. So don't ever say again that we did too much for you, Mako said, hugging Issei lovingly. Yes, Ice, you're becoming more and more like your mother every day. She was always like that, she never forgot when someone helped her, she liked to return favors, Megumi said, turning off the stove. She's always been like this, Ice-kun. You should know that we love you for everything you do for us. Since you came back here, you've helped us take care of the children when we work late, you invite us to dinner, you help us with various things, and you worry about us a lot. You're such a sweetheart, and we like that a lot, Anna said, approaching and placing her hand on Issei's cheek. You are very important to us, just as we are to you, Megumi said, smiling. Issei looked at them, still holding Mako. They were wonderful. It felt good to know he was so important to them. Issei wrapped his arms around Mako's waist and buried his face in her shoulder. These women were very important to him. They were one of the few remaining parts of his past and he didn't want to lose them. So he had to make a decision. You have no idea how grateful I am, Issei said, slowly pulling away from the hug to look at the three mothers. I love you both very much too. You're one of the few things that represents my happy past here. I don't want to lose you because I would feel terrible, he said, cheering them up, though Anna smiled predatorily and Mako blushed. Megumi clutched her heart. So, I have something to tell you, and maybe this will change your opinion of me, Issei said seriously, worrying the three women. Is it bad? Mako asked, taking Issei's hand. Issei looked at Mako's hand and then at her face, letting out a sigh. Ah, we should sit down now, this is going to take a long time, Issei said. Are you sure about this? You know you'll have to erase the whole conversation from their heads and live knowing what they'll say when they find out you're a friend, Drake said. Yes, I'm sure, and if they don't take it well, I'll just take care of them while they live the rest of their lives in peace, Issei said to Drake. It's your decision, partner, after all, we're together until death, Drake said, and Issei smiled. Ice-kun, what is it you want to tell us? Anna asked, worried. Ice, you're making me nervous, Megumi said. Issei saw them and decided to speak. This is going to be a long one, well then, and so began a long conversation. Time skip. The next day. School. It was another day in Tokyo, and Issei was walking calmly through the school hallways. Ugh, I still can't believe they'll take it well, Issei thought. Haha, and especially those two women who started fighting over you as soon as you finished explaining everything, hahaha, Drake laughed. Issei just had a drop of sweat fall from his head as he remembered what happened. After explaining everything, the women remained calm, as they had apparently been in contact with some demons. They needed help with their children, and the Beelzebub clan held jurisdiction in the city. This was unknown to him, as Sasha would have told him, but that was just how she was, constantly trying to invite him out ever since she realized he'd had problems with Rias. Not that he minded, as she was a very kind woman, but getting back to the point, the mothers summoned a demon from the Beelzebub clan to be their children's nanny. Despite appearing to be troublemakers, they were quite the opposite, as the demon was now their personal nanny, and they had a contract with Sasha Beelzebub's house. Just moments later, Anna and Mako started fighting over who would be Issei's first mature girlfriend. Megumi just blushed, letting them fight. Issei had planned to attract mature women to his harem somehow, but that changed when he fought Rias. Now, he has 3 beautiful mature women whom he's had a crush on since he was little. They really took it way too well, I wonder why. Issei said. Ah, just enjoy it, besides, you wanted older women in your harem, so now you'll have to put up with it, Drake said, and Issei just nodded in agreement. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone had seen him. That someone was the person he was angry with for now. Ice. Yukana shouted as she was looking for Issei to talk to. Upon hearing her voice, Issei quickly thought of a way to avoid her, at least for the moment, since he was still upset about what had happened yesterday. Damn it, come on Issei, think, Issei told himself, searching for a way out of the situation when it came to him in the form of Maiko-chan, Issei thought, quickly approaching the silver-haired girl who smiled at him when she noticed. Oh, hello Ice-kun, how are you today? Maiko asked, smiling as she didn't see anyone nearby from her perspective since she didn't notice Yukana who stopped with a sad face that almost made Issei stop almost. Well, Maiko-chan, I'm sorry Yukana, but this is what you get for testing me like that, Issei said, thinking to himself as he glanced over at Yukana as she walked dejectedly off to her friends. I'll talk to her later, he added. So how are you? Issei and Maiko walked for a while, chatting about their things until the start of the next class. Time skip. Lunchtime. Issei was in his usual place for lunch since the boys had gone out and Miss Yuzu-sensei didn't come to eat today because she had some things to arrange with the class she would teach later, so he was alone. That's peaceful, Issei thought, having finished the meal the three mothers had prepared for him. They're learning well, haha, he thought with a smile as he lay back on the bench and looked at the sky. Ice. Yukana's voice spoke from behind him. He turned and looked at his girlfriend. She looked somewhat sad. Can I sit next to you? She asked, and Issei patted a seat next to him. Now they were both sitting next to each other in silence, and this was somewhat awkward. You know I'm sorry, she said. I didn't mean to do that to you. I don't even know why I followed that advice. You're my first boyfriend and I had to ask a friend for advice. You know how much I talk to Ma-kun and she's the friend I talk to about it. She told me that guys like breasts and I thought you only liked my breasts or my body, but I was wrong and I made you angry. I'm sorry, Yukana said. Issei put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into a hug. First, I didn't expect that from Ma-kun. Second, it's over, you don't have to apologize, but that doesn't mean what you did was right, although I understand perfectly, since the same thing happened to me with my first girlfriend. Third, I love breasts, but that's not all I like about you, so don't think that only your body matters to me. I care about you in general, so there's nothing to forgive, Yukana, Issei said, looking into her eyes and smiling. She smiled back and gave him a kiss, which he returned. Thank you, Ice. You have no idea how happy it makes me that you're not mad at me, she said, clinging to his arm, but then she looked him in the eyes. Did you have a girlfriend before? She asked, and Issei scratched the back of his head. Let's talk about it more calmly another day, okay? You learn more about me than you can even imagine, Issei said. Well, oh, right, now that I remember, are you free after class? She. Yes, I am free as far as I know, so, do you want to go somewhere? Issei asked, and she began to blush a little. So you want to come to my house after class? She asked, sounding a little nervous. Issei was surprised by that. He hadn't expected that suggestion. Well, yes, I'd like to go, Issei said, and she smiled. They spent some time together until the bell rang signaling the start of the afternoon classes. Time skip. After school. Yukana's house. Issei was waiting outside Yukana's room. They had both arrived a few minutes ago and she went into her room to change her clothes. It reminds me of my house in Kuo before the move, Issei thought, looking down the hallway. He turned his gaze back to his girlfriend's bedroom door when he heard her open it and was surprised to see her in her normal clothes. Wow, she looks good in those clothes, Issei thought, watching his girlfriend blush. Come on, you can come in, Yukana said, making room for Issei to enter, which he did. Excuse me, Issei said, admiring how tidy Yukana's room looked. Her room smells nice, he thought. Yukana got nervous watching Issei look at her room, so she sat down next to the small table she had set up. Sit down, stop snooping, you're embarrassing me, she said, blushing, and Issei sat down next to her, putting his backpack aside. Sorry haha, it's just that it's been a while since I've been in a girl's room and well, curiosity got the better of me, said Issei. It doesn't matter, she said. They stood there for a minute in silence, a calm and not awkward one. And are your parents home? Issei asked. No, it's just the two of us, she said, and Issei almost fell over backward. Are we alone? Issei thought, looking at his girlfriend. Issei didn't know exactly why she had brought him here to talk. To be alone? Or was it for something else? He really didn't know. Ice, are you okay? She asked, leaning forward slightly to see her boyfriend, who had almost fallen, giving Issei a good view of her cleavage. She noticed and covered her breasts. Did you see it? She asked, blushing. Well, just a little bit, Issei said, looking away as he scratched his cheek. She blushed slightly at that, but let it go. No, I'm not wearing it right now, so don't stare, she said, looking away. Issei realized she wasn't wearing a bra, so he would respect her request. Damn, that was awkward. He should have just left me alone. Now I can't stop thinking about those breasts, Issei thought, and Drake laughed inwardly. Hey, what's wrong? Yukana asked, crawling until she was in front of Issei and placing her hand on his chest. Your heart is beating fast, she said, moving closer to Issei. The brunette looked at her and found the sight incredibly attractive, so he didn't take his eyes off his girlfriend, who smiled sweetly at him. You know, if it's you, I wouldn't mind letting you look at them, she said, and Issei's eyes widened at what he heard. Tell me, she said, before continuing. Issei's brain was a mess. Part of him thought about accepting the offer, but another, more sensible part thought about doing the following: hugging Yukana around the waist and sitting her on his lap, making her blush. Ice? She asked, blushing. Shhh, let me stay like this for a while, he said, and she nodded, returning the hug and putting her head on Issei's chest with a smile. They walked past each other like that until they separated and saw each other, both smiling, and they kissed. Yukana stood up with a smile. "I'm a little thirsty, wait for me, I'll go get some drinks, okay?" she said. "Of course," Issei said with a smile. She left her room, leaving the brunette alone, who let out a sigh. "Wow, that really took me by surprise," he said to himself. "But you're learning how to calm the situation," Drake said, and Issei nodded. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Issei, thinking it was Yukana, turned his gaze toward the place. "Oh, Yukana, you're back." Everything died when she saw who was at the door of the room, said Issei. He and the girl in question stared into each other's eyes. You, they both said, pointing at each other. "Icon," the girl shouted. "Branko," Issei. Now it's time for two old friends to meet again, albeit in a strange way, but a reunion nonetheless. What will happen now, only the author will know. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 Ranko, Everyday Things and a Hexy Swimsuit. Chapter 5. Yukana's house. Yukana's room. There he was, looking in front of a beautiful girl with brown skin and short blonde hair. She was looking at him with a mixture of anger, surprise, and happiness. Anger because he didn't bother to call her to let her know he was there or come to talk to her during this time, surprise at seeing him at her friend's house, and happiness at seeing him again after so long. A strange combination, if you ask me. "Icon," Ranko Hanju shouted, throwing herself on top of Issei, leaving them both in a somewhat suggestive position, with her straddling Issei and her chest pressed against the brunette's. Ranko, it's good to see you," Issei said nervously, anticipating Yukana entering through. "Sorry for the delay, I brought some oolong tea," Yukana said, then fell silent after seeing the scene. "Damn it." Issei thought nervously about what might happen. "Ha. Isn't that something? You're there, calmly waiting for your girlfriend to bring the drinks, and suddenly your childhood friend appears, then throws herself at you, and at that moment your girlfriend arrives and sees you there in a suggestive position. Ah, what a thing." Drake said, mocking his companion's situation. "You only wake up for things like this, to make fun of me, you damn dinosaur." Issei yelled, but he focused on what was happening outside his mind. "Yukana, I can explain," Issei said nervously, seeing his girlfriend's cold stare. It didn't help that Ranko was sitting on his lap while Mini Issei felt the heat between the brunette's legs. "Hey!" Yukana shouted, and Issei thought it was the end, "but you should have told me you were coming, you surprised me." Yukana scolded Ranko. They seem to be friends, good riddance, Issei thought, relieved. "Hey, get off him already, how long do you plan on riding him?" Yukana asked, pulling Ranko off Issei, to which the brunette pouted. "Oh, don't scold me," said Ranko. Issei sat up where he was lying and looked at the two friends and incidentally got a good view of Ranko's panties. "Purple," Issei thought as he saw the brunette's underwear. "It seems you two know each other," Yukana said, to which Ranko quickly replied with a smile. "Of course. Do you remember when I told you about a boy I knew when I was little who left town?" Ranko asked, receiving a nod from Yukana. "Well," the brunette said, quickly getting behind Issei and hugging him from behind, pressing her large breasts against the back of his neck. "Icon, it's him," she said with a lovely smile that surprised Yukana, as she had rarely seen her smile like that. "Wow, I certainly didn't expect that," Yukana said. "Right?" Ranko asked, but then Yukana pulled her off Issei again. "Even so, don't get too attached to him," Yukana said jealously, hugging Issei and unconsciously placing him between her soft breasts, all while the brunette. Like Willerek said, take advantage of the bug, Issei thought, enjoying the soft touch of his girlfriend's breasts on his head. "Don't tell me he's your boyfriend?" Ranko asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice that Issei clearly recognized from hearing it from Rainer earlier, but he felt that coming from Ranko, it meant trouble. "Hey, don't you remember I told you I had a boyfriend?" Yukana said, and that's when Ranko froze, realizing what she meant by that question. What a surprise, ha ha ha," Ranko said with a smile faker than her love, a smile that gave Issei a chill, but Yukana didn't even notice. "Yes, Ice has been my boyfriend for a week and a few days," Yukana said, smiling as she hugged a pale Issei by the arm. "Bijuju, interesting, very interesting," Ranko said. "So he has a girlfriend and didn't tell me, now he has serious problems. First, he didn't tell me he was coming back, second, he's not going to look for me, and third, he's dating my best friend when I should be his girlfriend. Oh, Icon, you have serious problems," Ranko thought, looking at Issei, who felt threatened, so he decided to use the most macho tactic he could think of. "Well, it seems three's a crowd and she wants to talk to you, Yukana, so I'll leave you too. I'll come hang out with you another day. See you later, Ranko-chan, we'll talk more later, haha." "So, see you later," said Issei, quickly leaving the room, leaving Yukana pouting and Ranko angry that she wasn't Issei's girlfriend. Moments later. Park. Phew, that was a close call, Issei said, sitting on a bench and taking a sip of soda. I never thought I'd see Ranko again under these circumstances. I hope she doesn't kill me for not looking for her when I got here, Issei said when. Who's not going to kill you, hi-kun? Ranko's voice asked, appearing behind Issei and giving him a terrible fright as he hadn't felt her approach. Ah! The brunette shouted in fright. Ranko sat down next to him very close. Huh, Ranko-chan? Issei asked when she put a hand on his chest and rested her head on his shoulder. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? She asked seriously. Ah, what can I say, I went through a lot before I came back, even Maiko-chan had to find me to find out what I had registered, Issei said. But still, it's very strange that I haven't seen you at school, Ranko said. Coincidence perhaps, but even so it wouldn't be an excuse to justify not having gone to look for you, and I'm sorry, Issei said. Well, what's done is done, but I still can't accept that you're dating Yukana, Ranko said jealously, and Issei noticed that tone in her voice. Well, it was something that happened suddenly, but you shouldn't be jealous, you know. Issei said, making the brunette blush. Well, she wanted to say, but she didn't know what to say. Ah, knowing how you are, I'll tell you something that only you and Maiko-chan know so far, Issei said seriously. Ranko looked at him strangely. Well, wouldn't it be better somewhere else? She asked, looking at the brunette who nodded in agreement. Yes, but let's go to my house, I'll treat you to dinner while we're there, what do you say? Issei asked, receiving a beautiful smile from the brunette in response. Of course, Ranko said happily, excited to be able to go to her love's house and eat something he had prepared. Okay, let's go, said Issei, and so they both went to Issei's house. Time skip. Night. Hyoudou residence. Living room. Issei had already told her about what happened to him before returning. He trusted Ranko a lot, since although it didn't seem like it, she was always a fan of things related to the supernatural. Issei narrated his life after entering Kuo Academy, how he became a supernatural being, and how after some problems with his fiancée, several of the girls he wanted a relationship with got angry with him, forgetting about his problem in order to have a relationship. Ranko was too amazed. She didn't know that her friend was no longer human, but that wouldn't stop her from being with him. But there was something that caught her attention more than anything else. So you have girlfriends, huh? That means you have something like a harem, Ranko said, approaching Issei. Technically, Issei said, and Ranko smiled like a cat at that. I have to say that's really good for me, you know. Ranko said, sitting on Issei's lap and hugging him around the neck. Really good, she added. Issei knew where this was going. He knew Ranko had had feelings for him for a long time, but since he wasn't there, he couldn't reciprocate them. Well, I wanted to tell Yukana about it, but you see, you showed up and I couldn't tell her. Now I'll need another opportunity to talk to her about this, Issei said, making Ranko laugh nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't know that, but you could find a suitable time one of these days. After all, she might understand all of this, although she would also have to be more serious, so as not to be left out, Ranko said, still in her position as Issei hugged her around the waist. Then Issei and Ranko talked for a while longer about how to tell Yukana about his true nature and other things. Issei then walked Ranko home since it was getting late. Balai-kun, it was good to see you tomorrow at school, Ranko said, but before leaving she turned around and planted a soft kiss on the brunette's lips, leaving him surprised. Ranko, Issei said, but she put a finger to his lips while smiling. That pays for not telling me you came back, and it also proves I'm part of your harem. But you'll see, I'll find the time to be alone with you, if you know what I mean, haha, Ranko said, entering her house and leaving Issei still stunned by what had just happened. Wow, you know some interesting girls, buddy, Drake said, and Issei just nodded before heading home to rest. What a day, said the chestnut-haired man as he walked back home. The next day. It was another day, and Issei was with his new friends talking about their things when Issei's phone vibrated, signaling a message. Where are you? The message clearly read from Yukana. What's wrong, Ice-kun? Junichi asked his friend. Huh? Nothing, I have to go somewhere else, Issei said, putting his phone away. Yes, you're going to your girlfriend's, you traitorous wretch, you're leaving us high and dry to go to your girlfriend's, ugh, how I hate that. Shinpei said. Yes, you're a traitor, you have a girlfriend, and you don't even introduce us to any of her friends, Kigo said angrily. I don't know why you keep complaining. What's more, you were the ones who brought me together with Yukana, so now you'll just have to deal with it, Issei said, silencing them both. Leave them alone, Ice-kun, they're just crazy. You go to Yame-san, she's probably waiting for you, Junichi said, to which Minoru nodded in agreement. Issei smiled and left the place, sending a message to his girlfriend. Moments later. Empty room. Issei was taken by Yukana to a classroom where there was no one. There was a blanket on the floor. So, what are we going to do? Issei asked his girlfriend, who was sitting on the blanket on the floor. I want to do sit-ups, so I need your help. Will you hold my feet steady? Yukana asked, and Issei nodded without hesitation. Issei knelt in front of her and held her feet as she began to do sit-ups, though she only managed 4 before collapsing to the floor. Oh, I can't do any more, she said, lying back on the blanket. You're not good at sports, haha, Issei said, laughing a little at his girlfriend, causing her to pout. But anyway, why do you suddenly want to exercise? Issei asked, to which Yukana blushed slightly as she looked away. Well, I've gained a little weight. I wanted to join the PE class, but I don't like being stared at, Yukana said. Issei smiled and put his hand on her cheek so she would see him. Ice, she said, feeling her boyfriend's touch. Ah, to me you look perfect just the way you are, besides I think all the weight is due to other things, said Issei, looking at Yukana's large chest, who blushed and threw him to the floor in embarrassment. Idiot, don't say things like that, Yukana said, blushing. Sorry, Issei apologized, but then. Ooh. The blonde with pink-tipped hair had a rumbling stomach and blushed. You haven't eaten, have you? Issei asked, and she nodded. Ah, I imagine it's because of your diet, Issei said, and she nodded again. Issei sighed and stood up, reaching out to help his girlfriend up. Come on, I'll treat you to something healthy and filling, Issei said. She accepted, getting up to take his arm and give him a beautiful smile. Thank you for that, Ice, she said gratefully, while Issei just smiled. For you, anything, Issei said. Yukana smiled and kissed him on the cheek. They both left the classroom, watched by 2 people. One was Renko, who was smiling as she plotted something to help Issei with Yukana. The other was short, with brown hair tied in 2 buns, and she pouted as Issei walked very close to Yukana. Time skip. Night. Hi to residence. Issei was with the 3 mothers watching a movie in the living room, with Anna and Meiko on either side of him, while Megumi was next to Anna. They were watching Rambo Last Blood. Issei was watching the movie somewhat disappointed with the story, just like me, but oh well, the action made up for that flaw, while Megumi thought the same, since she had seen all the Rambo movies before. After an hour the movie ended and now they were preparing the food. Wow, that ending was more brutal than the other movies, but even so, the story didn't completely convince me, Issei said next to Megumi. Yes, I was expecting a bit more of a story, but oh well, Megumi said. Ice-kun, tell me something, Anna said, looking into the brunette's eyes. What, Anna-san? Issei asked. Who do you like the most, of the 3 of us? She asked, leaving Issei speechless with her jaw on the floor, while Megumi and Meiko blushed, one more than the other. Hey Anna, what are you asking? Megumi shouted, her brown skin slightly flushed. What? Is that normal? I mean, he's going to marry us after all, right, Ice-kun? Anna asked, hugging the brunette from behind and pressing her large breasts against him. Issei blushed and instinctively smiled like an idiot, but he quickly controlled himself. Well, all 3 of you are equally beautiful to me. Of course, each one has her own charm. For example, you, Anna-san, are very seductive and sexy, Issei said, making Anna smile. Meiko-san is sweet and very cute, even a little clumsy, which makes her even more attractive, Issei said, making Meiko smile beautifully, who blushed slightly as well. And Megumi-san is somewhat tough, strong-willed, and very cheerful, but also kind and affectionate, he said, cheering Megumi up, who smiled with her arms crossed beneath the enormous breasts contained by her sweater. All 3 of you are very beautiful and lovely in your own way, so I can't say who is more beautiful than the other, as that would be a lie. I love each of you equally for your qualities, so don't ask that again, Anna-san, Issei said as he was hugged by the 3 women, who had beautiful smiles on their faces. That was beautiful, Ice, Megumi said, kissing Issei's cheek. I love you too, Ice-kun, Anna said, kissing the other cheek of the brunette. Yes, Icon, I'm glad you love us all the same, Meiko said as she took advantage of the bug and kissed Issei fully on the lips, making both mothers jealous. Hey, that's taking advantage, Meiko. Megumi said jealously. Bijuju, Meiko-chan, how bold. Anna said, smiling, but also a little jealous. Why didn't I think of that before? Anna scolded herself. So, Ice, Megumi said, looking at the brunette who looked at her. Aren't you going to introduce us to your girlfriends? She asked, and Issei nodded. Sure, but it'll have to be another day. They can't come today because they had work to do, Issei said, remembering the call he'd received from Rainer, who told him that Penemu had summoned Kaloriner and her to help with something, while Sona and the others had been called to the underworld by Surziches for something unrelated to who knows what. But I think I'll be able to introduce them tomorrow, Issei said, and the 3 nodded. Well, let's continue with the food, it's a shame the children are with their parents, Anna said, remembering when her ex came to take their son to spend time with him. I left my son with my parents, Meiko said, remembering that his son wanted to go to his grandparents' house. Don't worry, we'll all have a future dinner together, Issei said. Like a family, Megumi added, and everyone nodded. Then they continued cooking and spending the evening watching a movie or two. Time skip. 1 week later. The week had passed since his encounter with Ranko and the revelation that he was a supernatural being. Since then, many things had happened, such as Ranko's attempts to be alone with Issei, going out with Yukana after school, having lunch with Miss Yuzu, and getting to know the teacher better. She told him that she lived alone and hadn't had the chance to go out and have fun because of work, something Issei remedied by inviting her out for a weekend. Then there was Sayaka, who asked him for help several times with art class materials. She was even bold enough to ask him out on a date, which Issei accepted. They rode around in the teacher's car while getting to know each other. Sayaka had a dream of traveling to Paris and other places. He also talked with Galco about the things that were happening in the life of the innocent blonde girl, who was very nice. He also spent time with Yui, helping with various tasks that required strength, much to her delight, as she got jealous when she saw him with Yukana. He also reunited with Fujinoki Shizune, or Nin-chan as he called her, spent time with the girl who was happy to hang out with her Ani. Of course, neither she nor Yui knew about his relationship with Yukana. Although it seems strange, he also introduced the three mothers to their girlfriends, and it must be said that the girls were jealous of the three women's large, no enormous breasts, but they still got along well, especially Anna with Rainer, Meiko with Gladys and Irina, and Megumi with Sona, Rainer, and Irina, Jelavic. There was still the problem with Rias and the others, but Issei didn't want to talk about it. They started it, and now they had to put up with it, and that hurt the girls when Sona and Rainer told them. Well, now there was a month and a half left until the start of summer, and Issei was looking forward to it. First he had to camp at Tatsuki, then he had plans to invite the girls to the beach, but the main thing was to tell Yukana about his life, but he was still looking for the perfect opportunity for that. The day it was his class's turn to clean the windows on their side of the corridor, and Issei was deep in thought as he cleaned the window. "And do you already have a way of telling him?" Drake asked his partner. "Well, to be honest, no, the opportunity hasn't presented itself yet," Issei said. "What a problem, but you'll have your chance, mate," Drake said. "I hope so, Drake, I hope so," Issei thought as he cleaned the window, when. "Hello, let's do a good cleaning, okay?" said a cheerful Yukana, hugging the brunette from behind and pressing her large breasts against him, much to Issei's delight. "Huh? Yes, Yukana, but aren't you just lazing around?" Issei asked, and she smiled playfully. "No, I'm not, I just got back from taking out the trash," Yukana said as she told her friend that she was catching up. "Ah, I see," Issei said when she smiled at him. Hey, don't you notice anything different?" she asked, leaning forward slightly, surprising Issei with that question. "Anything new?" Issei asked, and she pouted. "You, haven't you noticed?" she asked again, but Issei didn't notice. She sighed and lifted her shirt, revealing her stomach. "Look here, haven't I lost a little weight? It must be from the sit-ups I did." "Look closely," Yukana said, showing Issei her stomach. Issei looked at her. I don't know what abdominal exercises you're referring to, since you got tired quickly, but there's only one way to know if it's true, so with your permission," Issei said, placing his hand on Yukana's stomach, making her blush. She moaned at Issei's touch on her soft skin, she enjoyed it. "Wow, you're right, your abdomen feels firm," Issei said, impressed. He looked at Yukana's red face and took his hand away. "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable," he apologized, but she refused, still blushing. "No problem, but you should avoid doing that in public, it's embarrassing," Yukana said, and Issei analyzed what she said, realizing that he had permission to do it in private. "I'll keep that in mind," Issei said, and she smiled at him. "Well, see you later, but remember that summer's coming and we'll be relaxing together, so get ready," Yukana said as she left. Issei smiled at her, "But before I go," she asked, "are you free after school?" Issei nodded. "Great, now then, see you later." And then she left. "I'll be more than ready, you can be sure of that," said the brunette, watching his girlfriend leave. Issei let out a sigh. "I have to tell her soon," he whispered to himself, but then. "Oh, that sounds fun, let me join in too," said a wild Ranko, popping out from behind Issei, surprising him. "Ranko, don't ever appear out of nowhere like that again." Issei yelled at her, and she smiled innocently. Okay, Icon, don't get mad at Ranko-chan," she said, teasing Issei. "Ah, and what do you need?" "As you can see, I'm cleaning the windows," said Issei, to which she put her index finger under her lips. "Well, I came to see if you could help me with something," she said, and Issei looked at her. "Well, what would that be?" Issei asked, and she took his hand. "Well, come here," she said, leading him to some boxes. "I need you to help me carry these boxes to the art storage room. They made me carry them as punishment for skipping class, haha," she said, laughing as Issei looked at her with a really, dude, expression. "Ah, okay," Issei said, lifting the larger boxes. "Come on, I'll carry the big ones," he said, receiving a kiss on the cheek from a cheerful Ranko. "Hooray, thank you Icon, that's why I love you," she said happily. They moved the boxes to the art warehouse, and after several minutes Issei was carrying the last box when he heard a click from the door, knowing what that sound meant. "Ranko, why did you close the door?" Issei asked, placing the box on top of the others, then looking at Ranko with a predatory smile. "Well, Icon, you helped me and you deserve a reward for that," she said, approaching Issei, who looked at her without flinching. "Okay Ranko, stop playing around, it's not fun." He didn't finish because he was thrown to the floor and Ranko straddled him. "Ranko," Issei said, seeing the brunette smiling like a predator. "Juju, I've been wanting to do this," Ranko said, untying her shirt and revealing her black cleavage that held those large breasts Issei was tempted to touch. "Alright Icon, I know you can't go too far, so make me feel really good with my breasts and I'll let you go," Ranko said, and Issei looked into her eyes. "Are you serious?" Issei asked incredulously. "Very seriously," Ranko said, then Issei knew he had to give a panty-wetting massage like the one he gave his girlfriends. "Okay, I'll give you the best orgasm of your life," Issei said, his eyes darkening, a malevolent gleam in one eye and his fingers moving dangerously. This only excited Ranko, who wanted to feel how good Issei was at it. -3 Doritos later. "And that's how you please a woman," Issei said, looking at a panting Ranko on the floor, her bra riding up over her breasts, revealing her large breasts with dark nipples. The brunette had an ecstatic look and a little saliva escaped from the corner of her lips. Issei noticed her purple panties, which showed a damp stain from what she had felt earlier. "I knew I was good at giving massages, haha. I'd better wait until she comes to, so nothing bad happens," Issei said, sitting on the floor next to her and placing Ranko's head on his lap. Issei began to stroke his friend's blonde hair and smiled, remembering when he first met her. Flashback. 11 years ago. It was an autumn afternoon, and in a park a few blocks from the Hyoudou house, a small chestnut-haired boy sat on a swing, watching the sunset. He was alone since his parents were at work and his nanny had brought him to play, but she went to buy him something at a store a few minutes away. Issei was peaceful until he saw a small girl with brown skin and light blonde hair with a sad expression sitting on a park bench. Curious, little Issei approached her. When he got closer he saw that the girl was very pretty, but her sad face didn't allow him to appreciate that better, so he decided to ask her what was wrong, since his father told him that he should make a girl happy if she was sad. "Hi, are you okay?" Little Issei asked the girl, who was surprised to hear him talking to her. The girl looked at the brown-haired boy and blushed slightly when she saw his honey-colored eyes looking at her with some concern. "Are you okay? You seem sad," Issei said. "No, I'm sad because nobody wants to be my friend," the girl said, remembering that almost all the children push her away and make fun of her. Issei put his hand on her head and stroked it. She was surprised by this. "Why are you stroking my head?" she asked. "My dad said that's what he used to do to my mom when she was sad, so I'm doing it to you so you'll stop being sad. Besides, if nobody wants to be your friend, I will be," said the little brown-haired boy, smiling and surprising the girl. "Are you serious about being my friend?" he asked with hope in his voice, to which the brunette smiled and nodded. "Sure, I'm Hyoudou Issei, but you can call me Ice," said the brunette, offering his hand, which she took with a beautiful smile. "I'm Ranko Hanju, but call me Ranko Ice-kun," the little girl said, smiling. "Haha, yes, Ranko-chan," said the little boy. After that, they played for the rest of the afternoon, during which Issei introduced Ranko to his babysitter. He then realized that Ranko attended the same elementary school as him, so they played together during recess. They spent a whole year together until Issei's parents passed away and he had to go live with his grandparents. But they made a promise that Ranko hasn't forgotten to this day and that Issei just remembered. Flashback end. "Damn, how could I forget that promise? I'm such a damn inconsiderate person," Issei said to himself as a soft hand rested on his cheek. Issei looked at Ranko, who had a beautiful smile with a soft blush on her face. "You will be my wife, that's what you said that day, and I still remember it to this day Icon, but it seems you've forgotten," said Ranko and Issei smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I'm an idiot, but don't worry, I'll fix that as soon as possible, I promise you Ranko-chan," Issei said, and she smiled with tears in her eyes when she saw that Issei remembered that promise he made to her. "I'll be eagerly awaiting it, Icon," Ranko said. After that scene, Issei and Ranko decided to return to class, of course, after their respective subjects ended so they could enter the next class. Ranko said goodbye with a kiss on the cheek while Issei went to the infirmary since he sent a message to Yukana saying that he would be in the infirmary because he felt bad, so he went in there to wait for the bell of the next class. Time skip. After class. Issei and Yukana were at the mall, in the swimsuit section. Yukana had taken him there to pick out a swimsuit since she wanted his opinion. Yukana was looking at some swimsuits while Issei stood there, unfazed. He'd already gone with Rias and the others to buy swimsuits and lingerie, Akeno, Rainer and Kalawiner, so it didn't make him nervous or anything like that. What did bother him a little were the occasional glances from the girls who were buying their swimsuits. He even heard some of them whispering about him and how handsome he looked, which he didn't care about. He didn't care what other girls thought of him anymore. Now he only cared about what his girls thought of him, even if he was sometimes more of a pervert than he once was. Which one do you think is cute, Ice? Yukana asked, seeking her boyfriend's opinion. Issei snapped out of his thoughts and looked at his girlfriend. Honestly, it doesn't matter what you wear, you'll still look beautiful, Issei said, blushing and making Yukana happy. She started playing with her hair while smiling. Haha, well, I'll go try on my choices, then you can tell me what you think, she said, laughing as she picked out some bikinis she had chosen. Okay, I'll wait for you, Issei said, smiling, and she went into the locker room. Issei stayed there, waiting for his girlfriend to come out so he could see what she had chosen. While he waited, he thought of a little song. Imagine the song that plays in Cosmo's head, Fairly Odd Parents. I couldn't find any damn video to show which one I'm talking about. After a few minutes Yukana came out wearing a swimsuit that pleased Issei's eyes. And, how do I look? She asked. Issei, for his part, was stunned. He didn't know what to say. He was stupid because of what he had just seen, even though he had seen his girls before. He was just like when he first saw them, staring like an idiot at his blonde girlfriend's curvy body. He quickly snapped out of his stupor to tell his girlfriend how she looked. You look spectacular, that one suits you, no doubt about it, white looks good on you, you look very beautiful and hexy, Issei said, blushing, to Yukana, who smiled at his reaction. Thank you Ice, she said, and Issei smiled, but suddenly, come here, she said, pulling Issei into the changing room. Yukana, what are you doing? Issei asked, to which she silenced him by putting a finger to her lips. Shhh, if you speak loudly they'll discover us, she said, then smiled sensually. I have a surprise for you, so turn around so I can change, Yukana said, and Issei readily agreed, turned around, and waited for her to tell him. Her and me in here, plus her undressing to change her outfit, this is bad, very bad. Issei thought, resisting the temptation to look at his naked girlfriend. Relax, buddy, think about the Bible, and if that doesn't work, think about Boku no Pico, haha, Drake said, quickly calming Issei down. You're sick, Drake, very sick, Issei said to his friend, who started laughing. You can look now, Yukana said, and when Issei looked. Oh, by Michael Sama, Issei thought at what he saw. So, how do I look, Ice? Yukana asked, and Issei quickly recovered. Well, you've left me speechless, I don't know what to say, but I am sure about one thing, and that is that you look incredibly hexy and sensual, said Issei, and Yukana smiled with a blush on her face. Haha, thank you, said Yukana while playing with her hair. But Issei said, and she looked at him. I wouldn't want others to see you in that outfit, and yes, I am jealous, especially with that beautiful body of yours. I am very jealous, Issei said, and she smiled. Oh, so you're jealous, what a surprise. But you're right, I wouldn't wear it for others to see. I'd be so embarrassed if others saw me, so she said when Issei saw how beautiful his girlfriend could be. I'll only use it for you, okay? She said when Issei's nose bled because of how cute she looked when she asked him that. So much beauty is killing me, I'll step out for a moment, and I like that you want to use it just for me, Yukana, I'm happy, said Issei, leaving the dressing room, leaving a happy but embarrassed Yukana, who put her hands to her cheeks after saying such words. Outside, Issei sat on a bench, pondering how to let Yukana know about his life. Summer was still a long way off, and he needed to tell her before leaving for Totsuki. Although he had time, he knew he needed to plan carefully how to tell her, so for now, he would enjoy spending time with her and making her happy until that day. After that they left them all to go home, and Issei decided to drop Yukana off at home. Now they were walking hand in hand while talking about things. I'm happy I found a cute swimsuit, even though they didn't have my size in the first one I liked, Yukana said, and Issei just listened. But you still looked good in that swimsuit, but you looked even better in that micro bikini, haha, Issei laughed, remembering the hexy little swimsuit she had chosen for him. Yukana blushed and hugged Issei's arm, putting that arm between her breasts. Shut up, baka, it's embarrassing, the blonde said, blushing, and Issei smiled as he hugged her around the waist. But I'm not going to deny reality, Yukana, you looked good, it had to be said, and it was said, said the brunette, and she just smiled, still blushing. Idiot, she whispered, and Issei kissed her forehead. I'm calming down now, haha, said Issei. You know, why don't we go to the pool this weekend so I can try on the white swimsuit? She asked, and Issei nodded. Sure, that's a good idea, Issei said. So I can see what's under that baggy shirt you're wearing, Yukana thought. By the way, Issei is wearing a baggy uniform shirt as she felt a firm torso under that school shirt and wanted to see what Issei looked like shirtless. Oh, this girl, she wants to see what her boyfriend looks like. I think when she and Ranko see him, they'll want to grape him. Can I invite my friends to come? Yukana asked, thinking of Ranko and Galko. Sure, why not? Issei said, remembering something. Can I bring a friend? I want to do something, Issei said, thinking of Junichi and how he should introduce him to a girl, since the others need to mature in that regard. Junichi seems to be the most sensible of the three, and Minoru is a lolicon, and there's nothing he can do. He'll never introduce him to Kaneko, Gladys, or Kun, nor to Office. They were all his, although not the last one yet, not yet. Of course you can, Yukana said, and Issei nodded. Well, let's get some ice cream before we go home, Issei said, and she nodded happily. I want a strawberry one, Yukana said. I'll go for a Neapolitan one, let's see who understands, said Issei, making a mistake, but Yukana ignored him. So the couple went to buy ice cream before heading home. Now Issei had to figure out how to confess his feelings to Yukana, but there was time for that before camp. However, in the meantime, some crazy things would happen that would turn Issei's school life upside down. Among those things were a busty loli, not Hestia, unfortunately, and a dark-haired girl with closet gal tendencies, but that's a story for another time. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 Pool Day, Old Friend, Ichin Issei Aka and Nin. Chapter 6. Weekend. The day was the day he was going to go to the pool with Yukana, and Issei invited Junichi and the others, although the boys quickly went somewhere else when they saw Yukana, Renko, Galko and Yukana's other friends, one of them looking at Junichi and winking at the Redeed, blushing. Whoa, they look great, Issei said, looking at his girlfriend, future girlfriend and friend, since Yukana's other two friends had left with Junichi. Good luck, my friend, Issei thought, watching the Redeed being led away by both girls. Thank you, Ice, Yukana said, blushing as she remembered when they bought the swimsuit a few days ago. It's good to know you like what you see, Kun, Renko said flirtatiously, crossing her arms under her large breasts. Thank you Ice Kun, Galko said, blushing slightly at the compliment. Well, let's have some fun, said Issei. By the way, the brunette was wearing red shorts and a sweatshirt since he didn't want to attract attention, although he hid the scars thanks to a magic that Rossweisse put on him, his body was marked from training with Tannen's help. Wait a minute, Kun, Renko said, getting very close to Issei. Hey, you're very close, Yukana said jealously. Yes Renko? Issei asked nervously. Why the sweatshirt? She asked, making Issei even more nervous. Come on, take it off, or is there something you're ashamed of? Renko asked, unzipping the sweatshirt. Ah, okay, Issei said in defeat, taking off his hoodie and revealing his toned body. He blushed excessively in front of Yukana and Galko, but Renko blushed and licked her lips while touching Issei's abdomen. Could you give me some space, Renko? Issei asked, a little nervous about how Yukana would react. Okay Kun, by the way, you look very good, really good said Renko, making Issei blush a little, while Yukana and Galko were still mesmerized by seeing Issei. Let's move now, Issei said, uncomfortable with the stares of other girls. This made him uncomfortable, and now he knew what Kiba was going through. The three of them felt like it and went to spend some time in the pool. The girls went to find a place to eat, while Issei went to buy some drinks. In the distance, he saw Junichi talking shyly to the two girls, while further away Kigo and Shunpei were crying tears of blood from jealousy, and Minoru was discreetly watching some girls playing around the place. That boy would have too many problems with the law. Issei had returned with some drinks and saw that Renko, along with Yukana and Galko, were near a tree waiting for him. They were talking when Issei arrived. Here you go, girls, Issei said, handing out the drinks, which were canned sodas. Each girl took hers and began to drink. Issei sat down next to the girls when Yukana spoke. Ice, could you put sunscreen on me? She asked, turning her back to the brunette who was looking at that beautiful back that he wanted to caress and well, it was time it's water-based, so there's no problem if I go in the pool said Yukana. Okay, I'll do it, Issei said, quickly drinking the soda without suffering the famous brain freeze. He approached Yukana and took the sunscreen. Kun Renko's voice called out when Issei looked at his Renko lying face down without a bra while looking at Issei flirtatiously. Can you put some on me too? The blonde-haired brunette asked Issei, who felt very lucky when he remembered something. I hope it doesn't end like when I did it with Rias and Akeno-san, Issei thought, remembering the fight last summer. Okay, I'll do it, Issei said as Yukana, jealous, lay down next to Renko without a bra either, making Issei think something. Down, mini-me, yes, Issei's secondary brain wanted to wake up. Said the third girl in the group, Galko, who was blushing. Issei looked at her. Can you apply some to me too? She asked shyly. Sure, first let me finish her off first, okay? Issei said firmly, and Galco nodded. So Issei began applying the sunscreen to both girls, causing them both to moan with pleasure. Issei smiled smugly, because if there was one thing he was proud of, it was that his lustful hands were experts at this kind of thing. Galco watched everything blushing. She saw Ranko's satisfied face and Yukana's blushing face, who by the way, didn't want to show her clear satisfaction. She was somewhat nervous and anxious for it to be her turn. After a few minutes Issei finished putting the blocker on both of them. Ice, although I liked all this, weren't your hands moving in a very erotic way? Yukana asked, blushing, to which Issei smiled awkwardly. I want to feel that again, Ranko said, smiling wickedly. Apparently, she wanted another round, but in the dark. Her face said it all. Sorry, but it's Galco-chan's turn, Issei said, pointing to a prepared Ranko list. Ooh, but still enjoy this Galco-chan haha, Ranko said. Yukana just pouted but let it go. Yes, Issei said to Ranko as he put some sunscreen on his hands and looked at Galco. Okay Galco-chan, it's your turn said Issei. Please, said the blushing Galco. And so, for minutes, Galco felt pleasure from Issei's hands. She liked that feeling very much and hoped to feel it again. Moments later. Ah, that felt great, Ranko said. You're an expert, Ice, Yukana said, still blushing. Yes, I really like that feeling, Galco said. Issei came behind them smiling after feeling those soft bodies. It seems some things never change, Drake said. Well, I can't deny the beauty of women, and I enjoy it while I can, since with the problems of a year ago with that group that Sasha-san and Kateria-san have investigated, I don't expect to have more times like this anytime soon, Issei told Drake. Well, despite now having a long life, it's best to treasure moments like these and live them well, since we don't know what tomorrow holds, Drake said, and Issei nodded. I couldn't have said it better, my friend, Issei said. Ice the chestnut-haired boy was pulled from his thoughts by Yukana. He had a pout. Don't ignore me when I'm talking to you she complained, and Issei laughed foolishly. Sorry, what were you saying? Issei asked, and she pointed to the slide. Let's go up there together, Yukana said, and Issei nodded. No problem, Issei said, watching Junichi being fought over by Yukana's two friends. Issei smiled, realizing his friend would probably have a girlfriend soon. I'll go after Yukana, Ranko said, smiling. I'm in third place, Galco said, and Issei nodded. Okay, let's go Ice, said Yukana, taking Issei to go to the slide. The four of them stayed like that for a while, and on the last climb something happened. Everything was fine, no mishaps, except that Yukana's bikini was about to come undone, so Issei did what he had to do. Damn not, you had to untie yourself now, said the brunette, tying the knot. When he succeeded, he was pleased. Mission complete, he said, but he forgot something. His bad posture. The next thing he knew, he looked at water and everything went dark. Moments later. Infirmary. Ugh, what happened? Issei wondered as he felt himself waking up. Easy, because of your posture you fell further, plus you hit your head really hard on the edge of the slide, so the three girls brought you to the infirmary, Drake said, surprising Issei. That must have been a hard blow, the brunette thought. Issei moved when his hand landed on something soft, and he knew what it was. He wasn't stupid. He looked to see who was beside him. Ranko, who smiled when she saw him do that. Oh, you're awake, I can tell me, do you like what you're doing? He didn't finish speaking because Issei squeezed his chest and started playing with him. I don't know what you're doing here, but I won't waste this opportunity, said Issei, getting on top of Ranko, who blushed. I was just kidding, haha. I mean, I'd like to, but not now. Maybe somewhere better, don't you think? HMPH. She didn't finish because Issei kissed her. She was surprised by this, while Issei just kissed her while gently pressing his body against hers, his tongue exploring her mouth. The brunette slowly surrendered to the sensation. The kiss lasted 2 minutes, 2 minutes long enough for Ranko to feel like she was in heaven. She liked the kiss so much that she wanted another, but she knew that Yukana and Galco could come in at any moment, so she sat down next to Issei, who smiled mockingly at her. Did you like the kiss? Issei asked, to which she turned her face away, blushing. Why yes, although it took me by surprise, you're mean, Ranko said, blushing at that, and Issei smiled. Well, you're tempting me and I'm not made of stone, said Issei, and Ranko pouted. Oh Ice, it's so good you woke up. Said a happy Yukana, entering alongside a cheerful Galco. Yes, Ranko explained what happened to me here. I'm sorry to worry you, Issei said, and the blonde shook her head. You don't need to worry, everyone has accidents, Yukana said. After that, Issei and the girls went home. He looked for Junichi but couldn't find him, since Yukana's friends weren't there either. Issei smiled. His friend could win the heart of one of them. Issei dropped Ranko and Galco off near their homes and then dropped Yukana off in front of her house. I had fun today, Ice, thanks for coming, Yukana said, smiling. You don't have to thank me, I enjoyed spending time with everyone, it was fun, except of course for the blow, that wasn't fun at all, Issei said, smiling and putting on a poker face at the last part, making Yukana laugh at that. It's good to know that my pain amuses others, Issei joked. Yeah, but it's funny when you say it like that, Yukana said, then she came closer and hugged Issei around the neck. Although I had fun that way, thanks, Yukana said when Issei put his arm around her waist. Whenever you like, darling, Issei said, smiling. Yukana blushed at the darling comment, but the blonde didn't say anything and kissed Issei, which the brunette reciprocated. After a minute they separate, smiling as they go. I'll see you on Monday at school, Issei said, smiling. You can count on it, see you later, take care, Yukana said goodbye. Likewise, see you later, Issei said as he started walking towards home. He had been walking for a few minutes when he decided to take a detour along a path on the main street of the city. He walked for a while when he passed near one of the restaurants that belonged to his parents, or rather to him. I should order something for dinner, after all the girls are busy and won't be able to come, Issei told himself, remembering that Rainer and the girls would be busy until Monday, and the three mothers would be out for various reasons, whether it was family, work, or an errand in another city, so he would have dinner alone. Issei walked to the restaurant that belonged to some of his parents. Issei had barely stepped inside when he was immediately approached by one of the employees. Young Issei, it's been so long since I've seen you, how are you this afternoon? Asked the waiter. Very well, thank you for asking Suzuki-san, is Komatsu-san here? Issei asked the waiter who nodded. Yes, the chef is in the kitchen as always, Suzuki said, and Issei smiled. Thank you, I won't interrupt your work, which, by the way, you do a good job, said Issei, walking towards the kitchen and being greeted by several of the staff. Thank you for those words, young Issei. I'll continue doing my job, said Suzuki, continuing to serve the many customers, as it was one of the most popular restaurants in the city. Issei walked around, taking in the place, as busy as ever. Ever since Issei suggested taking reservations to keep regular customers happy, this restaurant, along with the others, had become a popular meeting place for many people, including some of the big names in the culinary world. Issei reached the kitchen, a place that reminded him of visiting his father at work. Goru personally ran this restaurant with his apprentice, Komatsu, a renowned chef well known in the industry. Komatsu, a short man, was delighted to welcome Issei into his kitchen. Issei, it's so good to see you back here. How are you? I haven't seen you since Christmas when you helped me cook, Komatsu said, approaching Issei. Several of the support cooks were happy to see Issei again. Issei was very well liked here, so much so that even his friends would be surprised. Not the girls, though, whom he'd taken out to eat since they started dating. He'd even brought Rias here one day when they were walking around before they had a fight. He needed to talk to her soon to fix things, unaware that the Redid and the others wanted the same. Yes, school keeps me busy most of the time, plus the fact that the Tatsuki camp is just around the corner, so I haven't been able to come around here, even though it's close to home, Issei said, to which Komatsu smiled. You don't have to apologize, although I think that's not the only thing keeping you busy. I have a feeling you have a girlfriend or two, haha. After all, Sensei also had a few admirers. He'd be proud of his son, Komatsu joked, making Issei smile. It was true. His father was famous for that, and this place was mostly frequented by several women. Luckily, his mother was there, although his father wouldn't be unfaithful to her either. Yes, I think so, although I don't really know, you know how mom was when it came to girls, I think she would have hit me, and then been happy for me, the brunette said and thought. Haha, that's true, but changing the subject, what are you doing here? Not that it bothers me, but it's strange that you're coming to this place, Komatsu said, crossing his arms and looking at Issei in a puzzled way. Well, I came for dinner, I wanted to have dinner and also say hello, since as you say it's been a while since I've been around here, Issei said, making Komatsu smile. Okay, let me prepare a nice dinner for you, I'll leave you feeling, but the chef was interrupted when Suzuki rushed into the kitchen. Komatsu-san. It's an emergency, someone important came for dinner tonight. The boy exclaimed. Now Suzuki-kun, calm down a little and tell me exactly what's going on, the chef asked when the boy took a breath and calmed down. Well, one of the Sendawara sisters came to eat, said Suzuki, surprising Komatsu and Issei, who looked at each other. Which one? Issei asked, somewhat nervously. Although he liked both, when it came to him they were very cloying. He still remembered when they visited his mother. They were very cloying with him, and there was no way they had changed at all. Well, said Suzuki. At a special table, away from the other customers, sat a beautiful blonde woman with a very curvy body and large breasts, looking at the menu. It was Natsume Sendawara, the CEO of Hubby Food Corporation, who had come to eat at the Hyoudou restaurant after a long time. Issei watched a beautiful woman from the kitchen doorway, surprised at how beautiful she was. Although he had seen her on television, it wasn't the same as seeing her in person. Wow, she is beautiful, Issei said aloud, making Komatsu laugh. Oh, so beautiful, who would have thought Issei would go after one of his mother's protégés? I wouldn't be surprised if your mother married one of them or both of them, Komatsu said, mocking Issei. Komatsu-san already, Issei complained, blushing slightly at the statement, since his mother would have actually done it. I'm calming down now, but Suzuki, you'd better go take her order, since it seems she's about to order, Komatsu told the waiter, who nodded and went to the woman. Issei and Komatsu went into the kitchen when, after a few minutes, Suzuki returned with the order. She wants the Hyoudou lasagna special, said Suzuki and Komatsu, but Issei was surprised. She was more into curry, even more so if it was one her mother made for her, but oh well. Okay, I'll start now, Komatsu said, but was stopped by Issei. I'll do it, Issei said, drawing everyone's attention in the kitchen. Seriously, Issei? Komatsu asked, impressed. Yes, I've been practicing and I'd like to see how far I've come so far, and what better way to reunite with an old friend than by giving her good food. Issei said, smiling. Komatsu and all the cooks smiled too. Haha, that's the boss's son, or rather, the boss himself. Come on Issei, you have all the space you need, impress your future wife. Komatsu said, making Issei almost fall over with the last part and making the others laugh. Komatsu-san. Issei shouted blushing. Minutes later. They're taking their sweet time, said the blonde Natsume, somewhat annoyed, looking at her watch as a plate of lasagna was placed on the table. It was Issei who brought it, but he was dressed in a black chef's uniform with red stripes and a black military-style cap with red stripes that partially covered his face. It's about time. If I didn't like this place, I would have left and given a bad review, but out of respect for my teacher, I won't even do that, said Natsume, irritated, looking at the guy who brought her the food. I'm sorry, miss, there was a last-minute change in the chef. Today we have a special visitor, and the person who cooked this dish you ordered just for you, Issei said, unrecognized. The woman gave him a strange look but stopped thinking about it. Anyway, I hope this dish is worth it if the chef who prepared it made it exclusively for me, Natsume said, picking up a fork and knife. Believe me, she won't regret it, Issei said when he saw her put a piece of lasagna in her mouth and she moaned with pleasure. That dish, that flavor, made her taste buds literally explode. This lasagna reminded her of something that brought tears to her eyes. Her teacher, who had welcomed her and her sister into her home. That familiar, nostalgic taste made her devour the dish quickly. Is it over already? She asked, disappointed to see that the lasagna was gone. She looked at the guy, in her opinion, who sat down in the chair across from her. Well, you finished it quickly, I'm surprised to be honest, I can't believe you liked something Natsume prepared so much, said Issei, puzzled by the woman who looked at him with a frown. How do you know my name? Wait, that's not the question I meant to ask. How did you achieve this unique flavor? Only 2 people have ever been able to do this, and those people, much to my regret, have passed away. So tell me, how were you able to replicate this flavor? She asked. No, she demanded, looking at Issei. Well, it's a family recipe after all, I mean, what child doesn't know what their parents cook? He said, letting the blonde open her eyes in shock after that. Son, it can't be, Ice-kun. She said with tears in her eyes. It had been a long time, not to say years, since she had last seen Issei. She hadn't seen him since the death of her parents and had been looking for him, but work prevented her. But now she had him in front of her and only for her. Yes, Natsume, like her sister, is very possessive, but even more so when it comes to Issei. How's Natsume-chan? Issei asked, but he didn't expect the woman to quickly stand beside him and hug him tightly. Her breasts are really soft, Well, as the good Willie said, take advantage of the bug. You have no idea how much I missed you, Ori too, but I missed you more. Whenever I wanted to find you, something always came up that prevented me. Now that you're here, I won't leave you, Natsume said the last part laughing somewhat pervertedly, which sent a shiver down Issei's spine, but he let it go and hugged the blonde back. It's so good to see you again after so long, although I would have liked to surprise you and Ori-chan at the autumn elections, or someday when I deign to visit you, but now I'll only do it with Ori-chan, Issei said. Will you be participating in the Tatsuki Fall Camp and elections? She asked, and Issei nodded. Old man Senzaman invited me, so I'll be attending Tatsuki for a while, though not for long since I take the test separately, Issei said. Well, putting that aside, don't you want to go somewhere else to talk more calmly? She asked, wanting to take Issei somewhere else to spend more time with him. I beat you little sister, now I'll enjoy my time with Ice-kun Natsume thought, imagining a chibi Ori annoyed with her. Okay, let's go to my house and I'll give you more lasagna there, since I made a lot because I wanted dinner too, said Issei as he was dragged by the blonde to the exit. He saw Komatsu give him a thumbs up while smiling, and Issei just smiled with amusement at that. Time skip. Monday. Issei spent the entire night talking to Ori about them, where Issei told her about his days in Kuo as a student and she told him what she had been doing with his company all this time. She stayed the night, slept next to Issei, and was very stubborn until he agreed. To say that Issei didn't sleep comfortably between two soft breasts was to say that he didn't know how to cook. A few hours ago, Issei accompanied her until they came to pick her up. She gave him her number and a kiss on the cheek, very close to the corner of his lips, leaving Issei in shock. Then she decided to go to class. On the way he met Yukana and they chatted until they reached the classroom. He had asked Junichi what had happened with Yukana's friends, and it seems that one of the two is in love with the Redeed. Issei was alone on a bench in the schoolyard. The boys had gone to bother Junichi for being too close to Yukana's friends. He was lost in thought about when he could go talk to Rias and also how to explain to Yukana his true reality related to the supernatural, which he didn't notice when Ranko approached and sat next to him. "What are you thinking about, Ai-kun?" Ranko asked, pulling Issei out of his thoughts. "Oh, Ranko, nothing, I was just staring into space," Issei said, but Ranko didn't believe him at all. "It's about Yukana and your secret, right?" she asked, and Issei let out a sigh. "Yes. That's driving me crazy, I don't know how to tell her, I could tell her before leaving at the beginning of the holidays, but I don't know when the right time would be, to be honest," said Issei. Ranko smiled at him and stroked his head. "You'll find a suitable time for that, don't worry about it. After all, there's still time before the holidays and you should definitely take us out when you're free," Ranko said, and Issei smiled. "Of course, I also had something planned for all of you. I can't invite my friends since they have their own plans, so I'll just have to introduce you to the girls," Issei said. "Your other girlfriends?" "Ai-kun, how bold." Ranko mocked and Issei felt a little embarrassed. "You could say that, haha," Issei said, and she hugged him, smiling. "I'll be looking forward to that, so I can meet my future sisters, haha," she said, and Issei just smiled at that comment. They spent their time talking until the start of classes, while Yukana was with her friends talking about their things, and Junichi was being bothered by his friends. Later that day. "Thank you for helping me put away the materials, Hyoudou-kun," said art teacher Ichino Sayaka. She had finished her classes and needed to put away the materials used. It was by chance that Issei happened to be passing by and asked for her help. Issei gladly agreed and now they were in the storage room putting away what had been used in class. "No problem, Ichino-sensei," Issei said, putting a box on a high shelf without noticing that Sayaka had closed the storage room door. "Remember that this girl slept with her student easily and then fought over him in only 2 ovas, so don't be bothered that she wants something with Issei, just like the others I mentioned." Issei was about to take another box when he felt someone hug him from behind and felt 2 large, soft mounds press against his back. Issei knew they were very good. Ichino-sensei?" Issei asked nervously. "What's wrong, Hyoudou-kun?" the red-haired teacher asked innocently, smiling. She'd been wanting to grab Issei like this for a while. Ever since he started studying, he was the only one on the school, besides those who already had girlfriends or were married, who didn't look at her lustfully. She disliked it, but even though Issei glanced at her now and then, he didn't just stare at her breasts. He looked her in the eyes, and she liked that. She liked even more that he was a studious student and had a real knack for art, since he sometimes made some pretty good sculptures with clay. This boy attracted her a lot. "Don't tell me I'm making you nervous?" she asked, blowing in Issei's ear, but the magician didn't even flinch. "Not exactly, but it's surprising that you're like this. I mean, you're serious all the time, even if you make the occasional joke. You're professional about your things, so this sudden closeness surprised me," said Issei, escaping the hug to stand in front of Sayaka, who smiled. "Well, I'm interested in you. I know you have a girlfriend, but that doesn't change the fact that I like you, Hyoudou-kun," the teacher said, running a finger over Issei's chest, who looked at her normally. That's interesting, but aren't you afraid of getting expelled for chasing after a student?" Issei asked, intrigued by her answer. She just smiled at this. "Well, could it be our secret? Wouldn't that be exciting?" Sayaka asked, and Issei frowned. It would sound hypocritical, but he had to say it. "I'm sorry, sensei, but I don't think it could work. Like you said, I have a girlfriend and I wouldn't want to cheat on her like that," Issei said. It might sound hypocritical, but he only dated people he knew and had a connection with, so he couldn't do it since he barely knew Sayaka. The Redeed nodded at this and decided to speak. "So, what do you think about getting to know each other better? Maybe you'll change your mind. From your expression, I can tell that's the problem you're carrying around. I don't mind at all. After all, I'm serious about this. Of all the guys I've dated, you're the one who catches my attention the most. After being single for a year, I can finally say that I'm interested in someone enough to say that," Sayaka said, impressing Issei, but he decided to make sure with his friend. "She's telling the truth. My former holders have dated many girls, and I can assure you that this woman in front of you is telling the truth, so you can give her a chance to get to know you, Drake said, and Issei nodded mentally. Okay, Ichi, but Sayaka interrupts him. Tell me Sayaka when we're alone, she said. Only if you call me Issei or Ice, the brunette said, and she nodded in agreement. Okay, Sayaka, we'll get to know each other to see how far this goes. We won't do anything weird when we're talking. I just want to get to know you as you are, so I hope you understand. It'll just be dates, no kissing or anything, since we'll barely know each other. Is that clear? Issei asked. It's not what I expected, but I'm satisfied, Ice, Sayaka said, and Issei nodded. Well, putting that aside, I'd better stop here since I have a date after school, Issei said as he began to pack the last boxes. Okay, but when will we meet to talk? She asked, and Issei paused to think. How about Wednesday and Thursday nights at my place? I'll invite you for dinner and we can talk there. Issei suggested, and she nodded, smiling. That sounds perfect, Sayaka said, and Issei went back to what he was doing. After that, Issei left to join Yukana and Renko, since they were going to Karaik. Sayaka walked calmly until she reached an empty classroom. There were Kuris Katsuko and Ashikawa Miss Yuzu, the other teachers, who saw Sayaka. So, did you achieve anything? Asked the brunette Katsuko seriously. It went better than I expected, said Sayaka, sitting down in a chair and crossing her legs. What exactly happened? Mizuzu asked. He asked me to get to know him, and that's actually fine, maybe we could develop something more, Sayaka said, smiling. HMPH, it was just luck, but I hope everything goes well, Katsuko said. Yes, after all, the plan is to share it, right? Miss Yuzu said, and they both smiled. But we're both still missing, Miss Yuzu, don't celebrate too soon, Katsuko said, depressing Miss Yuzu. You're right, although I think I'm more likely to be taller than you guys, after all I sometimes have lunch with him and we chat a lot, the blue-haired woman said proudly, and both women grunted at that. HMPH, that doesn't matter, we just have to follow the plan so that everything goes well, said Katsuko, and the three nodded. These three had a plan and Issei was involved in it, but that's a story for another time. The next day. School. -1 and 2 and 3. It was Issei who was in his physical education uniform doing sit-ups with Yukana holding his feet, Renko watched them from afar with a smile. Wow, you're really good at this, Yukana said, seeing that Issei wasn't sweating a drop, while Issei discreetly enjoyed his girlfriend's breasts. Well, I'm not like a certain cute girl who gets tired after doing 5, Issei teased, making Yukana pout somewhat embarrassed. Hey, don't make fun of me. She protested. Renko smiled amusedly. Issei stood up and hugged Yukana. Hey, it's embarrassing, Yukana said, blushing. But you like it when I hug you, Issei retorted, and she hid her face in the chestnut-haired man's chest. Well you're right, she said, separating to go to Renko. As Issei was going to them, someone hugged him from behind. From where the arms came out, he saw that it was a short person. He also felt 2 soft orbs near his lower back, not his butt, more or less around his torso. Huh? Issei wondered when he looked behind him at a pink hair tied in 2 side pigtails. Ah, Ani-chan scent, it's been a while since I smelled it, but why do I smell another woman's scent on you? Asked a girl who hugged Issei with empty eyes. This made Issei nervous, since he would recognize that look anywhere. Damn it, Nin-chan, Issei thought. Now a problem of short stature, large breasts and pink hair enters the picture. Fujinoki Shizune, as Issei calls her Nin, has arrived and will bring a little madness to Issei's life, but that's for another time. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 Childhood Friend, A Problem, and Kashi Yui. Chapter 7. Damn, Nin-chan, thought the brunette, watching the short girl with large breasts hug him from behind, all while being watched by Yukana. What's going on? Why am I smelling like another woman? Nin asked, looking at Issei. Ah, different, it's been a while since we've seen each other, and you already smell like another woman, Ani, the girl complained, putting her hands on her hips. Bad boy, that sounds like read the manga if you want to know what that means, you know. She said, smiling playfully as she looked at Issei, who unconsciously glanced at her large breasts, thinking he could easily catch one of the girls he knew in Kuo. She noticed and smiled. Ah, Oni-chan, you're staring at me a lot, whatever she said, unbuttoning a button and revealing an opening over her breasts. She took Issei's hand and slipped a finger into the opening, so he could feel the warmth of her soft skin. Since you're special, I'll let this slide, she said. That feels so good, no. I must stop doing this, thought the chestnut-haired man, alarmed. Who is this girl, Ice? Yukana asked gloomily, startling Issei. Oh crap, her name is Fujinoki Shizune, or as I call her, Nin. She's a childhood friend, haha, Issei said nervously as Yukana smiled sweetly, calming the brunette. What? So you're Ice's little sister? My name is Yukana, nice to meet you, Nin-chan. Yukana said cheerfully, greeting Nin who glared at her. I'm not his sister. Nin said. I'm Ani-chan's future wife. Nin said boastfully, impressing Issei and Yukana. Yukana, I can explain, Issei started to say, but he looked up as Yukana hugged Nin while smiling. How sweet, you still care about the promises you made when you were little. Yukana said without any mockery in her voice as she hugged Nin, who was impressed. Well, putting that aside for the moment, Issei said to the two of them, I imagine you came to find me to tell me something, right? So what is it, Nin-chan? Issei asked Nin, who looked at him. Well. But he looked at Yukana. Hey, you're really close to me. He said, pushing Yukana away. Well, like Ani-chan was saying, I wanted to see you, but I see you're very busy. He said, looking at Yukana, who smiled at him. I'd better go, but let's make one thing clear, Ani-chan is mine. She said, hugging Issei and kissing his cheek, making the brunette blush a little for being taken by surprise and causing Yukana's eye to twitch slightly. See you, Ani-chan, Yukana-san, Nin said, leaving the couple alone. Issei watched as Nin left, calm and happy to have kissed her Ani-chan on the cheek. Issei looked at his girlfriend and sighed. I'm sorry about what happened a moment ago, she's been very attached to me since we were kids, Issei said, but Yukana just smiled. Don't worry, that's no problem at all. Nin-chan is small and cute, and since she's a childhood friend of Ice's, I want to be her friend, Yukana said, smiling beautifully, and Issei smiled back. Oh, that's good, I thought you were upset, said Issei, not wanting any setbacks in his plan to tell Yukana about his secret. Well, we should go home, said Issei when he felt Yukana hug him from the front and give him a kiss that he returned. I don't want to go home yet, she said, surprising Issei. So, where do you want to go? Issei asked, and she smiled. Time skip. Hi to residence. Well, Yukana, make yourself at home, Issei said, opening the front door. I'm back, Issei said, looking at a photo of his parents in a frame in front of the entrance, right next to one of an elderly couple smiling, who were Issei's paternal grandparents. Excuse me, Yukana said, looking at the photo of Issei's parents. Are they your parents? She asked, seeing the two adults embracing and smiling. The photo had been taken a few weeks before the accident. Yes, they were great parents, Issei said, smiling. Wait, they were there? Did they perhaps, she asked. That's right, I don't think I've told you, they passed away when I was little. I lived with my grandparents for most of my childhood. It was fun, and thanks to them I was able to learn to cook in our family style. But since the day they passed away, I've been living alone, although it doesn't bother me since I know they loved me with all their hearts, and now I will continue their legacy, Issei said, looking at the photos in the entrance of the house. Wow, I didn't know that. You must feel lonely sometimes, right? Yukana asked sadly after hearing what Issei told her. Yes, but I also have my friends who are like family to me, so I don't feel lonely much, Issei said, smiling as he remembered his friends. That's good, it's not very good being alone all the time, but don't worry, you have me now, Yukana said, smiling and making Issei smile, but inside it was something else. I have to tell her today, I won't have another chance to be alone like this, I just hope this doesn't end badly, Issei thought worriedly. Let's go to my room, Issei said, and Yukana nodded, blushing slightly at being alone with her boyfriend in her house. They both arrived at Issei's room, which was larger than hers. It had a shelf full of manga, a desk with a gaming PC combo, including a large CPU, and 3 good quality monitors, a gift from Azazel, a large bed, and posters of series, games, and various cooking-related items. There was also a poster that the Sendaora sisters had given him, or rather, Natsume had given him when she saw him a few days ago. It showed the two sisters embracing while wearing Roman togas. They looked too good to be worrying about their clothing. There was also a photo of his parents with Sauma's father's generation and another of his grandparents with Sanzaman's generation. Wow, what a decorated room you have, Ice, Yukana said, fascinated by the variety of things. She looked at one on the wall. Do you also play the guitar? She asked, interested, and Issei smiled sheepishly. More or less, I was given it before leaving Kuo, Issei said, remembering when Surziches gave him the guitar. Well, since we're here, what would you like to do? Issei asked Yukana, giving her the chair she used to play in. She felt quite comfortable in that chair. Well, I'd like to ask you something, she said. What would it be? Issei asked, sitting on the bed in front of her. Nin-chan is your childhood friend, just like Renko, right? Yukana asked. Well yes, since I met her we spent a lot of time together, but when I left I didn't see her again until now, said Issei, and Yukana nodded. Together? In this room? She asked. Well, yes, we spent our time playing video games or board games, Issei replied calmly, but why the question? The brunette inquired. You're welcome, Yukana said. Issei saw how she brought her face closer, making him serious. "So, it was because of things like that that you said you might marry her?" she asked. "Maybe I said it when I was little and the idea doesn't bother me now, but I think she's jealous." Yukana, are you jealous of what Nin-chan said?" Issei asked, and Yukana blushed as she turned away from him and looked elsewhere. No, that's not true. Well, maybe a little. I mean, I don't like it when someone flirts with my boyfriend in front of me, that's why I always keep you away from Renko," Yukana said, and Issei felt bad. He had to speak up. "Yukana, there's something I have to tell you," Issei said, looking at Yukana who looked at him. "Oh yeah? What's ice?" she asked. "It's serious and I have proof of it, so I hope you're not too angry," Issei said seriously. "Ice, you're worrying me," she said, seeing the look the brunette gave him. It's not easy for me, but let me tell you everything from the beginning. Tell me, Yukana, do you believe in the supernatural?" Issei asked, surprised by Yukana's question. "Supernatural? You know, demons, angels, and all that?" she asked, and Issei nodded. "The usual stuff, but what does that have to do with this?" she asked, and Issei let out a sigh. Well, then and so Issei began to talk about everything he knew, while Yukana watched him in disbelief. Time skip. -30 minutes later. "I hope Aikun is home," Renko said, walking towards Issei's house. But as she approached, she hid when she saw Yukana come out with a somber look and tears in her eyes. "Yukana, what happened? Wait, could it be? I'd better hurry," Renko said, waiting for Yukana to be far enough away to enter Issei's house. She went to his room and saw Issei sitting on the bed with his head down. "Oh, hi Renko, how's your afternoon going?" Issei asked dejectedly, his expression was very sad after learning that Yukana was surely going to leave him because of what she told him. "Aikun, you told Yukana about that, right?" she asked worriedly. Yes, I couldn't keep hiding that from her, but I think after this we can't continue, you see how she left upset. I'm a complete idiot," said Issei, and Renko hugged him affectionately. "Don't worry, I know she'll understand. Just give her some time to think about it. She's very happy with you, and I don't think it'll all end like this." "I mean, you've been dating for quite a while now," Renko said, trying to cheer Issei up, which only worked a little since the brunette let out a sigh. "I hope you're right, she's as special to me as Rias, I don't want to leave her," Issei said, remembering the retard he had to talk to. Yes, I know everything will be alright, meanwhile I'll talk to her to see what she thinks starting tomorrow," said Renko. "Thank you Renko, I'm glad you helped me," Issei said, and she kissed him. "Anything for you, Aikun, you know I love you," she said, smiling lovingly, and Issei smiled back. Then Issei invited Renko to dinner, and Issei's girlfriends also arrived. He introduced them to Renko, and the blonde with tan skin got along well with them. Although the atmosphere was good, Issei knew that Yukana wouldn't speak to him for a long time. The next day. Issei was sitting at his desk thinking about the previous day. He looked behind him and saw Yukana leaving the classroom with her friends. She didn't speak to him or say hello, which upset him, but he knew he should leave her alone, at least until she calmed down. "Ugh, what a shitty day," he whispered to himself when Ani, Halui, a wild Nin appeared, affectionately hugging Issei and placing his face on her soft breasts. "Nin-chan, hello," Issei greeted Nin, who looked at him. "Ani, what's wrong? You seem down," she said worriedly as she hugged Issei from behind. "It's okay, but thanks for worrying," Issei said. "Okay," Nin said, but she wasn't entirely convinced. Issei's friends arrived, seeing Issei with Nin. Damn it, that's all I needed, Issei thought. After Shinpei caused trouble just by seeing Issei with Nin, someone arrived, drawing the group's attention. Ice-kun called a beautiful girl with long black hair down to her mid-back, wearing the standard academy uniform. Issei knew who she was since he had been talking to her a little. "Yui-chan, how are you? How can I help you?" the brunette asked the black-haired girl, who smiled at him. "Well, I need everyone's math notebook and I'm missing yours," she asked politely. "Oh, sorry, here, take it," said the brunette, handing the notebook to Yui. "I appreciate your cooperation, but tell me one thing, Ice-kun, are you alright?" she asked with concern. Issei was surprised by the question. "You've been kind of depressed lately, you know you can count on me if you have any problems," she smiled affectionately at the brunette. "I know, and thank you for your concern, but I'm fine, thank you Yui-chan," the brunette said gratefully, and she nodded while smiling. "Well, I still have things to do, but this little exchange with you was nice, Ice-kun. I hope we can talk more often," Yui said, bidding farewell to Issei. "Likewise, Yui-chan." Ouch, Nin-chan, why was that?" Issei said after Nin pinched his cheek. "HMPH, I came here to leave you a bento I prepared, but you're ignoring me for that girl, Ani, you're so mean," the little girl complained with a pout. Okay, thanks for that," Issei said, taking the bento she handed him and patting her head. Well Ani, I'm leaving, see you later." Nin said goodbye as she left the room. "Ah, this girl," the brunette said, shaking his head when he saw Shinpei and Kigo. "What?" the brunette asked. The two of them started complaining to Issei about how he knew the most popular girl in their class and other things, while Minoru and Junichi ate peacefully. Time skip. After class. "Ah, she doesn't want to talk to me," Issei whispered as he watched Yukana leave with her friends. He saw Ranko walk by and wink at him. He hoped this would be over quickly. The chestnut-haired man walked towards the exit, thinking he was heading for one of the classrooms, when he was taken by a mysterious hand that led him to the dark room, which turned out to be one of the closets where things are kept. "What the? Nin-chan." Issei exclaimed in shock when he saw that his right hand was handcuffed to Nin's left. "Ani, I found you," she said while standing next to the seated Issei. "Nin-chan, what's wrong with you? Why did you handcuff me?" Issei asked, leaning against the door of the place. "If I don't do this, Ani will escape," Nin said, smiling. "You know that's not true, but why did you want me?" Issei asked, watching Nin straddle his lap. "Nin-chan?" Issei asked nervously. "Shhh, Ani, I'm doing this for your own good," she whispered, slowly moving closer to Issei's face. "Hey Nin, stop please," said the brunette seriously, gently pushing the pink-haired girl away, who looked at him sadly. "Why? Why am I not Yukana-san? Don't you find me attractive? Tell me, Ani, what made you forget your love for your little sister?" Nin asked sadly as tears streamed down her face. Issei didn't like seeing her like this. "Ah, Nin-chan, it's not that I don't like you, and I do find you attractive, especially because of those huge breasts, but this goes beyond Yukana, it's something difficult to explain, and I'd like to talk more later when everything is sorted out, okay? Don't cry, please, I like it better when you smile," said Issei, wiping away Nin's tears as she looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes. "You really liked it, aren't you lying to me?" Nin asked. "Ah, yes, but we'd better talk about that later if besides, little Issei will wake up if he keeps moving on top of me," thought the brunette, feeling Nin's rear end move on top of him. Yes, for you Ani, anything, Nin will obey hehehe Nin said happily while hugging the brunette, and he reciprocated. "Well, we should go, it's getting late," Issei said, and she nodded, removing the handcuffs. "One question, where did you get the handcuffs?" Issei asked. "It's a secret, Nin said, and Issei sighed while shaking his head in a funny way. Time skip. Hide your residence. -6 p.m. "So you had a fight with your girlfriend, Icon?" Mako said, seeing Issei's sour face. "Yes, but I had to tell her what I told you all about me being a supernatural being," Issei said as Anna, beside him, hugged him affectionately. "Don't worry, Ice-kun, everything will be alright soon. From the way you talk about her, I can tell she loves you, but maybe the news hit her hard. Only time will help her process the fact that her boyfriend is a supernatural being and also has a harem, although saying it like that sounds really bad," Anna said, adding the last part with a drop of sweat running down her forehead. "Anna, don't say things like that, they might upset Ice." Megumi scolded, seeing how Issei became depressed. "I'm sorry Ice-kun, please forgive me," Anna said, regretting what she said. Issei, still with his enormous breasts, looked up and spoke to her. "Don't worry, I know you didn't mean it that way," Issei said. What a good nap. What's wrong, why is Ice-kun sad?" asked the blonde Irina entering the room wearing a black tank top and mid-thigh wool shorts. She was waking up from a nap after returning from work at the school. "It's about his girlfriend, he's depressed because she didn't talk to him today," Mako said worriedly. "That girl, Yukana Yame, right? Don't worry, Ice-kun, I know she won't leave you. She's just going through a time where she needs to think things through. I know this because my father told me that a friend of his went through the same thing as you when he told his wife he was a fallen angel and also had 3 other girlfriends," Irina said as she approached Issei and affectionately hugged him from behind. "Stay calm and you'll see how everything works out, Ice-kun," Irina said lovingly. "I hope everything will be like that, Irina, I hope everything will be like that," Issei said. He loved Yukana as much as he loved Rias, so he didn't want her to leave his side and erase her memory of everything they went through together. "Ice, calm down. If she loves you like you love her, she won't leave you. Although, come to think of it, she's our biggest competition, but it doesn't really matter," Megumi said, smiling calmly at the end. "Okay, let's drop that subject. If we keep talking about it, Icon will feel even sadder," Mako said as she went to turn off the stove. "Come and have dinner," she said, then began serving the food. "Let me help you," Irina said, offering to help Mako. "I hope everything gets sorted out," the chestnut-haired man thought sadly. "Don't worry, mate, she's confused like Anna said, so relax," Drake told his friend, who just hoped that was all true. The next day. On the way to school. The chestnut-haired boy was walking toward school, still with a worried look. Irina left early since she was a teacher and all that, although she would have liked to go with Issei. Now he was walking alone since the boys left him after one of the stupid things Shinpei said about Nin waking him up erotically in the mornings and so on. I don't know why I was like that before, Issei thought. Hyoudou-kun, good morning, a female voice greeted from behind him. Huh? Yui-chan, good morning, and you should call me Ice when we're alone, wasn't that what we agreed on? Issei asked playfully. After all, they weren't friends. My mistake, I'm sorry Ice-kun, but… She apologized, moving dangerously close to his face with a worried expression. For some reason you look a little depressed today, did something bad happen? She asked. Ah, it's not much, just problems with Yukana, nothing more, Issei said, but without noticing that Yui tensed up a little upon hearing Yukana's name. So that's what it was, huh? Problems with your girlfriend, Yui said, trying not to get upset without being noticed by Issei, who was too sad to pay attention to that. Yes, although there's also the Nin thing, but that's not much, said Issei without noticing that one of her eyebrows twitched. Nana? A friend, perhaps? She asked, with some annoyance in her voice. Yes, one of my childhood friends along with Maiko-chan and Ranko, said the brunette, making Yui increasingly nervous as she listened to each female name. Wait, you're saying the vice president of the student council is your childhood friend? She asked, impressed. Huh? Yes, although only you and I know that now along with the girls, the brunette said and thought. That's impressive in a way, after all, she's not a woman who socializes much with boys. What's more, they say she's very strict and has already rejected several boys who have confessed to her over the years, Yui said, and Issei had an idea of why. Well, I didn't know that, said Issei. Just then, a group of girls called Yui. Apparently, they're calling you, Issei said, stating the obvious. Yes, well, see you at school, and don't worry, couples always have problems, they'll solve them soon, Yui said with a smile, although inside she wanted to be the one who was the brunette's partner. Thank you for saying that, although coming from someone as beautiful as you it's not surprising since you must have had more than one boyfriend, Issei said. Haha, don't joke around Ice-kun, I haven't had a boyfriend before, since none of them were you, she said with a smile, but inside she had a sad expression. Oh, that's right, my apologies if I said anything inappropriate, the brunette said apologetically. Don't worry, although what I said before was because several of my friends have had fights with their partners before, well, see you later, she said, then left with her friends. Ah, if only everything were that easy, he muttered to himself. Just then, a red car parked next to him, driven by Ichino-sensei. He asked, looking at the Hexy teacher who smiled gently at him. I told you to call me Sayaka when we're alone, Ice, said the Redeed. Someone could hear us here, you know, said the chestnut-haired man. Okay, let's leave that aside. Tell me, do you want me to take you to class? She asked, still smiling. I don't think it's appropriate for a teacher to be seen with a student like that. People might get the wrong idea, he stated, but she didn't seem to back down. Come on, what's wrong with giving you a ride to school? It won't be weird, plus you can come with me to pick up Kitsuko from her house, she said, and Issei let out a sigh of resignation. Okay, you win, he said as he climbed into the passenger seat, which brought an even brighter smile to the beautiful woman's face. Thank you for accepting, Ice. Now let's go get Kitsuko, she said, starting the car. Time skip. -1 week later. A week has passed since his fight with Yukana. Not much has happened in that time. First, he went out with Sayaka a couple of times and they got to know each other quite well. She had a great love for art and had always wanted to travel the world, seeing its greatest works of art. Beneath that flirtatious exterior, she was a sweet and kind woman. They didn't progress much on those 2 dates, but he knew they could become more than friends if they continued like this. He's also been spending time with Nin so the little girl wouldn't be upset with him. They've gone to various places, though they mostly went to the arcade to play games and take pictures. Then, with Maiko, he's been going out to watch sunsets and occasionally for a night walk. Once, he took her to Kyoto after asking Yasaka for permission, which she gladly granted her hero's request, even though she looked at him strangely, but she put that aside. He also got to know the student council president, Katohayashi Iris, better. She turned out to be like Sona, but less cold, before she was with him, of course. Maiko was a good cook thanks to her grandmother, who apparently studied at Totsuki and was from her grandfather's generation. So, Issei gave her lunch he'd prepared as a gift. It was a simple, ordinary lunch, but like his grandparents and parents, everything they cooked was so exquisite it even intimidated him. Perhaps it was because of his family. Anyway, Iris started talking to Issei a bit after that. Ranko had been telling him that Yukana had been upset with her for a few days, but hadn't distanced herself. It was obvious, since Issei had told her that Ranko also knew about his secret but still remained friends with her, which was a good sign. At least a little. Now, he's been watching videos of a streamer called Boasama who was incredibly beautiful but also seemed familiar to him, though he found her strangely appealing. Issei was now walking calmly towards the classroom. It was early and Sayaka had just brought him home. She'd been doing this for the past 2 days. He'd also noticed that Miss Yuzu and Kitsuko had been acting strangely. He could swear it was ever since Sayaka asked to meet him, but he dismissed it, thinking it was wrong, if you only knew. Anyway, he was calmly heading to his classroom when Boasama will be the only exception in 100 years. Kigo shouted as he reached the door of his classroom and saw him yelling at Shinpei while holding his phone. Idiot. Have you already forgotten everything the 2D world has given you so far? Shinpei seriously reprimanded Kigo. Calm down, you two. Don't fight over silly things like that, Junichi said, trying to calm them both down, who just looked at him annoyed. Shut up. They both shouted and Junichi just resigned himself to it. So, why the trouble so early? Issei asked, deciding to intervene in what was probably an endless war between otakus, even though he was half otaku. Oh, Ice, look at this. Kigo said, calling Issei closer to watch a video on his phone, which was none other than Boa. Oh, I know her and I admit she's beautiful and familiar to me somehow, the chestnut-haired man said in thought. After that, Shinpei and Kigo started arguing about whether 3D girls were better than 2D girls, and Shinpei countered that it wasn't the other way around, meaning an endless fight, until someone came along and put an end to it in a very strange way. Why are you all so agitated? Minoru asked, calmly entering the room. Minoru, it's nothing, they're just fighting over nothing, Issei said. Minoru nodded, and after putting his bag on his seat, he took out a tablet to show the 4 of them something. Well, look at this, isn't it adorable and very cute? He asked, showing a video of a little girl playing with a dog. Lawless are very cute and angelic, right? Minoru said, smiling like an idiot. You're sick, Bruce Wayne. The 4 of them said, staring blankly at Minoru. I definitely won't let him meet Kaneko-chan, Gladys, or Kun-chan, Issei thought when he remembered a certain loli from Infinity. Even worse, she could kill him, even though it's legal, Issei thought fearfully as he remembered Office. Hey, you're in the way, said a serious Yukana, and Issei shuddered at her words, so without even looking at her face, he decided to go to his. I'm sorry, Issei said quickly as he went to his seat. This surprised his 4 friends, well Yukana just looked at him but also went to her place, but if one looked closely, one could see a look that was somewhere between sad and confused. Classes continued, and Issei went to eat with Ranko, who told him that there still didn't seem to be any progress regarding the problem between Yukana and him. Afterwards, he spoke with Maiko, who learned what had happened from Ranko, who had only told her that day. Of course, she scolded Issei for not telling her something so important. Finally, he went home with Nin, who talked about him for a while. The next day. Nin-chan, don't get too close to me, Issei said in thought. Although I'm not complaining, to be honest. What's wrong with that? After all, we used to go like that before, Nin said happily. Ah, you know what, forget it, Issei said resignedly. Ice-kun, good morning, I greeted a yawning Galco who had just arrived at school. Galco-chan, good morning, did they wake you up early again? Issei asked, and the blonde with huge breasts nodded as she approached her locker where her shoes were. Yes, my sister left early and didn't want to leave me asleep, so she woke me up at 6 in the morning, Galco said. What a problem, Issei said, smiling amusedly. Ani-chan, who is she? Nin asked jealously. Oh, this is Uehara Galco, she's a friend of mine from class, Issei introduced. Oh, hello, I'm Galco, and what's your name? Galco greeted cheerfully, as he was very sociable. Fujinoki Shizune, first-year student, I'm Issei-chan's childhood friend, Nin introduced herself. Oh, nice to meet you, Shizune-chan, said Galco, smiling amiably. Although Nin thought she was chazzing after her Ani-chan, she calmed down afterward. After all, not all girls are chazzing after their Ani-chan, right? Ice-kun, good morning, Yui said, smiling. Oh, good morning Yui-chan, Issei greeted. Ashi-chan, good morning, Galco greeted. Nin was silent, her sense of they want to take my Ani-chan away from me coming from Yui. Uehara-san, good morning she responded to the greeting when she noticed Nin. Ice-kun, and who is she? Yui asked. I'm a first-year Fujinoki, but Yui didn't let her finish. Ah, you're my childhood friend. I'm Kashi Yui, and I'm in the same class as Ice-kun, Yui introduced herself with a smile, but Nin eyed her with some suspicion. It's a pleasure, Fujinoki-chan, Yui said. Likewise Nin said, somewhat uncomfortable. Well, see you in class, Ice-kun, Uehara-san, Yui said, continuing on her way after putting on her indoor shoes. Of course Yui-chan said Issei. After that, not much happened, well, until recess. Issei left the classroom quickly without looking back. He wasn't comfortable with Yukana's gaze lingering on him. Upon arriving at the schoolyard, he sat down on one of the benches when a certain dark-haired girl arrived, having come looking for him. "I found you, Ice-kun," said Kashi Yui, arriving where Issei was, standing in front of him while smiling. "Yui-chan, were you looking for me? And how can I be of use to you?" the brunette asked, intrigued. "Why not?" "Well, I had something to ask you if you have time after class," Yui said, sitting down next to Issei. "Of course, why do you ask?" Issei asked, and she smiled. "Yesterday I was very busy, but the professor asked me to do some shopping, and things are a bit heavy. I would be very happy if you could help me," she asked, and Issei smiled. "Of course, I'll help you with that, Yui-chan," Issei said, and she smiled. "Thank you, Ice-kun, you have no idea how much I appreciate that," Yui said. Then they started talking until recess ended. Issei spent lunch with Miss Yuzu, where he chatted a bit with the teacher, helped Kitsuko with some materials, and in art class, Sayaka kept smiling at him. All this until the end of class when Issei and Yui were going out to buy what Yui needed. Issei was in the classroom putting his things away. "See you tomorrow, Ice." Jinichi said goodbye when one of Yukana's friends saw him and continued on her way. Issei smiled at this. His friend would have luck in love. "See you tomorrow, friend," Issei said, reaching into his bag for a notebook. He glanced at Yukana as she left and sighed. "It would have been better if I hadn't gotten involved with her," he whispered to himself. "Ice-kun?" Yui called, which stopped Yukana's walking for a moment, but Issei didn't even notice. "Yes?" Issei asked, looking at the dark-haired girl. "I have to go to the teacher's lounge, I'll be right out, wait for me at the school gate, okay?" she said, and Issei nodded, not noticing that Yukana was looking at him with some annoyance and jealousy, but she still had things to think about. "Sure, I'll wait for you there," Issei said, and she smiled. Seeing her leave, Issei gathered his remaining things, and as he was about to leave, he noticed Yukana looking at him. It was just a few seconds, but their eyes met, and Issei could see the hint of annoyance and jealousy in her eyes. But it was over as quickly as it happened, and she looked away to join her friends. Galco waved goodbye with a smile. "Ah, what a problem," he muttered to himself as he left the school. "And you still have to talk to the Gremory girl," Drake said, and Issei sighed again. "I can do that later, it's more important to resolve this Yukana matter," Issei said. Now he had to sort things out with Yukana, but he would give her space. There was just under a month left until the Tatsuki event, and he had to resolve things with Yukana and also talk to Rias and the others. Although he still didn't feel up to it, he would have to talk to them. After all, he couldn't stay angry with them for too long. End of chapter 7. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.